I think we are set. Okay. Hello? I'm still talking to myself. Hello? Hello? Yep, that's good. Okay, good morning, everyone. Today, I want to use a study as an example. I'll do the recap quickly, but I want to use a study, what we did in Kenya, and how we went about to do data collection, what are the ethics, okay? Online, good morning. I hope you're all well. Now. Okay. So I will use this study as a way of demonstrating how we went about doing data collection and what are the tips, ethics, and whatnot, okay? But before that, I think we have come a long way since Monday. We've come a long way, and I'm sure by now you have seen how you have moved since Monday. What I'm planning to do today is to focus and see if we can finish this part of the training before tea break, and then use between tea break and lunch to discuss case studies, maybe individual consultations. I'm not sure whether we can do that and finish today, but I plan this since it's Friday, I don't want to take longer, by 2, so you can also go and have life, right? There's life after here. We started off our journey with what is evaluation. You know, we went all the way to study experimental approaches, non-experimental approaches. We finished. And we talked about program design, theory of change, talked about hypothesis testing. We talked about statistical approaches and why they're important. If you realize I started from the top all the way down, but ideally you should have started with data and then go statistical testing and then methodology, right? But I flipped it and it worked very well, I think. Now we are going to learn, ideally when I teach this course, it's more about surveying, okay? How do you conduct good survey? And some of the links that will be shared today for your own reading have some notes on doing good surveying. You're thinking of doing a study, you're thinking of writing a thesis, you are currently doing a research project, you're doing your master's, your doctoral thesis, you're doing a consultancy. What are the things you should pay attention to when it comes to effective data collection, but most importantly, to guarantee that you are able to collect high quality data? Are we together? Very important. Because all the analysis, all the methodologies that we have discussed, all of those are contingent on getting good data. Are we together? You can do all the design of your impact evaluation, but if you don't get good data, you might not be able to do proper difference in difference or proper randomization. Even randomization, at the end of the day, it boils down to collecting data from control and what? Treated groups. But how do we collect high quality data? Okay, so I want to use this study that we did with my colleague. I think it was shared for those who are online. Very effective study on female genital mutilation in Kenya. And as usual, I would like to motivate it so that you're able to understand. You're able to understand where we were coming from with this study. So here, I used these slides when I was training research assistants in Oloitoktok. That was 19th August 2019. It's comprehensive. So because this is where I said we did the quantitative analysis, right? We finished. When we decided to go and do qualitative analysis, so we hired research assistants, quite a number, who could speak Maasai, and we had to train them for about 2 weeks in class like this. And these are the slides that I use. So I felt instead of revamping the wheel, why can't I use the same? And I'll be alluding to different aspects of data collection as we go along, okay? So just to give you a sense of this study, so that when you go and read, you can follow. So day one, we want to talk about background, methodology, data quality, and field organization. So I'll talk in practical terms, how we organize this study from the beginning to the end. And I think instead of telling you, go to the field to do this, it's different when I tell you, went to the field, we did this. This is how we work. This is how we organize the team. Are we together? I think that I find that very practical and useful for you to make sense and probably apply in your own work. So that was day one. What is the background of this study? Global female genital prevalence rates have steadily declined over the years. If you look at the statistics on FGMC in the world, have gone down, right? They've gone down, and in Kenya, I'll show, in Kenya, they tremendously went down for the last 2 or 3 decades. Thanks to increased and improved levels of educational outcomes, young girls, parents have gone to school, they've learned, and they've, in the process, their way of thinking about cultural practices has also improved, okay? Social cultural norms bolstered by enforced legal reforms. There has been a huge movement of changes in legal reforms that impose punitive actions against those who would perpetrate some of these activities, okay? And growing decent voices against FGMC practices and socioeconomic development. Voices, advocates, civil societies, you know, UNICEF, United Nations. There has been a lot of campaigns against FGMC across many countries, okay? So this is good. And this was more of correlates, not causal. What are the things that have led to global prevalence rates? And if you look at the map that I developed, this is, actually we got it from the UNICEF, if I remember. So approximately 3 million girls and women face FGMC risks every year. 3 million of them, right? They face what? FGMC risk globally. This is risk every year. In Kenya, statistics show 9.3 million in Kenya. This is very high. They face the risk of going through FGMC. Are we together? Okay. And estimates by WHO show that by 2018, about 200 women have undergone FGMC globally. That's a lot. 250 million, they have undergone what? FGMC. And if you look at the prevalence in the map, a huge chunk of FGMC prevalence is in Africa. A little bit of Central and what? West Africa. You see this? Not so much here, you see this part of Africa. And these are the key main countries that have perpetrating these horrible practices on women, okay? That gives you a sense of what is the prevalence in Africa, okay? Because you see here, Tanzania is there, Kenya is there, Rwanda, Burundi is there, Uganda a bit, you know, these other countries, Sudan, Central Africa here a bit, West Africa. It's not good news. Now, what about Kenya? So Kenya FGMC again has gone down across time. FGMC prevalence rate have declines from 33% in 2003 to 21% in 2014. And this statistics from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, even when I calculated from the data, we got the same, okay? Shell and Duncan argued that ARP, alternative rite of passage model, has led to decline in FGMC. So our study wanted to, remember we were looking at that model, to what extent it has helped to reduce what? FGMC, okay, among other things, okay? So this model, has it succeeded or has it not succeeded? That was the question. And if you look at Kenya's prevalence spatial outlook, FGMC is very high in northeastern, it's moderate in central and the coast, and it's very low in western. So this is the map I constructed from the data, okay? Quite a revealing, is it not? Quite a revealing, okay? Northeastern part of Kenya is an area that it's cultural practices. So something needs to be done. And the FGMC council, is it what board? I think there are some interventions they're doing, education, and you'll see that AMREF intervention, they do have this ARP, even in Samburu, in other counties, where FGMC seems to be done. If you look at the data that I analyzed, the heterogeneous picture of FGMC in Kenya, one, where is it practiced? If you look at in terms of income quintile, or rather wealth index, most majority poor people, poor families, they're the ones who are perpetrating. Look between 2003, 2008, 2009, and 2014. If you look at the graphs, the first panel on your left, you'll see that these long bars are largely, if you combine poor and poorest, it will be even more, right? Are we together? So from the data data from KNBS seem to indicate that poor families tend to actually practice this more. In fact, the same goes for rural, poor families in rural areas. That makes sense, right? Because some of these practices are done in rural areas. In Kajiado, for example, when we were in the field, we were told because Kenyan laws are punitive, parents cross over to Tanzania. They have their child circumcised in Tanzania and then they come back. Okay, so that's one of the findings we found in this study and the report that I wrote to AMREF. Okay, but when you look at different age groups, you get a little bit of mixed picture. There are those who even practice because you might think maybe it's young people, but the data does seem to indicate that there is also practices across also elders, but I'm not sure what is it that they do for elders. We were a bit puzzled by those statistics and we didn't want to ask further. There are some logical explanations to it. I think if you read the paper, you'll find, because these graphs are there in the paper. So what is the motivation of this study? FGMC rates alarming in the 90s and early 2000s. Most recent data suggests significant declines in Africa. Kenya Demographic Health Survey, KDHS, a decline from 33% in 2003 to 21% in 2014. These declines are associated with community programs that are rampant in Africa. And we wanted to assess AMREF 10 years old ARP model rolled out in where? In Kajiado. What was the research issue? One is little evidence exists on the impact of ARP models on quantitative and qualitative attribution or thus contribution in addressing FGMC practices in Africa. And two, it remains unclear of the extent to which the ARP model can help reduce FGMC prevalence rate in Kajiado. Are we together? Are we together? See the setting of the study. That's why I felt it's important when we relate how we went to the field, what did we do, we are able to also relate. Are we together? Okay. Now, what was the objective of this study? One was to estimate the impact of AMREF ARP model on health and educational outcomes. Number one, female genital mutilation or cutting. Number two, child early forced marriage and forced marriages, teenage pregnancy, and girls' educational attainment. Our goal was to document experiences, stories, and determine the status of the girls who have gone through ARP about FGMC and early and forced marriages. And then we wanted also to evaluate knowledge, attitude, practice of community stakeholders towards FGMC. Are we together? Are we together? Does it make sense? So what was the methodology for this study? What was the methodology for this study? Number one, there was a quantitative approach, as I said, which was this. So this is the difference in difference, which I talked about, right? So this is remember the first map? The first map was the spatial outlook of prevalence of FGMC. And then here is how we did the study. So here we had, we picked some of the counties that we could use as control vis-a-vis those that we could use as what? Treated. In this case, ARP model was implemented in where? In Kajiado. So Kajiado was treated. So we looked for other counties where there was no ARP model and where FGMC prevalence was very, very low. And we used those as control groups. And this is how you see in the map, okay? You're Kenyans, you might tell which county is that. Okay. A qualitative approach. So that was the quantitative approach, which, as I said, it was fundamentally this. And it was done, and when we did separately, we discovered some very interesting findings, okay? And then we also went to do a qualitative approach, which is where this training came in. A qualitative approach, what is qualitative approach? When we are doing qualitative data collection, what does it mean? So I'm assuming I was doing that training. You are the trainees who are supposed to go and collect data. Qualitative data, qualitative research involves finding out what people think and how they feel, or at any rate, what they say they think and how they say they feel. This kind of information is subjective. It involves feeling and impression rather than what? Numbers. Are we together? What does it entail? What does it entail? It is marked method in focus involving an interpretive, naturalistic approach to its subject matter. It studies things, people and their thoughts in their natural settings, attempting to make sense of or interpret phenomena in terms of the meanings people brings to them. It involves the studied use and collection of a variety of empirical materials, case studies, personal experiences, introspection, life stories, interview, observation, historical, interaction, and visual texts that describe routine and problematic moments and meanings in individuals' life. And it deploys a wide range of interconnected methods, hoping always to get a better fix on the subject matter at hand. Are we together? Okay, but what I will try to do, the training, I'll speak because we were collecting qualitative data, but the training applies to also quantitative data. Are we together? If you're designing a survey and you have to go through rigorous steps for data collection, it applies. What are the strengths of quantitative research? Usually it's much cheaper than quantitative research. Talked about it. No better way than qualitative research to understand in-depth the motivation and feelings of participants. Qualitative research can improve the efficiency and effectiveness of quantitative research. So you've done your quantitative analysis, you want to make sense of the numbers you have, you need qualitative research to get context. Are we together? And weaknesses, not representative of the population that is of interest to the researcher. Remember I said yesterday, maximum usually not more than sample 50 is okay. It's purposive. So it might not be representative, which is why there's critique from quantitative people, okay? And can be quite long and lead to respondent fatigue. Yes, because you talk all the time, whereas quantitative, you just tick, right? Analysis can also be quite tedious and prone to bias interpretation by the researchers. Yeah? So you see, first of all, analysis takes longer, coding, going through each of the conversation, number one. Number two, there's potentially a bias. How I would choose to interpret your response, it depends on my predisposition, right? You might say X, I might think it's Y. It's not objective, but methods have been developed to try to remove some of those biases, okay? Okay, so in this study, what were the objectives? Number one, for qualitative, because number one was quantitative bit, which was quantitative part, right? Number two was documenting the experiences, stories, and determining the status of the girls who have gone through ARP about FGMC and L and forced marriages. And then here we looked at things like educational, marital status, parental, their status in the society. And then number three was we evaluate knowledge, attitude, and practice of community stakeholders. What is their perception about FGMC, about ARP in reducing FGMC in Kajiado? In this case, we focused mainly where? Kajiado. So we had a sit down with the governor, we had a sit down with civil societies, we had a sit down with child protection offices, so many stakeholders that were identified. And I'll show, I think I have them somewhere in the list. What are the potential benefits? Inform AMREF communication and advocacy. Of course, I was contracted by AMREF, so I was a consultant. You see, I do consultants, yeah? Just remember. Fundraising, AMREF activities towards the future. I don't do any more now that I'm too busy. Provides qualitative insight that help unpack quantitative what? Estimates. At this point, we already had the quantitative estimates. Okay, we already had what? Quantitative estimates. What was the study setting? This is the setting of the study. It was on Loitoktok and where? And Magadi. And these are the sub-counties that we focused. Okay, Shompole, Oloik, I've been to these sub-counties, yeah? and interacted with locals. Now, let's go back now. So I've given you the setup of the study. You have it in your mind, right? Very important. So now, data quality. Now let's get into the meat. Data quality. Why data quality is important. Whether you're doing quantitative survey or qualitative survey, the principles are the same. Data quality is what? It's important. Now, so objectives here, at the end of this, I want you to be able to understand some of few things. At the end of this training module, you should understand what data quality means. Very important, okay? At the end of this training, you should understand the importance of data quality. And you should understand how to ensure quality data collection. So there are three nagging questions on data quality. I call it WWH. You're used to WWE, wrestling, right? Mine is WWH. Why, what, why, and how. What, why, and how. Okay? Okay? So let's start. So what is data quality? What is data quality? Data quality has three key features. For data to be classified of high quality, it must have at least these three key features. It must be complete. Incomplete data is not of high quality. It must be what? Complete. It must be precise and accurate. And finally, it must be what? Consistent. So whether you're doing qualitative survey or quantitative survey, your data must be what? Complete. It must be precise and accurate, and it must be consistent. When we think of data quality, we think of these three parameters: completeness, okay, precision and accuracy, and consistency. It doesn't make any sense. You're collecting data. In this point, it is this. At that point, oh, you are flipping question. This is why the cost of doing business was put down by the World Bank, because methodology was not what? People raised questions on the quality of the data. Because if the data is not of high quality, the interpretation that comes of such data can be questionable, which is exactly why cost of doing business was questioned. Are we together? So it's very important when you're designing your study and ask yourself, what is data quality? Must be complete. If it's not complete, that data is not of high quality, because you can't make inference out of it, right? It must be precise, so there's no ambiguity. And it must be accurate to capture the reality of what you're interested in. Whether it's people's feelings, it must be able to capture feelings precisely as they are. Are we together? And it has to be what? Consistent. If you're collecting such data from two different points in time, they should be consistent in the way you are collecting the. So if you're collecting this round of the data and the other one differently, we say the data generating process is what? Different. And data generating process can affect the quality of data you have and the interpretation you can use to out of those data. All together, DGP, data generating what? Process needs to be consistent. Okay? Why data quality? Why do we need to have very good data of high quality? Number one, solid data is used to produce the conclusions of the study. Solid data is used to produce conclusion of the policy. Solid data is used in many things. Even in the hospital, when they do diagnosis, whether you're sick or not, they use data. They withdraw blood. Blood is a data point they need to analyze, right? And that's why when you want to go for, what is it? The test for cholesterol, they say you have to fast, right? You don't eat because they don't want data that is not of high quality. Once you eat, your sugar levels, what? Change, right? We need quality data. Policy measures will depend on the results generated by the survey. So if you garbage in, garbage what? Garbage out. If you collect wrong data, the analysis you will do will be wrong, and the inference you draw from such analysis will be wrong. You can wrongly advise policy, okay? Critics and opponents search for weaknesses in the methodology and results of the investigation. When people critiqued the World Bank cost of doing business, they look at the methodology. Go and read, it's online. They criticize the study on methodological grounds. So you see why we need high quality data. Are we together? Why we need consistent data. Because people look at the methodology, and that's why when you're doing your thesis, there's a section on methodology. You have to describe the methodology of the way you collect, the way you went about to collect your data. You have to describe the way you went about to analyze your data before we can look at the findings that you're presenting. Because all of these are scientific processes, they have to be adhered to. Are we together? Why we need quality data? We need to respect the values of integrity and transparency. For example, in the case of the project that we were working on, you need to value that. You need to respect the values of integrity and transparency. The only way you can do that is if you keep high quality data. And why should we care about data quality? Yeah, it is more efficient to collect data in rigorous fashion first time round, rather than try to correct the data once it has been what? Collected. You would rather burn midnight oil in the beginning, trying to fix things and put things in a particular order, which is clear, than rushing to collect data, which I see most often. And then once you have the data, you start editing to fit your narrative. Wrong, people. Very, very wrong. And this is the practice of many. And that's why you see in quantitative data, you never ever open the raw data. And that's why if you're doing a quantitative survey, these days they push for script coding. When I did the study for this or the other studies, I never touched the raw data. I write script code from the raw, it analyzes you understand? And that's why replication becomes easy. It's forbidden in quantitative analysis to manipulate raw data in any form, any shape. It's a gross mistake. So if you have quantitative, never ever touch raw data. You have collected data from the field, you have them somewhere, right? Load them into your software, write script code, each variable you clean, it's documented. But don't tamper with raw data. The moment you touch raw data, you are a disgrace to our profession. A good trained researcher will never ever tamper with what? Raw data. Data that came from the field is I don't know how to describe it. It's gold. So sometimes we go in and say to change, maybe here it means this. No. We don't do that. Are we together? Don't ever do that. Learn how to code, write a code. The code will take the raw data and it will clean. Everything is documented step by step. You see everything step by step. I don't have state on my computer, but I could show you how I write script codes. From the beginning, even it captures dates, notes, everything. It can't open there. I left my other laptop. I could have shown you the way I would write it from the beginning. When I have that script code, I just leave my raw data somewhere on Google Drive. And I have a way to access it from there. I just switch on my computer, I run my code, it picks the data, it cleans it, it gives me the cleaned data. I have never opened the raw data in my life. I've never even tried. I have the questionnaire. Are we together? Here is the questionnaire, and here is my script code. So I look at each question, I view the variable, how has it been captured from the raw data? Is it consistent with the questionnaire? If they are missing variables. So when I do editing not in the raw data, in the script code, that then translates into a cleaned data. Are we together? So you write a very clear, and in each script code, each line of code explains what you're doing. Just wish I don't think it will open. I have them on my email, but I don't think it will open because it's a do file. Let me try. So you can see, let me see if it will open. So you can see. And you are learning by doing, right? It's here. Well, let's come out of the hooker. I should have brought my other laptop. But maybe that's a subject for another time. Because if I had the other laptop, I would have shown you how that script code reads. Yes. No, it's in do file, it's in Stata format. Unless during tea break, I download Stata, I have it. I download it and I put it on my computer, and then maybe I can download it now. If you can bear with me. I have it somewhere, but I have to load it on my Stata 16. I hope this so you can see. If I get that, start up the back. I have the license that I can plug in. My username and password quickly. It will take a few minutes. But there you are. Don't ask me to download and install in your computer. I won't do that. Yes. Last few minutes, so you can see how I code it because it's very long. I'm looking for It was in my email. I want you to see. Oh, seeing is believing, they say, right? I should have downloaded this. Then perhaps I will show you a bit of what we did on Mark. You see there, they protect. They protect before you log in and download. Download certificate, not the certificate. Let's see how fast this computer is. Allow. Okay. Are we together? While it's downloading, we can keep talking so that we don't. I keep checking. Okay. I'll come once it finishes. I'll show the do file so you can see how it's coded. So it's very important, as I said. First, don't ever touch raw data. Don't touch, even if it's qualitative. Don't touch and edit. And that's why for qualitative surveys, we prefer recording than new typing, because if you type, biases are introduced. Okay. All right. I'll come to the download once it's. Let's see how far it has gone. It's going slow, not so bad. Once it finishes, then I'll have activated my Stata on my laptop. But that shouldn't mean we shouldn't continue. So how? Remember, we have answered the what, we've answered the why. Now we are asking the how, WWH. And the how here, we're going to spend some time. So the how is divided into three categories. We need to think before data collection, because now we are going into the data collection, right? You need to spend some time to reflect before data collection. We need to think during data collection and after data collection. These are three stages on the how: before, during, and what? And after data collection. Before data collection, make sure you have trained people. Sasa, you're going to collect data and you wake up in the morning, say, today I'm going to collect data. People have been not trained. Let me tell you one thing. These days, if you're collecting data on human subjects, first you need to secure approvals, right? In Kenya, NASCOT, they have to give you approval. Secondly, you need to be certified to interview human subjects. And I can tell you more about certification because it's an ethical issue. Certification is important. You need to know when you're interviewing minors, they have certain rights. When you're interviewing pregnant women, they have certain rights. When you're interviewing prisoners, they have certain rights. Now with COVID, the certification has even been upgraded. How do you seek consent? How do you limit undue influence? For example, you're going to the field, you want to collect data. I remember in one of the field work on ECD, we want parents to come for focus group discussions. Do they have to use their own money to come? Or do you have to compensate them? I remember in the ECD work, my team is in the field and they called me. Chesa, do you remember? They called me, they were stuck, parents can't come. The first day they went, no one is showing up. And then they called me, they say, oh, boss, we need 500 bob per person, per family, I don't know, so they can come. When I said, okay, so how much in total? Is it 10, 20K? When I wired the money, tomorrow it was over flooded and everyone wanted to be in the interview. Are we together? So what my point I'm trying to drive here is you're supposed to compensate people, but don't over compensate, because if you give people too much, their responses will be biased. They want to be critical because this guy gave me money. They will be so nice with you. You don't want them to be nice. Neither you don't want them to be hard on you. You want them to be neutral and true to themselves. Are we together? So you can compensate, but don't impose undue influence. Are we together? It's also unethical to ask someone to come for an interview. They have left their job. So you need to find this balance. Most, for example, if you do NHIF in the US certification, you have to go. These are like 6-8 hours online of going through each module. You have to pass a certain before they give you a certificate. And if you go through that, you actually learn a lot about data collection. And I would encourage you, just for the interest of learning. There are so many FHI, they have another one. I like the one in the US, it's very intense. It's a bit pricey, I think $100, but certification you get is global. When somebody wants to hire you, if I want to hire you as a research assistant, I have to make sure that you are certified to interview human subjects. I have to be certified. I am certified to interview human subjects. Okay, especially for example, in studies that are very sensitive. We have to know that you can. I'll give an example. During the field work we did in Mombasa, the World Bank one, remember the SDI I was talking about, where I was training clinicians in Mombasa Beach Hotel. And then, you know, Mombasa, someone came from Siaya, from Nyandarua, it's a bit cold. Come to Mombasa, the heat is functioning in the body. Yeah? And they were paid, I think 3,000K a day. Hotel is covered, everything, food, everything, and then you're given additional cash. So they went, no Nyali, yeah? They went Tapas and Anuba. Those who have been to Mombasa, those are the places things are happening, right? I have money. What can I do? And in Mombasa is hot, life is good. This young man goes out. And then he takes 1, 2, 3, before you know, he sees a beautiful lady. A man as a man can be, he makes his moves. Dada Poa says, yeah, I'm fine, we can go. They go to the hotel. Pardon my language. Those Dada Poa, they have prices for with or without CD. Okay? If you've done research on commercial sex, it's standard. This young man, remember this is World Bank project, and World Bank has safeguard protocols. Are we together? Safeguard protocols. This young man picks the girl, went to the hotel, they sleep. Come morning, the girl wants her pay. The guy says, no, we didn't agree 8K, man. I have 2K. The guy says, what? You did without, and then unataka unilipe 2K. Acha ujinga. 2K it was with. Now with, apana, the girl But you know, young ladies, commercial sex workers in Mombasa, they are connected with police. You need to know your surrounding very well. They are very connected with police. The first thing she does is to call police. I'm been sexually harassed. I've been abused. That young man did not realize how big that is and how serious that is taken here in Kenya. He didn't realize that. The reason I'm telling you this story is about ethical issues on data collection. Very important. Before you know, police stormed the hotel. I was the lead of that project from the World Bank side, and the technical lead, and also making sure everything is smooth. No, as African, we see Ubuntu, our brother before you, because I used after training like this on weekends, we would go out. We would spend 8 weeks together. So we bonded, right? Go out. Oh, Anthony, you know, you World Bank, you can, so, you know, come and drink. I said, sure, let's go. We'll drink, then I'll go back. I used not to stay at Mombasa Beach Hotel. I used to go to my place. In the morning, in the evening, let's go for a drink. So we became friends. In the afternoon, I see people, men, kikao, men, let's come. So I didn't know. I mean, I think I was in the office. And before you know, Harambee is going around. Okay? The curious me, the researcher is like, hey, what is this Harambee? Somebody died. Can I contribute? So they came first, they fixed me to contribute, and I contributed my 10K, which if I knew I wouldn't, because it was against my job. And then later, once they've collected, first they collected the money before they told me what exactly the money I'm contributing for. So they were collecting money to get the guy out from the police. Then I asked later, so who died? So in class, people are like, no, nobody died. We'll tell you, sir. We'll tell you, sir. We'll tell you, sir. The class rep, the class president who said welfare to mean Wi-Fi, he called me welfare. Sir, you know, sir, you know, this is what happened to this gentleman. I won't mention his name. And he was my very good friend. I said, what? So my brain races, what are the implications of that project from the World Bank policy perspective? And I asked them, why have I not been notified of this? But they knew if they notify me, I would invoke the World Bank processes. The project will stop. But because now I know, I had to act. And we had to stop the project for 2 weeks to make sure we put in place grievance mechanisms to make sure that the public is notified of this project and their numbers in case anybody is abused by any project team members or anybody abuses any project, where they can call. The project was stopped and the government of Kenya was forced to do that. These are ethical issues for data collection. And we will talk about etiquette. You are going to do correct data collection. You have whoever skin tight, all your shape is, my friend, somebody will not be listening to the questions you are asking. Or the way you look at them. We'll talk about the how, okay? These are very important, regardless whether you're doing qualitative or quantitative data, it's very important. So when you're doing human subjects training, it's very important because it helps you to be aware. You can get into trouble for doing something that you didn't know, but you crossed the line. Ethical considerations, okay? So first, rigorous training. It's very important before data collection, you do what? You get trained. First to understand the questionnaire, okay? Get finished. Just a minute. Yeah. It's coming up. Start MP. Jen, do you remember the administrator's password? Have it? Okay, so it's very important. It's very important to be trained. Training serves many purposes. Number one, what we are going to talk about is how do we do data collection, ethical issues, right? That's number one. But you have a questionnaire, and we will see. You expect your enumerators, researchers, to own it, to understand it, and to role play it. When I do training for data collection, they have to role play it. You have to be a respondent, interviewer, and then you swap the roles. So you understand how questions are asked. When you go to the field, the same, and we will see that. Are we together? Is it okay? Sorry, guys, just a minute. We are downloading this. We are downloading this software. And I need to find my password. I usually save my password somewhere. For some reason today, just a minute, good people. Yep, got it. Okay. So it's very important. Data, blah, blah, blah. Installation complete. Do you want to move starter installer to the B? Keep it. Starter MP. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. We are almost there. Almost there. Now I need to put in my issue. Maybe we'll do it during break. Then when we come back, I will show you what it is doing. I will do it during break. Okay? So that we can focus on this. Okay. So it's very important to do what? Training. Training is what? Very important. Training is very important. Make sure they understand, your research assistant understand the questionnaire. So when they go and ask, we will see during asking questions, if we had a questionnaire in the role play, you would see somebody's asking question, you come across, you don't know what you're asking, you're wasting somebody's time. Okay, so training is very important. Obtaining cooperation, mobilization. You want to go to the field, whether for qualitative survey, for quantitative survey. Before you go to the field, you know you're supposed to interview X, Y, Z. Mobilize them. Don't ambush them, call them, set appointment. Are we together? Call them before, set appointment. It's called mobilization process. Then it makes your data collection effective. Why? First, by the time you mobilize them, they're waiting for you, right? So you plan ahead, set appointments. Don't go to the VA and say, hey, I'm here to interview you. It doesn't work like that, okay? Okay, it does not work like that. Are we together? It doesn't work like that. So it's very important before data collection to obtain cooperation, to train ethical issues, data issues, train on the tools for data collection. How many times? So qualitative, I'll train today, tomorrow, and then you're good to go. My friend, you're kidding. I took 2 months to train people. You have to go through question by question. They understand the questionnaire. They understand the context of the questions. So that by the time you're going to the field, everyone has the same what? Understanding. You have to train them on field protocol, coordination in the field. How are you going to do it? Who is going to be the supervisor? What's the role of supervisor? What's the role of that? That needs to be done during what? Training. So prepare enough time for training. Request enough budget for training, and you'll see how we did it. Okay? What do you do during data collection? Remember, this is WWH. It's part of ensuring quality data. During data collection, read the questions exactly as they're written, verbatim. Don't read your own question. These days, softwares, Kobo, Survey CTO, Survey Solutions, these are tools that are used for coding questionnaires, right? They allow for multiple languages. You can have one tool translated in 7 languages, all in one tablet. If you use Kobo, you can have English and Swahili. You can have English, Swahili, French. Okay? You can have, I don't know. Are we together? Sorry. Are we together? Are we together? You can have English. You can have what? You can have French. The languages are there. When you are when you're designing the questionnaire, which is a separate training, how to design a questionnaire, which we will not be able to do today. When you're designing a questionnaire, you can have it translated. You have it in English, you have it in Swahili. In Kenya, English and Swahili mostly. If you go to Rwanda, Kinyarwanda. Very important. Okay? Uganda, they largely speak English. If you go to Ethiopia, Amharic. Remember? So be sensitive with language. Listen carefully to the reply and mark responses accurately. You're a research assistant. During data collection, listen what the respondent is saying. Don't impose your own. You need to record what they're saying exactly, because what you need is their voice, right? That's what you analyze and make sense of, okay? And that's why for qualitative data, you have to have voice recorders, right? You have to record. So you are capturing those conversations verbatim. And when you're analyzing, you're going to analyze verbatim. In quantitative data, if it's coded to on your phone, okay? If it's coded to on your phone, there's no space for you to manipulate. Are we together? And if it says write your name, these days you can restrict the tool to only allow characters, not numbers. Are we together? If it says impute your age, it limits age not to exceed 100 years. So if you try to put 120 as your age, it flags you. Are we together? The idea, you're also trying to minimize human error and to remove, you know, useless data. So if you are there, somebody saying it won't let you to go to the next step, you can put skip patterns and conditions when you're coding the tool. Kobo is a very good starting place for you to learn. Very easy and it's free. Okay, Survey CTO, free up to, I think, 1,000 something. But they're very interactive. Survey Solution for the World Bank, you're in the third world, is free, very powerful. I used to sit in Washington. I've coded the tool through Survey Solution, and I was the headquarter. And then I created different hierarchies. You are in the field, Kenya. I'm just sitting in my office in Washington. Every time somebody submits a questionnaire, I see in real time. Even when you code using Survey CS Pro. When we did the study for Kenya on SDI, we gave all the research assistant tablets. Each they had tablets, and supervisor had a super tablet. So what we do every morning, we are in, I remember went to Embu, and I had one of the supervisor fired. Because the protocol was, your tablet as a supervisor, it belongs to you. No one should touch it for control purposes, and I'll talk about it. You can only assign who does which facility or which module, because your computer, your tablet is configured at that level. The enumerator's tablet is configured differently. They can only access the questionnaire or a particular module they're supposed to do, not more than that. They can only access that module, they do that module. When they submit, that goes to you as a supervisor. Are we together? It comes to you as a supervisor. You review when you're still in the field. You review and say, okay, every question is clear. You click send. When you click send, it comes to me. It goes to somewhere IT before it is archived in the server. So finally, it comes to me for approval. When I approve that this questionnaire has been completed, it's clean, that's when it goes to the where? To the server for archiving. The idea of putting that is control checks, minimize errors, and making sure that protocols are observed. Are we together? There are some modules are meant to be done by someone else. So I remember that case in Embu, another one in Mombasa. I went to Eldoret, Bomas. I went to visit. I used to just drive around Kenya and say, today I'm coming to this county. I want to visit the city. So I'll ambush teams to make sure if they're observing what? Protocol. So in the afternoon, in the morning, I sleep in Bomas in Eldoret. I wake up, I go to the facility, hospital, because we used to do survey on hospitals, right? So I go to, first I went to Nandi, and then I come to Eldoret to do things. And then I meet the supervisor, we talk. No, in the evening we met, we had drinks. They used to treat me well. Hey, boss, come. Because they were paid very well, like $130 a day for 90 days. That's a lot of money. So we'd eat nyama choma, we would talk. In the morning, I'll be there, see their supervisor. How do you open? Because the supervisor needs to open the facility. So you in your tablet or your phone, you know which facilities you're asking and which module, right? And it also helps with, today you've done this module, next you've done that module. It's good for balancing the team, right? And also learning. But also for in case someone falls sick, okay? So it really helps in distribution of work. So we finished, I spent like an hour with them. They left them continue with fieldwork. I switched on my car, Nandi, nikaingia Kisumu, right? With my driver. When you leave, they tell each other, hey, this indoors is gone, banana. Life is free. not the African way. Because when they see me there, because I'm checking quality, right? I was like a watchdog. But hey, now I'm in Kisumu. So I went to Kisumu, Siaya, the Siaya story. In the evening, I get in a plane to Mombasa. My driver drives to find me where? In Mombasa. I'm together. I land in Mombasa around 4, so I go to the shopping mall. I find the lady in Eldoret shopping in Mombasa. She literally almost collapsed. And I asked her politely, how are you? Can we have a drink? She couldn't talk because she went against she was supposed to be in the field. The field work is ongoing. She's not in Eldoret, she's in Mombasa. She just begged, I beg you, sir, just don't fire me. I said, how now? So where is your tablet? You know that tablet, you as supervisors were trained differently and they knew there's some layer of confidentiality you were given, right? So if you have left it with someone else and you've given them credentials to assign modules and they're not trained, you have breached the protocol. What do I do with you? We had to ditch her. We had to get rid of her. The other time I come from Meru, stop Tharaka-Nithi, then Embu. In the morning, supervisors in Nairobi. And I ask one of the research assistants, they give me supervisor's tablet, I keep it. In the morning, we are eating breakfast, supervisor comes. I have the tablet, and I ask, so where are we going now? Which hospital, who is doing what? Supervisor can't ask me, I know you have the tablet. It was World Bank tablet. And she would know I would ask. So if this tablet, why did I find it in somebody's hands? It is against protocol. We had to drop her. So these procedures are very important, depending on the nature of the study. There are some studies that require very serious protocols to be observed. So use neutral prompts. We'll talk about this. If necessary, when you ask questions, ask as is. Use neutral prompts and avoid what? Biases. Are we together? And then after data collection, and this is usually an advice, before you leave the facility or the household, you have done an interview with the household, before you leave that area, verify the data. Are we together? So that if there's anything that is missing or is unclear, you can quickly go back and say, sorry, this one, what did you mean exactly? Just in case. Okay? So after data collection, review. Here you're talking of team and supervisor. And this was the context of how we did this project in Kajiado. Because what we had debriefing in the morning before you go and start looking for these young Maasai girls. Okay? We go to a school, we interview the children, and each and everyone, if I'm a supervisor, I'm observing how enumerators are asking questions. Because sometimes enumerators are asking questions in the wrong way. Don't stop them, don't intervene, you embarrass them. But you need to have debriefing in the evening where you can give what? Feedback. And maybe if you realize this enumerator is struggling this module, swap them. Are we together? Because people have different strengths. And this is why it's very important to do thorough training, because training allows you to see what are the strengths of my enumerators, who can ask what module. There are some modules that require people to be very interactive, right? With respondents. If I'm an introvert, my friend, you're putting me in a very difficult situation, right? So training and understanding enumerators' personalities is very important, okay? There are those who are very bubbly, right? Those ones, you know, if you want to do a focus group discussion, these are the ones you would put because they can spice conversation, right? Because not everyone can lead a conversation, and focus group discussion needs to be a conversation. Somebody who is skilled to also manage those who can talk a lot, because in a focus group discussion, you might find someone who wants to dominate the conversation, right? So somebody who has very good skills of moderating. Are we together? Because otherwise, if you find someone who speaks, and I'll give an example along the way, they're the only ones who are dominating, you'll be in trouble. Let's talk before data collection. Before what? Data collection. Now we are going to unpack the how. What time is tea break? 10:30. So we have about 12 minutes. Before data collection, ensure rigorous what? Training. Spend time on training. we tend to underestimate. I can do it quickly. Spend time to train people who will collect data for you. Very important. Garbage in, garbage out. Read the training manual carefully. So prepare training manual. You need to have training manual. You need to have field manual. What is it that you're covering? If voice record, I remember for this one, you'll see, I think if it's towards the end, we even have a manual to show how to use voice recorder. Yes. Two things. One, institutions, academic institutions to build that capacity. For PhD and master, there should be a dedicated training like this. You do have research methodology, but you know what they usually do, eh? Yeah, not so much. They need to have a practical, and this is where you can invite practitioners, a guest lecturer, somebody like me who would come and just give you the tips of serious data collection, number one. And there are so many firms that are doing data collection, identifying people who can equip those skills. Because even professors, not all of them, they have these tips, by the way. Not all of them, they are very theoretical, but practicality and the reality on the ground, not sure. Are we together? Number one. So one is to equip institutions to have the capacity to actually offer this training. Number two, the model that has worked. If you're a master's student or a PhD student, you get attached to a project where you become a research assistant to yourself. And that's the American system and the European system. So you work under a professor. Before you start collecting data for your own study, you become a research assistant. When you're working with me, you are learning. Are we together? Because if I am your supervisor and you're working with me on a project, I'm transferring such skills to you. You're going to go to the field. And that's why you see most of PhD students in Europe, they come to Africa, field work. That's when they come to actually learn. Are we together? So that tomorrow when they're conducting their own study, or studies, they know how to design good questionnaire. They know, but most importantly, you have to invest time in reading. So there's no shortcut. And that's why I see this training, it doesn't have math, but it has very practical, useful tips that are coming from the field that you'll never find anywhere in a class. Professors collect data. Sometimes they send it. So a good professor who does good applied research will have these skills. But most often we delegate. And that's why you see now the research field in Africa is trespassed with, not in a bad way, the likes of Dalberg, these consultants firm which are also doing research, which should be done by African researchers. And when they come, they have skills, they have tools. They can do data collection, they can do training. That's why World Bank, Ipsos, look at what Ipsos is doing. These are the tips when they do training. They're doing data collection, right? If you go and work, volunteer to work for Kenyan National Bureau of Statistics, this is actually what they teach them to think about. Are we together? But these are the practical tips that if you want to be a good researcher, you need to invest time. And don't mind to sell your labor, to offer your labor for free to learn. I've had so many students who would come, I just want to volunteer. Can you attach me in one of your projects? And imagine when I do these trainings, they're in the room listening. Are they not learning? They're learning. When I go for the field work, okay, facilitate your travel, at least you eat, right? And I say, go to the field. They're there, they're seeing how things are done. Are they not learning? They're learning. So if you're a student, be open. If you see a project, volunteer. Because your goal to go there is to learn. Are we together? I would recommend that. So read training manual carefully. Here the assumption is you'll have prepared training manual. So if you are a researcher, you want to conduct a study, prepare training what? Manual. And make sure you are research assistant, read carefully. In this case, we had a training manual and we were telling enumerators, make sure you read what? The training manual. Familiarize yourself with the content of the questionnaire. We send the questionnaire 2-3 weeks before training. So, and we ask you to internalize, to own it, to see the flow, logical flow of questions. Are we together? Ask questions during training. Ask what? Questions. You're not understanding about the questionnaire, about the flow, ask questions. Role plays. During training, if I'm going to do any study, it's a must in my rules. If I'm going to train you as a research assistant, we do role plays. You play a role of a respondent with a questionnaire and interviewer, and you swap. So you can get a feel of both sides. What does it feel to be a respondent? What does it feel to be an interviewer? Are we together? And sometimes if I'm a respondent, I become hard on you and see how you react, because you're likely to face respondents who are hard. And sometimes I become too talkative that you can't stop. I want to see how you would react. How would you manage me? Those are skills. And we will see some of the tips how to navigate them, okay? Obtaining cooperation. The study is a collaboration. Remember that. You want to ask someone, you want to interview someone, you're not forcing them. They're doing you a favor. You want their ideas, you want their views, right? You want their perceptions. So obtain cooperation. And remember, the study is what? Collaboration. So in this study, we were telling our research assistants for the FGMC study, make sure you know that this study is a what? It's a collaboration between us and the young girls, us and the parents, us and, so it's not extractive in nature. It's co-creation. Emphasize confidentiality. Emphasize what? Now, I want you to be able, you know, this information stays with me. And when I look you at your eye, in your eyes, I should believe. So you're telling this information is confidential, not go, and I look at you, I'm like, this one is unbelievable. Trust me, I won't talk to you. Are we together? Confidentiality is key because it settles the respondents, so they're able to share with you the information. Imagine you're going to ask about HIV, things that are sensitive. You're going to ask about partner violence, IPV, intimate partner violence, right? Or sexual behavior. Do you expect people will just respond, open up easily? No, they need to be sure they can trust you. You wouldn't do that, would you? Would you give information to someone you don't trust? You wouldn't. So why would you expect a respondent to behave the same way, to behave differently? Are we together? Confidentiality is what? So you need to be someone who can elicit confidence, who can exhume confidence, so that if I see it, I'm like, I can trust this guy. I think we can talk. Are we together? And this is part, before training, these are the things that in the voice, I'll talk about biases, how you speak, how you present yourself, how you come across. First impression always what? Matters. And we'll talk about field etiquette. How you approach. So you're going to interview people in Kibera, you go with V8. Already people are biased. Eh? Or you go to interview people in Kibera or Kayole, and then you wear very high heels, very nice. You're so like, before even you ask, people are wondering, who is this angel? Eh? Whatever you ask, they'll say, yes, 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 please, yes. They're saying yes, not because the answer is yes, because they are visualizing something else. Are we together? Be professional and sensitive to respondents. Be very, very, very sensitive, because people are very sensitive with their intellect, right? Don't signal that somebody is answering and you're like, this answer is stupid. And you're, you know, ladies, they do eyes, you roll your eyes during the interview. They will stop. Ladies have their own cues. Eh? Men, we are different. Ladies, they have their own cues. They bet their mouth a bit. Those things. Eh? Right. Men, I've never seen men doing that. But ladies will like, and they pick it very fast. Eh? They roll you up and down, right? So the moment you're asking somebody an interview, answer the question like, oh, really? They will feel you're judging them. They will stop. They'll shut down. Are we together? So control your own what? Emotions. Control your own. You are supposed to be neutral, remember? And be organized. You go there with your questionnaire and you're all over the place. Where is that questionnaire? Oh, this question. You are completely disorganized. Be organized during data collection, before data collection. So plan everything, plan fieldwork, plan how you're going to get into that community, who is going to introduce the team to the community, who is the community leader, how are you going to, you understand? You are entering a village. You have to come with respect. And that's why I say mobilization, you have called, you have made no appointment. They know at 10 you come 10:30, you are disrespectful. 10:10 you're there. How do you introduce yourself? How do you introduce your team? How do you behave? How do you engage? I used to tell people, you know, undue influence goes both ways. Don't go to the field work and then you're asking household, can I have tea? Drink tea from home, please. Can I have tea, please? Or sometimes in Kenya, because tea is karibu mgeni, they offer you tea. Now, so that is a bit of a catch. And I had a different, I remember I went to Machakos, that place where there's force against gravity. You know, these Machakos people, they're on another level, okay? There's that place in Machakos on your way to Kitui, right? Where if the car, you see, the force, instead of going down, it's going up. And I tried with the car and I saw it. I was like, wow, okay, whatever is going on here, it's beyond my common sense. And then I went to a facility. The first thing they see me is to offer tea. My training prohibits me from asking anything from them. But in some cultures, it is also insensitive to not accept what they're offering you. Are we together? So it's a balancing act. And then they say, oh, you can add one more. Now, so there are two things. Either I loved the tea, I wanted more. Don't ask. If they give you one kikombe, you have accepted. Don't, can I have more? Can I have more? You're not supposed to do that. These are the things that you need to manage, and we will talk about them, okay? Be able to give a good description of the study and the questionnaire. You see, this is why you need to be able to understand and internalize the study. You go to the field, it's here, it's flowing. But if you do quick training, somebody's disturbing a study for an hour. By the time you finish, respondent is sleeping. You need to be very precise, punch into the point. Are we together? Are we together? Okay, tea break. There are questions. Okay, let me take questions. We do tea break. I think this, you see now, I told the more I describe how things are done, it takes longer. I should have finished by now. Yes.
So Wycliffe, it's taking us back to data accuracy. So does data accuracy and precision include aspects of validity? And then the second question and the third tied together, it's on the certification of human subjects. What are the requirements and where does one get? I think they missed that.
So for the first question, the answer is yes. Validity, all those things, they tie in into that. Where do you get that? I think I'll share links. I think I have 3 or 4 links that you can actually go do you have to pay. It's not cheap. There's one for $30, I know. There's another one for 100. I would recommend the NHIS, the one in the US. It's really intensive and it has many modules, but by the time you finish and pass and get their certificate, I think it's for 3 years, if I remember correctly. You can do data collection anywhere, okay? Costech, they have another one, but I've never done the one for Kenya, but I'll share the links. Okay, any other? Is it thinking? Is it giving you practical tips for data collection? Are you getting them? Okay, there's still a lot more.
Good morning.
Morning.
I have a question in regard to an example that you just gave, where the interviewers ask questions in the wrong way and the supervisor figures it out, but then waits till the end of the day to brief them on what they did wrong. What happens to the data that has been collected throughout the day? Good
question. So one way is you can also request to go and redo the survey. That's one way people do it. Because stopping in between It's embarrassing. You don't want to embarrass your team. We'll talk about what are the responsibility of field supervisors. I'll share some of the examples, okay? So one way is to request to redo it, or you scrap that data point. Are we together? Because remember, you cannot input your views into the data point. Okay? So you can note that this data, questions were asked the wrong way, so they might be biased. You note it down. If you get the chance to have a conversation with this person again, fine. Otherwise, send someone else to do the interview. But it's very important to train and train and train and train enough so that by the time you're going for field work, you're well equipped. You understand the questionnaire, you understand the questions, you know how to ask, you know what the question means, you know the flow, and you know how to navigate around the question. Should the respondent not be clear with it? How do you make it easy for them to understand? And during pilot phase, because we pilot tools before we go to the field, that's when we can fine tune the tools. Are these questions clear? If they're not clear, what do we do? How do we change this, and so on and so forth? That's why I say World Bank training, when I was at the bank, it's 3 months training teams. Protocols, ethical issues, because we avoid all these issues. We don't want the Mombasa case to happen, right? Very important, but most of the time we rush. What I've seen in Africa, not only in Kenya, in many countries that I've advised and I've done some work, we just rush. We want quick data so that we can finish and go and get your degree, right? But most often we bypass so many things, and because people don't know, right? And it raises a lot of eyebrows. Okay, any other question? No? Yes, there's a hand there.
I'm asking, how do you collect data in extreme cases where maybe there's conflict, or for example, you're supposed to collect data in a place where, for maybe pregnant women in labor?
So I'll answer you by giving an example. One time I was doing a data collection and went to a household, and then we were interviewing a woman, right, in Tanzania, and she had a small baby. During the interview, the baby woke up crying. What do you think I did? I stopped to allow her privacy to breastfeed the baby. And then when she was convenient, she was comfortable, we continued. And I will talk about these things. I think somewhere along the way in this presentation, I'll talk about, these are practical issues. And this is what we call, you have to be sensitive with respondents. Not because this is interview. Can you focus, please? Please, can you focus? I need to finish this. People do that. Can you focus? No. Do you want time? Do you want to take that phone call? I can wait. First, it shows courtesy. You understand? And then you're considerate. But please switch off your phone. It's disturbing. I won't even continue talking to you. You get? So it's just, and you have to really be able to read both languages of your respondents. This is not something, and that's why role plays, going to the field, piloting, all of these things were designed to fact check and make sure everything is clear before you say, now go. By the time you are hitting the ground to the field, there's no going back. Are we together? Are we together? Yes.
When you speak about that, I remember when you say like you were interviewing someone and then due to, her kid crying, you had to stop. I remember there's a time we were doing data collection for an aquaculture project. So we had like targets. Okay.
You have to do this so that you get paid. I get it.
No, not really. Yeah, we are paid per day, but they say in a day you have to
do 10.
Fill like 10 questionnaires, and it was a bit wide. It was workload. So like you are interviewing business people, and they are selling.
They are selling. You have to stop.
You have to stop,
yes.
And then you have to like have 10 questionnaires in a day. So
how do you balance that?
It was so hard,
and
I don't know whether we were. It was wrong for us because we had to complain. The supervisors were too much. So I don't know that scenario. what could we have said if it was?
So this is where, that's why I said data collection is expensive. So in that case, what I sense is you are constrained in terms of cost, and so your team was trying to really minimize cost by making sure that do more for less. You get, do more for less. They didn't want to extend field work because it's costly to keep you in the field. That's why they say do 10 per day, and that's how you do. Once you know the sample, once you know the research assistant, you can know how many, you pilot the tool, know how long it takes. The beauty about these things these days, everything is recorded. When you design the tool in the software, it captures when you started until when you finished. So you can tell on average how long it will take to finish the tool, right? And then if this questionnaire, it will take 1 hour to finish, and we have to do this size of sample, how many enumerators do I need? So if I'm a project manager, those are the things I'll factor in. How many enumerators I need to finish this task, for how long? Because all those variables play a huge role in what? Budgeting, okay? Data collection is expensive, so you need to plan. So either if you want to do short, have many enumerators.
So in that case, if we didn't deliver, who was unethical or who was the problem?
That's a very catch situation. You can't force, because if you had to force those business people to respond, they would probably give you wrong data. You'll get nothing, basically. So you have to be, ethically, you're supposed to wait. There's no conversation there. You cannot put undue influence on them, because doing that in itself, it biases the study over and above committing unethical behavior with respondents. Are we together? So you have to really roll with them. And I'll talk about them. And that's why I emphasize, do the training on interviewing human subjects. Very important. They are the center of attention, not you. And remember, at the end of the day, why are you collecting data? You need their views. They don't need yours. You come with your pressure and your time, and that's your problem. You are working on my pace. Are we together? I forgot to answer your question on conflict. So if you're working in fragile areas, there are other more consideration. I wouldn't send a team, for example, if I'm a PI, I'm a principal investigator, I can't send my research team in Somalia, where I know, for example, they might be bombarded. So there are other considerations, ethical considerations, grievance mechanisms, protection mechanisms that need to be put what? In place. And that's why you see studies, questionnaire, they go through what we call ERB, Ethical Review Board. Before you are cleared to do research, it goes to NASCOT. Why do you think they do in NASCOT? They want description of the study, where you're going to do it, who is going to do it. They want to see the questionnaire, even the questions you are asking. They want to see them, because some of the questions are very intrusive. They would say, this question, you're asking too much, of course. And then respondents are given consent. I'll talk about consent. Respondents have the right to say no at any time during the interview. And you have a job to tell them. But as you said, you have given deliverables, bring us 10 questionnaire. But along the way, you need to remind respondent, please let me know if you wish to stop. And if they don't want, it has to be very clear in the consent. They need to know what to expect of this study, what are the objectives, what are the risks, what are the benefits, and if they are to complain, where they would go. You need to state that information before and ask them, are you okay? We start this interview? That's number one, no compromise. Do you do that also? You don't do that. Can I have, no, you need to read the consent. They have to say yes and sign. Once they do that, then you can start the questionnaire. When you do coding these days, it has all of that. The way I code my questionnaire, for example, before you even see the questionnaire itself, the modules, the first one is consent. If you say no, you will never see the modules because it will skip all the way to the end. Are we together? And that will be the end of the interview. If you say yes, pop, yes, sign here, then it pops up, the modules start opening up. Are we together? They are meant precisely to protect subjects of the research, human subjects. Most donor funding these days, those are coming in the agreement, in all agreements that we sign as an organization. They are very clear. If this is a research funded, right? If it involves human subjects, all the PI, even the managers who are involved in that research directly to interact with subjects in the field, they have to have certification on human subjects. Are we together? Are we together? So let's go drink tea. I'm going to reconfigure this Stata. I will show you the code and then we will continue. Is it practical? You need to think about these things. Don't take them lightly. People can get into trouble because of not following procedure.
Ocean, traveling in slow motion, paddling with no question, early morning with the sun, not so panic, innocent, trying to be a good son, myself 100%, wish I reached that skyline, skyline. I wanna reach that skyline, skyline. I wish I reached that skyline, skyline. I'm gonna reach that skyline, skyline. Endless struggles to go through. They're strewn in the city. Daily struggle to be true. Betrayed authenticity. Was no other understood. I will take another round. Or another attitude. Come from the ground. I feel it inside. Wanna reach that. It's somewhere inside. I wish I reached that. Reach that skyline. Skyline. I wanna reach that skyline. Skyline. I wish I reached that skyline. Skyline. I wanna reach that skyline. Skyline.
Skyline, inside, see the skyline. 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 Inside, skyline. Inside, see the skyline.
Have to join the meeting again. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Am I still on? Okay, so I managed to, hey, I'm not sure if you can see. I managed to open the do file. So I'm gonna go through it quickly, just to give you a flavor. See how do files are written. It's a lot of lines. So, but this can be run in a matter of a minute or less, and you have your analysis. So this is clear all to clean, capture, log, close. So everything I do, it's captured in a log. Okay? It's captured in a what? In a log. That shows any changes I do. See this line of code here? Log using, this is it was a trademark project. So directory. So I first, instead of writing link to which directory is what, I global. So I, number one, capture display displays the current date, day, month, and year. Every day I do analysis. It also captures data, global date, blah, blah, blah. I global folder where the raw data is. That's where I put the raw data. I don't touch raw data, okay? And then I create another folder. Once raw data, I process it, it goes to the clean data. Are we together? And then in the last one, a folder where analysis will be done. Tables, regression outputs, whatever they'll be going. Here is a log file which captures everything I do. So even if someone wants to see what I did to arrive at this conclusion, log file what? Will show, okay? And then parallel set clusters to this one is to force Stata to work faster. Okay, it's a code to performance of Stata. First line, I import raw data. Where are they? Remember, they're in directory one. So instead of writing a long line here, I've shortened. I put global directory. What directory I'm global? Here. So instead of writing this long line, I'm only writing $sign directory one. That's it. Slash, within that, the data file is called what? Baseline raw data XLS sheet. Download, blah, blah, first row. I want first row to be on top, clear. Poof, it goes. I dropped some of the variables, for example, today, when is the survey, when was the survey done? When did it end? When did it start? Username, this username is username of the enumerator, variables that I don't need. Are we together? I drop all of them because I don't need them, okay? And then I want to check country names that they're properly done. Free is a code for visualizing. If I free country, to list all the countries in the data. And then I rename country to country. See, I want all of them in small scripts. I label variable country, name of the country. So country will be seen, and then alongside it will be that, the label will be name of the country. When I free, I find that Rwanda, it's written like this. So I replace Rwanda if country is equal to one Rwanda. So in the raw data, the way it is captured 1.Rwanda. And all I want is to clean to make it Rwanda, to drop this one dot, right? So I say replace country equals to Rwanda. This quotation mark means it's string. If country equals, it's logical. I do the same, okay? Okay, and then I do that. I go to another variable, border post. Replace lab, Namanga I do that for each and every variable of interest, okay? Demographic data, for example, disability, I want to encode disability. You see, age, I want, the way it is captured in the questionnaire is age in complete years, right? But this is too long. I want to make it shorter. So I rename this into age. So it's easy. The string age replace false. I'm destringing because age is in what? In numerical. So I destring it to make it what? In strings, okay? I go on nationality, the same. Are we together? Are we together? I do that. This is about 1,000 lines of code. But of course, because you're cleaning, this is cleaning variables. One variable after the other. One variable after. Only thing I did, I had the raw data somewhere. I have a questionnaire and my state coding skills. So I did this one by one. I went all the way down. And by the way, when you're doing this thing, it's so nice. It feels like you're in another world. You have no idea. Yes. Uh-huh.
Separated words.
So, because this was done in COBOL,
Oh,
and the data was extracted in Excel. So now I wanted me to clean. This is me cleaning, making sure my data is clean and readable. And I'm very perfectionist. I don't want to see one dotted here, because when I'm start writing an analysis and extracting graphs, I want them to come out nicely, and you'll see how graphs will come out. Okay? So it's me and my perfectionist. There are people who don't care about those small things, but I do. Current business, blah, 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 blah. So I do each and every what? Variables. So for example, generate agent, charcoal, regex, da, da, da. How do you remove characters, white spaces? You see this? Please mention which product. This is how it was captured, timber. So I want to actually generate only by timber. But the way it is captured in the Excel, it's like this is too long. I need to remove that. Out of this, I want to pick timber. So there are different codes that you need to know, coding language, okay? Yeah, and then it goes all the way. Question number 15, how much do you buy in terms of purchases? So the way it is captured, it is CBT, how much do you pay for it? Now, you see, it's very confusing, eh? So I needed to remove that and remove white characters. It removes white space. See, and then I put double slash to show what this code does. It removes what? White spaces. And then what does this do? It removes dots between numbers, blah, blah, blah. And then this one, MOS, the code MOS, blah, 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 blah. Regex, it splits the different numbers in a string into different columns. Suppose you want to split a phone number, right? You want to extract, a phone number in Kenya, it has how many digits? 10 digits, right? So you see, which one should be the first one? You can actually extract that. Stata, even Excel can do that, but Stata has a very fancy, just one line of code. It creates everything for you. And then I write a loop because it creates so many variables. So for each var of this match, this string, this replace this, and I put this in local. So what it does, this is the loop. It goes for each variable that I've commanded. For each var list, variable list, which is match 1 to match 10, do this, do that. So it only goes to these variables, doesn't go anywhere. It goes in, it chases that variable, it cleans, it saves, goes to once it finishes, it stops. Are we together? But this is coding now. This is a different class, which I don't want to start teaching. So it goes like that. We go. It's a lot. And then I come all the way. This is all cleaning variable after variable in the questionnaire. You see question number 30, question number 30. What the question is, make sure they are all labeled and coded consistently as we would expect from the questionnaire. Are we together? Then I go all the way down. It's long. And then almost there, I clean. I want to compute asset index, poverty index. This is the line of code here. factor that, rotate, predict, score. That's it. The rest I'm the 1, 2, 3, 4. If data is properly cleaned, I have my asset index. I know who is poor in the data, who is not poor, who is rich, who is what. Are we together? But I'm using asset index, using different type of assets, bed, table, blah, 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 blah. And all of these have already been cleaned properly, right? Whether they're binary or they're continuous variable. Are we together? So I had to make sure everything, all the variables are properly cleaned, and then I do my thing. Are we together? I do that, I save it out. What does it give? It gives me asset index quintiles. 1 is poorest, 2 what? Poor. It labels that. And the data shows that, okay? I just said I can't open it here. And then I want to create net profit, for example, generate profit equals net profit, which is greater than 0, lever, blah, 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 record. I do all of these things, depending on how I want the analysis to be done. One thing to remember, everything that is done is script coded. If I were to open Stata and I put raw data, I would run this code. I just make sure the folders, the directories are clear, are okay, they match. I would run, we'll see the results right there and then. You can replicate at any time t. So if you work for me and I'm your PI and you are a data cleaner or you are doing my analysis, I expect you to do this. Because when I'm checking your work, I will not need anything. I'll just need you to send me the code and I have the raw data. That's it. Your code should be able to reproduce tables and everything else. Everything else. In fact, when I write, I don't use Microsoft Word. I started using Microsoft Word when I came back to Africa. I use LaTeX. LaTeX is a software that you can link Stata, R, whatever it is, and you write in language. Beautiful. You see the PDF slides that I was using? They are different, right? They are not PPT. They are LaTeX Beamer. And it's language. You code, everything is poof as PDF. It does pagination for you. It does citation for you. You just command one line of code, put Harvard reference. It pushes back the tables. It's beautiful. Beautiful. You can write the way, if you see the original script, the way I write, it's zigzag, but the output, marvelous. Are we together? People are using, the world has moved. No one, Microsoft Word we use here. Researchers don't use Microsoft Word. Well, but if you're using it, doesn't mean you're less of a research. Eh? You are busy doing Mandarin, bibliographic references, copy. LaTeX does everything for you. Your job is to just print code, remember the code, plug in. The same way R does everything for you. And then I come down. This was a project of I'm showing, and I'm not going to share this code because it's confidential. It's a code I use to develop Women in Trade Empowerment Index. I'm just sharing it for learning, but I will not share this code. It's confidential. Okay, so just don't take screenshot, please. Well, you won't know the data, but this is how I develop an index for Trademark East Africa. And they asked me to do again. And this is exactly what I'll reproduce for them. See now, I just tell them, give me $100,000. Where's the data? I'll get someone to clean and label the data. And I run this code. It produces everything. Whoa. In a week time, here is your report. Can I get my money? See, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Okay. I hope I'm not being recorded. So it does all of that. All I want to see is analysis. The last part I'm doing what? Analysis. Are we together? I clear all. Now I'm only using the cleaned data. I'm not using the raw data now. I'm using the cleaned data. And it's a survey, so I have to declare that this is a survey data. It says here declaring survey data and calculation of average sales, purchases cost, blah, blah, blah. So if someone is revisiting my study, they have a logbook, they have a do file. They will know what exactly I did and how I did it. Are we together? There's no secret. There's no secret at all. So if I share this, they are to review what I've done. This is what they'll see. And I can explain each line of code, what it does. I can subject this for review. People who know how to code, they'll look and say, okay, this everything is okay here. Are we together? And now here I'm running a survey regression. First, I have to declare survey set clear. So I declare survey unique ID, probability weights, because it had weights. What is the strata was border, the unit. Remember sampling stratification? Do you remember? Okay, it was border. And then here border is a what? Is a strata. So I'm putting forward slash so that if someone is reading, they'll know what I've done here. I've declared that border is the strata, the unit, because it was multi-stage sampling. You have border, and within border, they have women traders. Are we together? The primary unit of sampling, PSU, do you remember? It's what? Unique ID, which is an ID of each women traders in these borders. Are we together? And then I calculate survey means. That's how you calculate. I want to get mean cost, mean profit, mean whatever, over OSBP. OSBP being what here? Border. Okay? One-stop border point. That's what the OSBP stands for. I do the same. I do a little bit of transformation on the data because data in absolute terms, sometimes they can be confusing. So I transform them into natural log. Okay? Because you smoothen, the values can be all over the place. So if you transform them into natural log, you smoothen the outliers. I do that. And then I call this is tenure including, I local this Z list. Instead of doing and including each and every variable in the analysis, I can compact them and assign them one name. Are we together? So I do that. It's an efficient way of coding. I call it local Z list. Z list is tenure, education years, and age, and log cost. I call this is one batch of variable. Another batch of variables, I do the same. So that when I come to run regressions, I can run regressions easily. This is cross-sectional regressions, okay? Are we together? And here I run, you see this is interaction terms. Anyway, I'll confuse you guys if I talk about them. And then once I finish all the way to the end, what does it say? Exit, clear. So nothing is left. Exit, it clears everything and then it shuts down. Are we together? So I used to write codes like that. I got to wear glasses. I used not to wear glasses. I would sit, when I was doing the study on inequality on night lights, I would write even more complex loops that would go and clean those satellite imagery on what is this, what is language? It's running anyway. GIS language, what is it? I forgot, but I'll remember. You write it, it does cleaning, it cleans, and then it comes to drop the output in the folder. In the folder, another computer is running, Stata is picking, analyzing. It finishes, Stata sends to LaTeX. LaTeX, then it comes to my laptop. Everything's being run in the background at the same time. You're writing. So you see the table, you analyze, you're making sense. What is my hypothesis here? How do I organize the paper? Is that everything is linked? Python, sorry, I forgot the language, Python. But these days I can't do it anymore the way I would want. These things go with age, yeah? Although I know my son loves coding. Okay, so what did we get out of this? I'll show a bit. I'll show just a glimpse. What came out of that analysis? When I converted into Excel now, for easy, those who can use Excel, let me project this. Okay. So you see, remember the wealth index I was computing, remember? Eh? That line of code, it produced this. Is it not nice? Eh? Is it not nice? Very nice, right? Very nice. If I am to show you, I'm gonna stop this. I want you to appreciate the beauty of technology, because until you do, you won't. Let me get this paper. This is one of the paper I published. You see how it looks? Do you think that is Microsoft Word? Eh? That's not Microsoft Word, my friend. See first the way LaTeX starts. Highlights the literature. This was the first preliminary version of this paper when I was a student. Yeah? All I want is to show you the way, and everything here is written by LaTeX, no Microsoft Word. Okay? You see the graphs, how they look? That's one I took as an image. Not sharing. Yeah? This is not it. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, don't look at this. I know you get confused because it's more theorizing now. AJDK, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, and then how am I going to go and estimate log, light, blah, 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 inequality changes? This is very confusing. Don't worry. And then conditions. This was the first version of this paper. And then I just want to see if the results are there, the maps. See the way the graphs look like? Yeah? Not this. Let me get the one for space. Yes, this one. This was a seminar I was presenting in the US. Unless you want to hear the story of the thing. You want to hear that? You want to hear? Let's see. You will see it's really Thank you, everybody. My name is Anthony. Don't try to pronounce my second name. You might end up biting your tongue. So yeah, my talk today is on measuring and explaining patterns of spatial inequality, income inequality evidence from Africa. And I'm actually using some of the data when he was talking about night lights. And maybe give a story of this paper. The reason why I decided to do this paper is that so many people have written about using night lights to approximate income, approximate growth, approximate poverty. The only gap that was missing in the literature was nobody has ever done it on inequality, on spatial inequality. Then I said, okay, let me try and see if I can come up with something. Okay. So what my presentation is going to be more of questions and answers. Questions and answers. So what motivated this is actually in Africa, there's growing concerns. Yes, Africa has been growing quite considerably in the recent years. But that growth is skewed. Not so many,
at your own time. It's available
concentrated in cities, concentrated in particular regions.
I want to find that paper so that measuring external. Yep, there it is. You can read it. They're all online. Just Google my name, you will see the paper, all of them. Okay, World Bank Knowledge Repository. Where is the link to download? Impact, blah, 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 blah. There you go. English. Oh, this is a different one. This is another one. So I was working with old folks who use Microsoft Word. I want to show you. Yep, there it is. There it is. There it Why is it taking forever to download? How come? Is it restricted now? Imagine it is restricted. Even the author himself can't access. This is unbelievable. Huh? It's open. I want to just show you quickly so you can. Content. I have to sign in? No, well done. When did you start doing this? This is unbelievable. This is capitalism at its best. Let's see, maybe I can get it from here. If it is the same paper, that's a threshold. Can't believe it. Even the author himself can't access it. This is unbelievable. What? See, knowledge, the way they protect it. Huh? It's available now because I'm on the portal, university portal. Okay. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. It seems I can't download. Anyway, it's not coming, right? Let's try here. Let's see here. Yeah, here it should come. Yes, download this paper. This should be free. Okay. Allow. What? Yep, finally. Whew. Okay, so this is the paper, and I just wanted you to. I'm not sharing. This sharing maneno. My screen sharing is paused. Who paused it? Is it sharing now? Okay. So this is, I just want to show you the beauty of coding and what I was describing. Okay. So, okay, that's just the story. You can read the paper at your own pace. First of all, you see the way the paper is organized. This is not Word, this is LaTeX for you. You see how it does the links, the way it highlights where the data is, how the tables are organized. You start playing with Excel and manipulating the cell size, column size, row size. This does everything for you. You see the way I would put graphs, scatter plots. You can't see properly. I wanted to show you, see how graphs look like. Very nice. Maps, this is what I wanted to show you. See, everything is done. GIS data coming together. So this is the art of also presentation. How do you present? Okay. Anyway, I've dissected a bit. I've taken a long detour.
all of this. If you look at the table for analysis, the way they are organized, I'm not doing anything. This table with these notes, everything is done in the do file. Once I say click, go, it exports out, it becomes like that. Everything is. So if I want to change this table, I have to go back to the do file, change whatever I want to change, rerun the do file. It picks, because LaTeX is in the certain folder, all the files that are supposed to be loaded in a certain format are in that folder. So once I run the code, that output is sent there, I run LaTeX again, it picks it up. It's like a movie, eh? It's beautiful, by the way. That's why I tell you, when I get to do these things, I can't stop. But at least I've learned how to stop these days. All right, so let's go back to class, because I think we have taken a long detour, right? At least I have demonstrated to you some of the things that I wanted you to have at least some inspiration on. Okay, where is our slide? Is it here? Not this. Oh, where did you go? I can get you. Okay, there you are. All right, we finished this part before data collection, right? Let's go back to the field now. Practical tips before data collection. Teams must agree on departure time. So you arrive there late. This one comes 10 minutes later. This one, you are disorganized. Where are you going to meet to assemble? What time are you going to leave for the field? You must plan for the arrival. You must agree on organization of the work. You have to do team meeting in the morning and evening. So for this study, we used to do in the morning, debriefing before we start data collection, and in the evening after data collection. What was the experience for the day? What was the challenge? How did you manage the respondents? What were the issues? So that tomorrow, if such issue pops up, you have already discussed. Are we together? Okay. Now, during data collection, what makes completed questionnaire good? One, correct respondents according to STARD methodology. Stick to the protocol. Remember, I mentioned that? Very important. Two, all questions must be what? Filled. Don't skip unless it's an automatic skip pattern. Questions asked in exactly the same manner as they are written in the questionnaire. So don't ask your own question. You're trying to interpret the question. What this question is saying is this, and you misdirect the respondent. Ask the question as is. Are we together? So this is the importance of practicing, because the more you practice, the more you understand the question better. Even when the respondent can't understand, you are able to help for them to understand. Survey completed correctly by following instructions related to each. So make sure survey is completed what? Correctly. By following instructions related to each question. So in some questions it is written, probe more on this, probe. Are we together? This question on income, ask on this. They are usually written to guide you as an interviewer. When they give the answer, ask on this, probe on this, probe on that, probe. Are we together? Record the response of the interviewee. Never try to interpret. Just record the response as it is, verbatim. Okay? Write clearly in good spelling. If it's, you need to write so that it's legible. Because the one who is going to do analysis, when I'm opening, is there a repeater here? Yeah, sometimes you write yourself and you can't even read. So make sure it's legible. Check the entire questionnaire. Any unexpected, move this. Any unexpected data is clearly explained in the margin. So if you use the questionnaire, the hard copy, right? Even the tablets, these days it allows for you to know to put notation, to annotate something about that question. Are we together? It can have those flexibilities. Or at the end of the questionnaire, you can, but once you finish asking, you can note this question was not clear. It seems that the respondent did not understand. Are we together? It is very useful because at the analysis level, there will be such variables where you see this doesn't make any sense, and those notes can help to make sense. The questionnaire should be reviewed by the team before leaving the facility. So this one was, I also used the same, pretty much similar for the SDI, the one we did for Kenya Health Surveys, right? Health facilities, service delivery indicators. So what we had at that time, when you're in the health facility, before you leave, review the questionnaire, make sure it has been fully completed. Are we together? In this case, before you leave the household, before you leave the school, review the questionnaire, okay? During data collection, now you're in the field. What we are discussing was before, right? Now imagine yourself, you are in the field. You have arrived in the morning, you have done your debriefing, you've done all those things, you're in the field. When you're asking questions, now we are doing interview. First, remember to pause. Don't read the question. You know, there's what is your answer? How now? But also don't read. You know, there's this question. There's this, there's that. Then there's this. It's too slow. They get bored. Are we together? So you need to find to strike balance. Are we together? Striking balance between how you ask questions. So read the questions more slowly, emphasizing keywords and each item offered so that they understand, but don't overemphasize. No? Which word in Kikuyu is very difficult to pronounce? Let me hear from Kikuyus. Huh? Sorry? Can we get a mic? Then parallelogram. Can we have a Kikuyu to try to say that? What is the most classic difficult word in Kikuyu?
Parallelogram.
And what about Masai? What about Masai? What is the difficult word to say? Someone ran away. Eh? The Masai, they also struggle to say some words, right? Eh? What other tribe? Kisii. What's the word they struggle with? No, Kalenjin. Kalenjin. I know Kalenjin, there's some words. Kipto. Who is Kipto? Kipto here. They have some words that they struggle with, right? So it's very important. And I'll talk about avoiding bias. Language bias is very important as well, right? So if the respondent offers range of numbers instead of specific number, ask if the answer is closer to the lower bound or higher bound. Suppose you're asking about income. And you know, sometimes, most often, we know, if you ask them, how much do you earn? And yeah, I'll not tell you I'm earning 5K. Eh? Okay, if I earn more, I want to try to bump, and depending on who's asking. If it's a beautiful young lady, I'm like, oh, I want to woo this one. How much do I earn? 2 million a month. You see her, she will blink a bit. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Right? People tend to do that, okay? For other motives. Because I know after the interview, we will talk. So you know how much I earn, right? I send my signal right there and then. But if I earn less and you're asking me, please skip that question. Remember I said, respondents can always say, I don't want to answer that question. You can't force. They have the right to say, can we go to the next question? And you always have to tell them, if I ask a question that makes you feel uncomfortable, feel free to say, and we will move to the next question. Are we together? Don't force them. So if they say an amount and you're unclear, sometimes in Kenya, I know people are very sensitive with saying their age. How old are you? What, do you want me to die?
I'm just asking. So we say, so that's why they use age range, right? Because people are sensitive and it's cultural. In other settings, they say, maybe you want to bewitch me. What is wrong with you? Why do you want to do with my age? And in other words, we usually ask, which year were you born? Are we together? The idea is if you know which year were you born, we can calculate your age, right? Okay, are we together? So sometimes to avoid that, you can say, okay, so between 10 and 20, how old are you? Are you on the 20 side or on the 10 side? Sometimes so that you get a close approximation of where they are. Are we together? Examples of prompts. These are examples of prompts that you can use or clarifying questions. You are in the field, you are doing the interview. Let me repeat the question. So suppose you have asked a question and you can see the respondent is blanking out. And you know they don't understand, or they're off target. One prompt is, let me repeat the question politely. Can I please repeat the question? Okay, so if the first time you read it and they seem not to be understanding what you're saying, or you want to make them feel is in general, do you say that if we do this, this would happen? In general, would you comment on, you get what I'm saying? These are some of the natural prompts. And then sometimes you can also think for a moment about this point, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Or what else? You know, people like to talk about themselves, human beings, human nature. So you prompt, what else? Don't put answer. Don't say, what about this? What else? Oh, you know, we eat once a day, but at least we go, what else? Oh, my husband beats me. Oh, he does this. What else? What else? What else? Don't say, does he beat you? You are leading them. When you say, does he beat you? What goes in their mind is beating. So first it sparks emotion, right? I can give you an example when you're doing an interview, somebody who is a victim of sexual violence. Are you together? So you really have to be, because one of the other things, why training is important, you need to be sensitive because you can ask questions that can trigger memory and somebody bursts and they start crying. There has to be, this is the grievance mechanism. You need to find ways of how you support them. You can't leave. Somebody ask them a question, a wife, and they reflect, yesterday they got beaten by their husband, they get emotional. What do? You run away. Because the Kenyan in you will be like, oh, this one is crying. She might say, I'm the one who beat her. Right. So what kind of psychosocial support you can offer, especially if you're doing gender-based surveys? Very important. Are we together? Are we together? Very what? Okay, tell me more. Tell me more about it. Hey, I'll start flowing. You know, hey, when I went to that school, hey, it was this, it was, oh, tell me more. You see, you're not putting anyone making uncomfortable. You're only asking for additional information, and you're not putting them in any awkward situation. Neither are you putting any of your ideas into them. Tell me more. If you are talking to someone and suddenly say, tell me more. Oh yeah, that means you're interested, right? And they'll tell you more. What do you mean by this? So maybe they've said something that is unclear. You want them to clarify. What do you mean by violence? Don't say, oh, violence means beating. He beats you, right? What do you mean? Let them clarify for you. Don't clarify for, because otherwise you're introducing what? Bias. Are we together? Does it make sense? So these questions apply for open-ended questions, for closed-ended questions. Yes.
I want to ask a question and I use myself as an example. Yeah? I've been to a research whereby the questions were very many. The questionnaire was quite long and we were being evaluated on the number of questionnaires that you're going to finish at the end of the day. And the way the research assistants we were working, we were sitting in a room. So we are several of us. So everybody is having a respondent. And then you realize that if you were to do it the right way, like the way now you have explained, then always your respondent will be the one who will like be leaving the room being the last. And at the end of the day, you will be evaluated on the number of people that you have responded to, or rather the number of questionnaires that you finished. So I realized that some of my colleagues, now this one I'm just being very honest, they will skip questions and ask only the ones that seem relevant, because you need this job at the end of the day. You need this person to employ you, you know, after this. And I got really confused. So when you find yourself in a place like that, you find yourself now you have to stop pausing and having a conversation. You're now like reading the questions for the respondent to just answer. And
so you can finish like everyone else.
Exactly.
That's unethical. Number one, it's what? It's unethical. That study should be disqualified. If I'm the one, if I'm NASCOT and I know that's how study is being done, disqualified. And probably take away the right of you guys to do that research ever again. Don't rush the respondent. Don't skip the question. The protocol is very clear. If the study was approved, what you take to NASCOT is a protocol for approval. Not following the protocol is a breach of them. And you should be suspended to do research. But of course, we know our countries, they're not in the field. But they might ask, the ethical review board might ask to see the data that you have collected. They may even go and triangulate and find who did you interview if they were abused. And that's why you see, we talk about consent form. In the consent form, you need to put even the number in case a respondent feels vulnerable. Who can they talk to? So in this case, this was your case. This is the research team problem. They want to maximize, because most of these are consultancies, right? They want to maximize profit and minimize cost. And that's what I'll tell you, run through, you skip. No. You do your job. And that's why if you do training, you master the tools. Training is, people always don't factor in the importance of training. Invest in training, because when you get a team that is well trained, they own the tools, it won't be a problem. Trust me, if you give me a questionnaire, I'll be moving like that. And I'll have a conversation. By that, can I have your business card, please? And relationship nimefungua. Don't leave because you're meeting someone. You do, yeah? And you know, I interviewed, do you have jobs, sir? But that's after the survey, not immediately. Okay, you had a question? I hope I've answered your question.
In the morning, okay, we are still in the morning. My brother Misiani alluded to the fact that most of our research as graduate students, we are not funded. And sometimes you already have formulated an hypothesis of what the study is going to look like. And then you are advising me to use prompts. Sometimes with that biasness, what is the risk am I incurring in prompting in a way that, because I'm already biased because there's a hypothesis that I'm trying to validate or check.
Good. Now, first of all, you have a hypothesis you want to validate. You don't have an answer to your hypothesis, and your answer can go any direction. And that's where the neutrality of you going to the field is important. Yes, when you're collecting data, you have an intention, right? You are very intentional about what you want, but you cannot be intentional about what people would say to you. Your job now is to be neutral, because what you want depends on what people would say, because after you've analyzed, then you know to what extent those answers answer my hypothesis or not, number one. But you're asking a practical question. How do you isolate yourself from not asking biased questions that will give? Then you're not a good researcher. A good researcher will be neutral and open, because research is about discovery. But if you premeditate discovery, is that research now? You just want to validate your hypothesis. But a good researcher, which is well-grounded on theory, it is discovery. And discovery, that's why it's called a hypothesis what? Testing. You can reject or you can accept the now. If you reject, that means your hypothesis testing was okay. What you wanted to study is okay. And if it turns out not to be the case, it's also okay. And that's why these days, donors, research institutions, they don't like to hear the good side. They also hear the bad and the ugly. The lessons learned, what is working, what is not working. In economics, development economics, they've started the replication movement, the Journal of Development Economics, where you pre-state your hypothesis before. In the past, academicians used to, they prefer to publish. The journal editors were more keen on studies with impact. If there's an impact and it's done rigorously, publish this, right? If there's no impact, null studies were not published. But these days, they're also publishing them because it's also quite important to learn what is working and what is not working. When we don't find an impact, when we don't find results that we are looking out for, it's okay too, it's lesson. There's a paper, you can Google 1 million regressions. It's called 1 million regressions. And this is why in economics, we started a replication movement. Coding, you see this coding, it's mandatory. When you submit to a journal, they have to see the code, the raw data, and they are reproducing the graphs and the tables you have in your paper. They have to check. Why? Because otherwise we used to do what we call p-hacking or cherry picking. I sit in my ivory tower, where we're in the ivory tower, in my office on my computer. I'm running 1 million regression. I'm looking for one regression that tells a nice story. Are we together? I just cherry pick that. And that's what the paper is all around it. When we do robustness check to test, that narrative runs away. And that waters down the paper. So what I would say as a good researcher, be open-minded. Yes, you have a hypothesis you're testing. If it turns out not to be the case, perhaps it's a door for doing a further research to find out why is it not the case the way I hypothesized, the way it has been documented in the literature. Maybe that could be a path-breaking discovery. But you limit yourself when you say, I have the way you have described, right? You limit yourself because you want to see my hypothesis. This is the only thing I want. So even when you're asking questions, you're biased because you're framing it along those lines, right? You're supposed to be neutral. You're supposed to be neutral so that you can get the right responses from the respondents. Okay, yes.
How does one approach a situation whereby the respondents are still unwilling to engage despite following proper questionnaire channels?
They're not willing.
Yeah, they're still unwilling to engage.
We will come to that. Rapport. How do you create rapport? We'll come to that. Very important. Eye contact. So don't look at me and then in winking. You're interviewing someone and then you're winking. My friend, you'll get into trouble. Yeah, we'll come to that. I'll come to that. I was just giving an example. Rapport. I think the next slide I'm talking about it. Rapport is very important. How do you approach someone? And how do you handle difficult respondents? There are those ones you go and interview, they're white old people and you're a young girl. You're asking them questions. First, their demeanor to you, like you're my daughter. What are you telling me? That one I can't answer. Ask another question. And you get scared. First of all, it's like your dad or your grandpa. What do you do? How do you handle them? It requires a skill. We'll talk about them, okay? So let's talk about during data collection. And I want to talk about two key important things, biases. And biases goes both ways. It can be a bias of the interviewer to the respondent or respondent to an example I told you. You come into my office, nice office, I'm in a very nice suit. Oh, you just came with your jeans. Hey, yes, sir, I want to interview you. I stood up. So who are you? Where are you from? Research assistant, they don't look nice, right? So know where you're going. You walk into my office, a very nice suit. You can see this is a serious executive, right? And this guy, you want my 1 hour. Sir, we made an appointment. So where are you from? What do you do? What research is this? I was sent here by my professor. I thought you had talked. You have lost it. Are we together? So you need, that's why it's important to plan and mobilize. You're going to talk to President Luto to interview him. Don't act like Eric Omondi. Don't act like Eric Omondi. President is giving an audience. You have to know what to say, how to say, when to say, because otherwise, to me, say, young man, I'm busy now. I have a meeting. you're done. You've lost the window. Are we together? Prepping is very important. And this is why I keep going back to training. Role plays. I talked about role plays, right? Very important. People forget that. So let's bias of the interviewer. You're going to Kangemi to interview poor households. You go there, you are smelling nice. First, you get in a very nice, fancy car. You don't relate. You are out of place. You think that you sit with those women and you are wearing nice earrings, nice chain, you know, nice wig. You look so out of touch. And you want to go and interview a woman who is selling nyanya and banana down there on the street. They sit down and talk to you. First, they look at you, they admire, hey, when will I get that one? Eh? How much is nyanya? Oh, 100. No. I mean nyanya. Oh, you mean nyanya, 5 bob. Ah, okay. Because you understand, you have to be able to what? Relate. It could also be a bias. Someone is giving an answer and you think like, what is that? This is nonsense. And your body language, your facial expressions reveals it. You're asking me a question, I'm answering. You're like, really? Control yourself, because that's the bias. The moment you say, really? I'm like, oh gosh, did I say something stupid? I'll be careful what I say next. Or sometimes say something, you know, this one, you can crack it. Don't start laughing. Somebody gives an answer. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we together? So you really need to be very professional. You know, this one, someone says something, you really wish you could crack. What did you say? What did you say? Are you for sure? Oh, let's continue. The interview will end there. Are we together? Be professional. So bias of the interviewer. I've talked of tone of your voice. Really? Facial expression and your behavior during the survey will make people feel comfortable to talk to you. It will help not to send the wrong signals. Because those cues, if misinterpreted, they will go into the questionnaire. Are we together? So if you know you're going to Kangemi, lower yourself to Kangemi style, so that when they look and talk to you, you look like them. Are we together? When you know you're going to Muthaiga, don't go like Kangemi. They want to open gate for you. Right? You are coming to an executive in CBD to interview them. Look professional. Even if you have to borrow a suit from someone, go and borrow. Are we together? Because you really have to understand your respondents. Number 2, there's verbal bias. One could be an opinion about the respondent. You form an opinion immediately. When they start talking, you know, the way we are, I look at you and you realize, this one, you classify them immediately. That's how we are, unfortunately. And in the current Africa and current Kenya, if you smell good, this one, hey, this is the guy. You know, that's why they sell perfume in small bottles, because everyone wants to smell good, right? Yeah? I don't know where this Generation Z is going, because there's that myopic thinking that if I look materially nice from outside, I've made it. Are we together? Is it not the case? It is the trend now. You can't afford a 20,000, 30,000 perfume. You go to CBD, they have those small bottles, right? You don't want to miss, man. You live once and they make money. It's good business. So an opinion about the respondents and an opinion about respondents' answer. I've talked about it, right? Remain neutral. Now come back to your question. When they're difficult, how do you handle them? Are we together? Some of them, for young ladies, they are the sexual predators. Look at you and before you know, what do you do? So what do you do after the survey? You're asking them question on this questionnaire, and the way they look at you in a very funny way, right? People do that. It goes both ways. Even there are women who are predators. They start doing their hair. I remember I interviewed one of them. They start doing their hair. Let me do my makeup? I'm like, really? It goes both ways. It's not about men. It's also about women. Right? Or they stand. Oh, I need to get that folder. And I'm like, ah. Deliberately in the middle of the interview, in the middle of the interview. And then you see you're sitting here, you're facing her. She'll turn around and do the fold. And then I'm there, I'm watching. Now, should I ask the question or should I what? It's an invitation to treat. These things happen and you can be confronted with them. Are we together? For men, you go into a village, in a household, you're going to interview someone's wife. Make sure you sit in an open space, especially if the husband is not there. Find a private outside. Don't sit inside. The husband will come, my friend. It will be another story. Are we together? Okay. Yes. I think today we'll have to finish until the end of today. This is...
You preserve the best for the last, that's why. So my question is around studies, especially follow-up studies, whereby, of course, when you're doing the mobilization, the communities know that there's an incentive, right? And then during your pre-screening or looking at the study inclusion criteria, I am the respondent, because I know there's a financial benefit by the end of the day. I would give you the answers that you want. But during follow-up studies or follow-up visits, I realized that you gave me the wrong answers and therefore you did not qualify from the word go. How do we handle such? Yeah, for the first round and then say there are 6 follow-up studies.
For the follow-up, yes, yeah. I get it. So this is how you structure the questionnaire. You know, questionnaire, if you're good at writing good questionnaires, you can quickly see the answers they are getting, if it's logical. I think the point number 1 is how do you organize and structure your questionnaire in a way that it's so logical to the extent it can filter out. You understand? Number 1. But it's a bit challenging in a follow-up setting. You know, this guy, he did it for money, and perhaps the follow-up there's no money, I suppose. There's money all the way. So they'll keep coming. And you can't change the protocol. So that's a bit practical. I don't have an answer. That's a bit difficult, to be honest. It's a bit difficult. So you are wondering whether I should continue to ask this person or I should drop them. Are we together? But let's see, maybe it has also to do with what can we do to elicit genuine responses? I think I would like to frame it that way, regardless whether there's money or not, because it could also happen. There's no money, but they're not willing. They're not being truthful to you. Actually,
those are 2 different fields. The first one was in health research setting. So you're dealing with infants. So you get mothers, and basically these are studies in the rural areas, poor people and stuff like that. And the second instance was in WASH. So if I come to interview you, do you do safe water? Do you use chlorine and stuff like that? By the end of the day, the household gets like a bar soap or sanitizer or things like that. Now, if you stop, then you realize there's a ripple effect. This guy will influence. Yeah, I did an interview and I was not given what you were given, you know. So the next time you go, nobody talks to you.
Because you have stopped giving them sabuni.
Yes, and these are studies that you do like monthly visits and you do monthly reports.
So did they know that they would get beforehand?
Yes, they know.
Perhaps that's where the issue
because during field sensitizations, if you're doing a village and then you do a random sample, then I have, let's say a CHW, of course, by default they get, and then they choose households that we randomize and then they're told to go to these households, right? And then you go, probably somebody says, he's my neighbor, why did I not get? Then, you know, if the next person gets, so you get like a revolution.
So two things there. One, there's spillover, they tell each other, but 2, there's undue influence, which is why the training, I said, the NHIS, the human subject certification, very important. When we did the study on ECD, I was very clear, for example, when they demanded money, I was very clear how much we can offer, not more than $5. Because the moment you ask someone, come for interview, I'll give you $20, that's a lot of money. You are imposing undue influence. Perhaps a reflection on that study, one is, were you supposed to tell respondents what they're going to get beforehand? Or you could give them after the interview. Thank you so much. This is what we want to thank, a token of your time, so to speak. But all in all, it's a very practical issue. And it's a dilemma between how do we strike balance between how do we incentivize respondents to respond, not because we are giving them something, because they see the importance of that study. In the consent form, one element before you start interviewing, if they accept, is the objective of the study. That's one element of the consent form. Another element in the consent form is the benefits they stand to get. So you have to be very clear from the beginning, before you start interview, before you start the survey, that if these are the targeted group that we have, if there are households that you're going to have a sit down, bring all of them together and state the consent. Why are we doing this study? Why is it important? And what are the benefits for them? Until they appreciate and realize that this study is going to help them, they would always find ways to do exactly what you're saying. So if, for example, you had stated clearly what are the benefits, what is it that they expect to gain out of this study? What is it that this study will use this information for? Okay, that would help reduce that undue influence. Yes.
So probably most of us in this room would want to conduct a study at one point in time. So you realize that, say, so I'll just give an example of the WASH project. There's an intervention that either the organization or the government has put in place in that particular study area, and they're giving this incentive for participation, or it is a benefit for everyone, right? So you don't have a case of why is one so being given and I'm not, everyone gets. Then you come back after the intervention, say sometime, and you want to do
the inline,
an evaluation on the same, an impact evaluation, but you're now not giving everyone, you are doing a sample of the households. So this is a challenge that actually comes. So the example I'm giving is around COVID hand washing practices and stuff like that. So there were lots of interventions, and we actually saw a lot of improvement rates in diarrhea cases in young children going down and stuff like that. Hygiene generally improved, right? Then you come back later and say, we are still continuing to do the study, but right this time, not everyone gets. So the spillover effect is already there. You meet resistance. We need.
So, okay, let me pause you right there. So this speaks first, if you randomize, what is the unit of randomization? And remember I talked about, if you're doing at the individual level, they'll share information, it will be difficult to deny them, it's unethical. But number two, the last point you made on what is it that they expect, the resistance, okay? Why should there be a resistance? You ought to have engaged them, okay? You ought to have what? Again, stating expectations is very important. In a randomized setting, in your case, right, to think about who gets what when. Maybe you should have done a phasing, because you are facing a very practical issue. Once I know you have given this one, what makes you think I'm not stupid, unless you're saying I am? I would want the same too, right? You would probably behave the same way if you are put on that side, on the receiving side, right? So it's rational for them to behave like that. The question is, you now as a researcher, how do you mitigate that? And this is why I say, thinking around how are we going to roll out the program in this case is very critical. Who do we need to engage? Managing expectations, very critical. I tried the last study we did. I really tried not. In fact, the first time they went to the field, I didn't want to give them anything. I wanted them to, they stated the consent, they stated the benefits. I wanted parents in their own merit to see the point of a survey on ECD and the value of that information for APET schools in their communities. And then they made a very valid case. They did not ask for much. They said, you know, survey is being done. Okay, I worked with the grantee. They mobilized places where we could meet. So some parents are coming from far. And the COVID economy is hard. They said, I want to come. But how do I come there? I can't walk. You understand? So in that case, it's a logical request. Then I made a decision to say, okay, team, this makes sense. And at the end of the day, remember, we want these people. We need them, don't we? Okay? So I said, okay, if they come, we'll pay their fare. And then maybe you arrange tea, you know, where everyone can have access to tea. And don't put too much. If you put tea and nice lunch, they will come for lunch, my friend. They'll be waiting. What is lunchtime? They'll be dragging, answering questions until they get to lunchtime. I hope it's difficult, to be honest. Some of these things you will face them as they come and figure out how to navigate them. Yes.
Yeah, that's very clear. So the last point is based on what you said. You go to the field, you realize they don't come. Your protocol is out there. It's already approved by RB and DRCs and all those ethical approving bodies. Do you change your protocol in that case? Because that has to be clear that I'm going to do reimbursements. It is not a benefit, but you're coming at our cost.
That needs to be documented, because at that juncture, you can't go back to NASCOT and ask for another approval to be imprudent, right? That's something that you act, you justify why it was done and how much was it given, so that it doesn't come across you imposed undue influence, because undue influence is unethical. So if it's because you might go to the field, that's why I said, you might go to the field and someone breaks down, or you're interviewing. I remember, okay, I went to Laikipia during the SDI. This is a practical example. Laikipia, on your way to Isiolo, there was a national park, that road, I can't remember. And then they had a facility. I went there with two research assistants. They are nurses and they are medical doctors. When we got to that hospital, a woman was supposed to deliver, and there's only one doctor. Do you know those nurses and the doctor, they had to wear their white gown to go and deliver the baby before they do the interviews, because they were supposed to interview the head of the facility. And the head of the facility is the medical doctor, right? So he's attending to patients, a woman comes about to deliver. We didn't have a protocol for them to intervene, but because it was a health issue, it was allowed. But we didn't ask them, go to the facility and help. Another incident in Kakamega, we went in Kakamega in one of the facilities. There's only one, you know, I don't know how much you know your country. Go deep. I've been to your country very well. Go deep, kule usha go. Deep interior and the quality of hospitals. There's only one. So now, can we ask him to stop attending to patients so that he can answer the interview? No. So what we did is, are you a medic? Are you a medic? Are you a medic? Get in, start saving. So we helped to remove the client, the patients, right? So they started doing prescription, listening, because they are trained, qualified Kenyan doctors. So instead of waiting until we get the head of the facility to talk to, who has a queue of patients, I actually allowed. I said, no, in fact, it's the right thing to do, because otherwise in your hospital, you'll be dealing with these cases. So go deal with them. So you help. And the facility were happy. In fact, by the time we sit down with the medic, they were more than happy to cooperate. They shared information that would not otherwise be able to get. Whether that is undue influence or not, I don't know, but it was a good thing to do. Okay? So these are contexts that would matter, but the key thing is they need to be what? Documented. We were never going to the field saying, today we are going to that hospital, we have to treat people, because that was not the mission. The mission was to collect data, right? But when we are confronted with a situation that is within our remit to address, ethically, we are supposed to respond. And in health, I think that's the oath they take, right? Okay, during data collection, practical tips in the field. Identify the individuals you need to interview. Who do I need to interview? Who is the head of Kenyans, Atwoli? Imagine you're going to interview Atwoli. Is it Atwoli? Francis Atwoli, yeah? Kotu. What was the famous? Yeah. There's another one where they like to play in TikTok. Allah, 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 Allah. So you're interviewing with you. Allah. What do? No, identify the individual you want to interview. Very important. And presentation of the team. So you go to the field. As I said, you come to a school. No protocol. You come to university, go introduce yourself to the Vice Chancellor's office, because that is domain. You can't just enter and start interviewing people, and the authorities don't know. Are we together? So you need to go and introduce. If it's a community, you go, where do you go? Subward, or chief. You have to go to the chief. Hi, chief. We are this. We are coming to your area. Today we are going to do interview. My name is XYZ. I'm the supervisor. This and these are my colleagues. They're enumerators, and we are targeting to talk to these and these people. Blah, blah, blah. Here is our letter. No one will disturb you. But you just go there, decorator, and then before they call the chief, hey, there are people here. Who are you? You're in trouble. Are you not? Okay. Explain objectives of the study requires mastering the introduction. Now, when you read, when you go to, you are now, imagine I'm your respondent, you are the interviewer. You come to me, you want to tell me, so why are you here? I'll ask you, so how can I help you? If I'm to be very nice. But if if we were in the field, I usually play very rough to see how I can toy with you. How can I help you? What would you say? You have done all the introduction. How can I help you? Oh, I'm here to conduct a study. There's this blah, blah, blah. Long story. Learn to be pop, pop, pop. Are we together? And you can only do that if you understand the introduction of the questionnaire very well. In fact, you don't have to read. Some people would read, this is study, you're talking to me and I'm in front of you and you're reading, seriously. Are you kidding me? This is study, I am here to interview you. You're not even looking me in my eyes. So you should be able to master that and have a conversation. And that really matters. And I'll talk about rapport. Explain what information you seek and why. What do you need? Why should I give you the information you need? You need to tell me. Are we together? What are the tips? Clearly explain to respondents the information to be collected. Avoid what? Repetition. You repeat yourself over and over. In class like this, I would repeat so you understand. But if you're talking, and so why do you keep repeating yourself? And then you're off balance. Because I'll ask you, keep saying that. Don't you have anything else to say? You start trembling. Okay, I'll move to the next one. The next one. You have lost track. It happens. Be confident, know your thing. Okay? Listen. Listen more. Ask question, pause, let them talk. Now, there are those who talk and talk, know when to interject and stop them. One time I was in Asmara, Eritrea, and I was chairing a very high level meeting of ministers. And one of the ministers I won't mention, and I'm going to do the same next week because I'm chairing another session of ministers. Politicians talk. So in a panel, they just want to talk and dominate the conversation. And you are the moderator. How do you interject? How do you stop them? And then I remember I stopped one minister. Later people followed me and said, young one, what is wrong with you? You realize this country might not live. Know when to interject, know when to stop, because there are people, when you interject, when they're speaking, they feel what? Offended. But you cannot also let them continue to talk, because otherwise you lose track of time, okay? Take breaks. Take breaks, very important. Do you want to break? Do you want some water? See, you don't have to say, should we break? It's too obvious. Do you want some water? Maybe you can drink some water. Would you like me to continue? In other words, you're politely asking them if we should take a few minutes break. Okay? Especially if you are interviewing women in a household, in a village, would you like to take some few minutes off? Maybe you have something to attend to. They say, this guy is considerate. I say, yeah, can I take time? Maybe they are pressed. You see they are moving their legs. You should ring the, do you want to take a few minutes off? Or you can even say, is there a toilet? So not because you want to go to the toilet, but you see this one is pressed. Are we together? So you have to really be open. Consider the availability of interviews. So you set appointment at 10, you come at 10:30. No. And always remember, for example, the case of women traders who are doing businesses, give them priority because they're not there to do your interview, they're there to make their own living, right? So if they're selling, you be patient, okay? Think about the length of the interviews. And this is why practice and piloting is very important. Think about staff breaks and lunch for the teams that are going to the field. Where you made to do interviews morning to evening, there's no breaks for lunch, because you're told to finish 10, right? And your mind is focused on how do you do good interviews when you're hungry? You start asking your own questions, right? Because part of you is suffering. So it's important to take care of the team. And I'll talk about the roles of field supervisors. I'll talk about the roles of enumerators, team managers during field work. Thank the respondent before leaving. Okay, thank you so much for your time. Once this study is ready, we'll share the report. And if you promise that, share it. Otherwise, as you said, next time you go, so where is my report? You lied last time. Are we together? Very important. Don't promise something that you cannot deliver. Be brief before leaving the interview site. This is for the team. Have reflection. What did you learn from that interview? And that's when you are doing interview, most of the time supervisors are sitting aside waiting. Okay? Are we together? Always be gender sensitive and avoid gender-based violence, sexual harassment, both verbal and what? Non-verbal. Because you might sit there and you're smiling. And you're starting. These boys, these days, this generation Z, if a young man is doing, if a young man is licking their lips, you start interpreting something. Girls, women, they know, right? Is it not? Oh, is it me watching too much TikTok? I wouldn't watch it if it wasn't true. These are things. You see Instagram, those feeds, come, men ladies tongue out. We see them. As a researcher, you have to be observant, right? These are the things that in this current generation, they send a wrong signal, right? Hey, what is wrong with this? You're showing me your tongue. What is it? You want me to bite it? Okay? You're talking to an old man and you're too much smiling. What is wrong, young lady? Something I can help? Oh, no, I just like your face. Okay? Are we together? Yes. Please.
You've said that in case a respondent want to do something, you can leave them to do so that you continue the interviews. So how do you join the recordings that you are having? Because if you leave in the middle, how will you know the continuation? And another question, how do you name the recordings?
Yeah, you can pause it. You pause it. See, voice recorder has a pause. So you pause and you can save and mark it. It's possible. You pause it. It's a voice record unless you're going for another interview, come later. Which still, it can go half, and then when you are extracting, you can put them in one folder and say, these are two. When you're doing your in vivo analysis, you can load those two. Yeah.
What about naming the recordings? Is there a way that they are supposed to be named?
There's consistent. Now that's in vivo. How do you name properly? This is focus group, this is key format interview. But that's training for another day. Okay. Are we together?
Yes, another question.
Yes.
Basically related to that. Just to comment on the recording part. Some interviews have the phones and some have the recorders. And in the protocol, there is usually a specified format that you need to rename those folders. Now, my question is, with the timing for the interview, say the women traders that you gave an example for, I did my pilot and my pilot tells me I'll need 30 minutes for this interview, factoring in everything, including the time this trader is selling and I'm waiting. What if it goes beyond the 30 minutes, maybe to 1 hour? She's kept you waiting for like half an hour. What do you do in that case? And in the case of the targets she's talking about, you were to do like 5, you end up doing 2 interviews in a day. How does that impact your study timelines? And because there's always going to be a trickle down effect or spillover effect in terms of, if I needed to do this in 3 months, I factored in 5 interviews per day, but I'm doing 2. Will the study extend to 6, 7 months?
Number one, mobilization. Mobilization is very important. Mobilize your respondents before going to the field. Call them a week before, set appointment. A day before the training, call again. Before the interview, call again. In the morning, remind them politely. The idea there is to emphasize the timing. But you have a point. Sometimes you're in the field, everything has been done well, time-wise, and still things happen. Right, that's what you're asking. Things still what? Things still happen. What do you do? Unfortunately, you have to be ethical and follow protocol. So even if it says half an hour, but a trader has other things to do. So there are 2 ways of doing. Either you wait and be patient to finish that interview, or you reschedule. Are we together? Rescheduling is also okay, that today is not possible. What day will be convenient for you, right? There are cases we've done that. But what I think part of resolving this fully is to do proper mobilization. You know, in household survey, we do what we call listing. You list the household where they are, you identify, you mobilize, you send people ahead of time to go and make sure they set time, they're available. Are we together? But if it happens, you've done all of that and it still happens, there's delay, you have to be adjustable, you have to be flexible. Yes, it can have implication on your time, and the protocol has to also be flexible because you have no control of what is going to happen on the ground. I remember one time when we were doing that study, I went to Machakos. Machakos ndani huko, interior. And then that day it was raining. So my car could not cross one of the river. So and I had given lift of the research team. So we had to wait until rain finishes. And imagine if we were going to do for a female, the UNFPA module on female family planning, which clinic they go in the morning. By the time we got there, the women were gone. So we had to come the next day. In other instance, in Kajiado, Uko, interior, my team got stranded because apparently they were paid well, but they didn't choose the right no. They had a car from Kajiado County, but it broke down. So I had to go with my VX from World Bank to go and get them because I couldn't let them sleep in the Polinio. They would be eaten by lions. You understand? So by the time I get them to bring them to Kajiado town, it was very late. The next day they had to start late. Are we together? So things happen, especially in remote areas where you're going with field work. You need to be prepared. Don't go there with high heels. My friend, you need to be prepared to sleep in places. I remember in Kajiado, is it Magadi? That day, I just calculated the distance from Magadi to Nairobi. I couldn't sleep. I had to come back. I remember in another instance, and this for me happened when we were doing the SDI work. That day, I just came from Washington, and then they booked hotel from Washington to where I would stay in Kajiado. You know that this Namanga Road, that turn to enter Kajiado town, Kajiado County, there's a Kahoteli hapa, sindio? There's a Kahoteli. How much per night is 2K? That's the price. Now I've transformed, now I've acclimatized. Me coming from Washington with the American attitude, the World Bank attitude, that first I'm used to sleeping, flying business class, 4-star, 5-star hotels, and then I'm going to the field. What's the rate of the hotel? 2K, that's $20. Huh? So with my driver, so I knew I'm going to sleep where? In Kajiado. I was staying at Hilton because I was based in Nairobi for 6 months. So I used to move around to Hilton, Kempinski. This month I'm tired. Next month I moved to Hilton. Next month I moved to Serena. So I moved and then I got tired of all the big hotels. I got an executive apartment. Very nice. Someone comes to clean. They bring breakfast. I'm going to the field. Where? Kajiado. I said, okay. My driver picks me in the morning. No, in the evening. We go to sleep. So I go there to check in. The Maasai comes. Reception is over there. You have to walk. Red flag number 1. I go there. My rule is my World Bank training. I need first to know the room for security reasons, the location of the room. This is mandatory. It's part of the training they used to give us. The room, the location, they advise even for women where I should sleep, things to, in case of emergency, what do? You have to do that scanning. So I asked the guy first, that hotel, it's beautiful, but now I can go and be comfortable. Then I was like, on the other side, there's Pori. Yeah? And there's no fence. That fence, a lion can just walk in. And then the door is just facing the MC2. And that's where I'll be sleeping. So my mind in me, I could be food here. Somebody say, today a lion could come here, I'll be food. That's the first instinct. The second instinct, you go into the hotel, you know, they have those slippers, one yellow, one green. One yellow, one green. So apparently people steal those things, right? One yellow, one green, and then they cut it so that you don't steal. I look at that, I'm like, do you know what I did? I told my driver, let's go and sleep in Nairobi. We'll leave early to come back to the field. But with time, I adjust. So what I'm trying to say here, for me, that was I've done field work many years, many times, but I don't know, for some reason it was like, and then of course later I adapted. Be flexible. Field work is very, very, very rough and very unpredictable. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. And in that case, I would say if you had gone to interview them, you would get biased responses. Yes, because they're emotional, they're not thinking straight, and something else is going on in their minds. Are we together? And that's why they don't recommend, for example, doing data collection unless around elections. We don't recommend because of potential bias, unless the survey is about election. It's a different story. But if you want to do good study and around election, we pause until that cycle passes, because otherwise people will be telling you their political manifesto. Okay, after data collection, I talked about this. Before leaving the establishment, the research assistant must ensure completeness, legibility, and consistency on each form, and that the voice recorder has captured the interview in full. Now, you go and put voice recorder to interview someone and you didn't press play. You've gone talking for 2 hours. You want to press stop? What? I was not recording. You are done. Are we together? You are done. So very important. If the modules are not completely full and legibly, and the interview is not fully recorded with a voice recorder or smartphone, the RA must return to respondent to collect missing or illegible or inaudible data. The RA checks together all modules for their quality. So if you're working in a team, for careful consideration of all the modules of the survey during the initial and final stages of fieldwork. So fieldwork has, in the beginning, people are catching up. There are 2 stages in the fieldwork that are very important to pay attention to, in the beginning and towards the end. In the beginning, people are so most often supervisors tend to watch, you need to watch very carefully the data that is coming in the first 1 week of data collection, the first few days. because most of research they've not captured, they've not gained the momentum, right? But maybe once they've done 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds of interviews, they catch the momentum and then they start moving with speed, which is great. Towards the end, they've become gurus, they become complacent. So towards the end of finishing field work, pay attention what data is coming in. Are we together? Very important, those 2 stages, very important. What I want to say here, important tips for data collection, it's quality and what? And quality. It's only quality and what? And quality. Okay. How do we avoid, and I'm going to come to some of the issues, non-responses, biases, and how to avoid them. Non-responses, it could be because they are difficult to engage. They don't want. Or for some reason, they just give you answer. They know this one is just to bore you. What is it? Yes. No. Ask another question. When are you finishing? There are those who can actually really test you. Okay? So a high rate of non-response is a major threat to the quality of the data. Remember, non-responses. If I expect to get 500 responses and I get only 250, and the sample size from power calculation is what? 500, right? I have a problem. I have a big problem and I have to address it. And which is why how you engage, how you make sure this person responds to you. Have you seen these guys who are doing commercial and marketing, the way they beg you? Please, can I give you PP? Please respond, please. Not because they want to tick the box, but because they know precisely what you're saying, that I've been given 10, I have to finish 10. But 10 should not come at at the risk of compromising what? The quality of the data. Where a substantial proportion of potential respondents refuse to participate, bias what? Occurs in the data. Are we together? Your sample size calculation said you need to have 300 respondents, right? Only 200. What is that? Lower power. Do you remember? Remember lower power? That's lower power problem. Meaning your inability to refuse the now is undermined. Are we together? Okay. Those who refuse tend to be different from those who are willing to participate. It is therefore important for the team to reduce the rate of non-response to the extent possible. That's why you have to be nice. You have to be considerate. You have to massage these people so that they're able to respond and engage you. You need them. That's fact number one. You what? You need them. Okay? What could be causes of non-responses? The refusal may stem from misconception about the survey or other prejudices. Hey, misconceived, you're asking me about lesbians and gay. I'm a devout Christian. It's forbidden to talk about. Are we together? Are we together? There are things that those conservatives say, this subject, Jesus said we should not discuss. Are we together? Linguistic and ethnic barriers between the respondents and the interviewer may sometimes lead to refusal. Huh? Kikuyus, what was the word? Imagine the interview has pararara every time. Why would I continue? If I have to continue to say parallelogram, and it's difficult. Oh, the Kisii guy, welfare. Well, welfare. What are you trying to say? Welfare? Welfare or Wi-Fi? Welfare. Yo. What he was trying to say is Wi-Fi, right? But what I was hearing is welfare. And what he was trying to communicate is Wi-Fi. Are we together? And I'll talk about language barriers. Language barriers, they create biases. Tanzanians, when you start speaking English, the Kenyans can tell. That one is a Tanzanian. The same way, when you start speaking Swahili, we know this one. This is not one of our own. We look at you and say, okay. Emsema Ufyandundu. What? So this one doesn't know. Ufyandundu. Kidadavuz. Can you dadavua? What? You are lost, right? We know this one. When I go to Mombasa, every time I speak Kiswahili, they know we're Bongo. They can tell. right? Yes. Yes.
In terms of sample size, if you anticipate such issues when you go out into the field, can someone allow for an allowance? I mean, there are cost implications, obviously, but then compared to the cost of having to redesign an entire evaluation, can someone include an allowance just in case such things happen so that you don't go, like you don't encounter a situation where you have low power?
Yes, okay. One thing I didn't mention yesterday, and thank you for reminding me, is once you have done your power and you know the sample, you're allowed to oversample a little bit. So because there's also a risk of attrition, right? You might have your power and then, you know, during the final survey, you realize they are no longer there. So if budget allows, you can also you can oversample a bit to cushion yourself so that if there's attrition or if such non-responses, you can actually, in terms of sample size, you're not necessarily affected, okay? But in case you didn't factor for that, what should you do? And this is why I'm saying all of that is, the art is in the secret is in the way you engage in the first place. It's very critical. I'm sure maybe in the past, before we started talking today, you thought maybe it's just easy. It's the most crucial part of collecting data is these things that we are talking about. Because all the other things, analysis, they are conditional. This is where the data is coming from, right? Doing it right from here will get you there. Well, there are unpredictabilities. And even if the sample, for some reasons that are beyond your control, goes down, what is the percentage? Do you need to replace? Because that's a consideration to have. Do I need to replace, interview other people to compensate for this? In case of attrition, for example, you need to go and trace these people, right? Some studies have been done where by the time you have done the intervention, you're coming back for the end-line survey, these people have moved. And these are the people you surveyed them, right? You surveyed during baseline. What do? Maybe you can follow them in the village. Where are they, right? And when I was talking the deworming panel data that was done in Busia, it was tracked for 2 decades. Same individuals tracked over 20 years. It's possible, but you need to have money, okay? Those who refuse, sorry. So it is best, where was I? Those who refuse to tend to be different, okay, I talked about, it is best to limit possibility, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it is best to limit this possibility by ensuring that the investigator, you, and the respondent are of the same ethnic and linguistic area. When we went to Kajiado to interview these young ladies, who do you think did we use? Do you think I would send a Kikuyu to Kajiado to interview Masai? Yeah, what is this? You know, the way they speak is like music. Eh? Is he singing or talking? They are talking. And people align to their kind. Are we together? Especially in our country here. In Tanzania, we don't have so much of that. But here, you want to go and do interview in Rift Valley, find a Kalenjin, or a Kikuyu. If you go to Western, find a Westerner. Right? It's part of the reality that we are facing in. But removing all these ethnic tensions, right, aside, it makes sense if I'm going in a Muslim community to send a Muslim, because first they align. If I'm going to go to a Jewish community and you send a Palestinian, they will not even open door for him. Are we together? So it's very important to be aware of these issues, okay? How do we avoid non-responses? Yes? I was hoping we would finish by 2. I don't see ourselves finishing by 2.
Okay, in an instance whereby you are a consultant, you're supposed to do an evaluation for a project, for a program in let's say a college, whereby you're supposed to ask questions, or the respondents are the students. They don't stand to get any direct benefit from the evaluation that you're doing, because you're evaluating the whatever the program that is there. And then the prior mobilization that was supposed to be done, there's an agreement between you and the school, the organization, that they will do it for you, so that by the time you're getting there, the student already know, yeah, you're coming. And then come the material day, you're there with your researchers, and then you realize actually whoever was supposed to do the mobilization did not do it. And when you're starting now to do the yes, the student totally refused to participate. How are you supposed to approach that situation?
That's a difficult one. I can share an example of what we did in Kajiado. We went to a school, and then was that the school, or was that the young ladies? They were supposed to be there and they were not there. So the team started tracking. We asked for permission to track the women whom we wanted to interview, because we hoped they would be mobilized and we found them in a particular place. They were not there. So we asked, because we were also working with AMREF team on the ground, because they had their own team. We couldn't just go and start tracking these women. They're the ones who have been working with them, they know them. So they have locals. We worked with locals. That's one way. But another way is, I would say, since you're dealing with minors, in that case, you would be very careful. First of all, you can't interview minors unless you get consent of the adults. They're called students, but they're adults. They're adults. Now you get there, no one has mobilized them. They've refused to participate. Do you have leadership of that school? Because that's where the conversation, you can't force them. And I'm gonna say this in capital letters: never, ever force a respondent to respond. Don't even bembeleza. They should do it willingly. Am I making myself clear? This is ethical. Don't try to massage them. Oh, no, I can buy you soda. If you participate, we'll give you. That's undue and it's wrong. It is unethical. Even if you've been told to finish interview 10, 20 of them, no. It compromises the study. If somebody reports, that study is done. But we know really people tend to sway things, right? It's not, the fact that they happen doesn't make them right. So if they say no, it's equally, they say, okay, I'm willing to interview. The first question, second question, no, I don't think I'm interested. You thank them and you smile. Thank you so much for your cooperation. I hope to see you next time. And in your heart, you're cussing, shit, look at that. Who do you think you are? Right? But you have to be polite. If they don't want, you can't force them. Just go back home, re-strategize. Find someone who can open and unlock that door for you to interview them. Very important. You force them, you are committing a very serious crime in research. It's unethical.
The question online.
Yes.
Beatrice, you can now speak. Kayata.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. It's been a wonderful training. My question is on evaluating campaign programs that have been implemented on maybe using strategies like road shows at marketplaces or open air places. Now, when you come back maybe after 3 months and you want to evaluate such programs, how do you do the sampling?
That's a difficult one. Oh, Beatrice, you want to make sure I get hungry before my time. That's tricky because first of all, market shows, they bring people from all over the place. They meet on roadsides, right, or marketplace, and you don't know where they go. Unless you arrange another market show so they can come back. Are we together? But it's a bit difficult. It needs to be confined. Okay, if it's a market, an open market where people go regularly, then you need to time and know when they go, right? So that you're able to survey them. But it's very unlikely you'll be able to get the same individuals that were there in the first time. Okay, if that's not a priority, good. But if need be, maybe you might arrange, if you have money, the project has money, you might arrange another convening where they can come with music,
But you're using music as a nudge to bring them closer so they can come, right? So it's a very practical and it's very contextual. There's no definitive answer what you can or you cannot do. Okay? It depends on, but what I want to say, whatever you do, be ethical. Are we clear? Whatever you do, be what? Ethical. That's what I want you to take home. Any intervention, any creative idea you have, it falls within ethical practices. So how to avoid non-responses? If the respondent refuses to be interviewed, right? A reasonable and polite effort should be made to obtain her or his consent to participate in the study. A reasonable and polite effort. What can I do? Is there something wrong? And most often, they tend to say no if they don't believe they can trust you. You really need to signal confidence and trustworthiness. Very key. Trust is key. Confidence is key. That this one, nikiongea naye huyu, my information is safe. Are we together? So you'll try. The investigator should consider the perspective of the respondents, adapt and offer reassurance. Ask them politely. And they're also human beings. Appeal to their emotion, the human side. And if they still don't want, sure, smile and say, thank you, I respect and I understand. It was nice meeting you. I wish you well. Okay? Because if they say no, there's nothing you can do. If you force information out of them, you'll get biased what? Information. And that's not what you want. What you need is genuine information from them so you can make sense of whatever hypothesis you're testing. So conclusion, the WW what? H. We have unpacked it. What, why, and how. Keep in mind, interviewing is an art, not a mechanical process. Interview is what? It's an art, not a mechanical process. Speak slowly and clearly, repeating the questions verbatim. If you're writing, write legibly. If you're interviewing, avoid biases. And remember, data quality leads what? Reliable and credible analysis, which is what you need for your policy making. Yes. Are we together? Interview is an art, my friend. You need to engage someone, make them feel comfortable. Don't go there with your hard face. Think that they'll yes, go ahead.
Mine is a question and also a suggestion. I just needed to ask about if you want to get a quality data about what you are researching on. Can I say that the main thing to consider is your audience or your interviewees, whom you are interviewing? The main thing to consider in your research, can I say that I should consider my audience? That's the backbone to a quality data collection.
Okay.
Can I suggest that?
Come again on the suggestion. My brain,
Yeah.
I got the first part, the understanding the audience, and then the suggestion is?
According to the study, can I suggest that the main thing to consider to have a quality data collection, to get the right information, is to consider your audience or your interviewees? Because when you are collecting a data on health of pregnant woman, there's no way you can go and start interviewing shopkeepers or businessmen. You have to go direct to that audience to get that quality information you need. So can I suggest that for a quality data collection, the main thing to consider is your audience or your interviewees?
Yeah. That's the whole point we're starting here, is you and your respondents, right? They are the key. Yes, you're very right. Consider the audience. Who are you talking to? And I like your point about pregnant women. You know, they're very emotional. Factor that in. So sometimes we have seen cases where
the team composition, how you assign who goes to do what interview. If they're going to interview young girls, don't send men. Are we together? And you are going to ask them about their sexuality. Seriously, if you send me to talk about sexuality to a young girl, I'll refuse. But I can go and talk to the boys, right? You understand? And if you are going to talk about sexuality for adults, don't send a young girl to go and talk to a mother. So composition of the research team is also very important depending on the nature of the study. If it's a pregnant woman, send someone who has gone to labor before. They would know how to manage the emotions, right? But you send a young girl who has never gone to labor, has no clue what it means to go through pregnancy. They'll see emotions from the pregnant woman before, hey, usinilete tumbo yako hiyo, Allah, right? It happens. Questions? Yes. Are there questions also online?
I think I'd love to stand. Thank you very much. My name is Shadrach Akaki. Now, Daktari, thank you very much for this training. Now, my question is on multidisciplinary or multidisciplinarity. I read a report, I think some 2 weeks ago, a high-level panel of experts on food security. There is the question of concepts. We have different concepts, and yet our research now is supposed to be multidisciplinary. And we have a challenge of what we have in econometrics is not what we have in social sciences. So maybe you have dealt with this, even though it is something, is a conversation that is emerging. What will be your thought on how do we work towards converging the conceptualizations of terms, so that when we are speaking about a research question or a certain program, then we are having a similar definition of the concepts that we are working with on the research.
So number one, ego. Ego is always a problem in the fields. And I'm saying this without even flinching my eyes. Ego is always a killer of many things. In disciplinary egos are dominant in many of everyone is a King Kong. Huh? What do you know? You go to engineers and say, ha, we create things happen, we solve problems. What do you do? Huh? Neuroscientists say, we fix your brain, young man, relax. Communication say, okay, fine. We will sell. We will know how to sell things. You stay there with your ego, kills many things. Some of these definitions, they mean the same thing, but they're construed differently because of the predispositioning of the different disciplines, right? I think there's a need of having a room where we can sit together. And that's why now the trans, inter, and multidisciplinary discussions are happening. That's why now donors, when they fund research, they look it from multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary focus. What is the composition of the team? Bring economists, engineers, biologists, social scientists, communication specialists, business specialists, constitute the team. Very important. If you have written research proposal, big grants, they are very keen. I am an evaluator of these grants. And one of the criteria we look into is the composition of the teams to deliver the work. Because we know there's no one solution to problems. If you're looking at climate as a problem, it has environmentalists, you have climatologists, you have social, because there are different ways of explaining phenomena, okay? So I think what I would hope to see going forward is convergence in terms of us sitting together, acknowledging we are different, but acknowledging that there are things that brings us together. Because we're all trying to start the same thing. I'm trying to start the problem of labor market from the economic lens. You're trying to start that from anthropology lens. Someone else is trying to start that from historical lens, geographical lens. And each and every of those perspectives matter. Now the question is, okay, economists, we have always been dominant. Don't forgive, because we deal with money. So, you know, we are close to reality in life, but it doesn't make us unique. It doesn't make us better than anyone else. It's just now, how do we create platforms? And that's why I see now there are now associations, institutions that are being set up, looking at how do we bring different disciplines together, social sciences together, okay? And this is important. This is the movement that needs to start happening. It has already started, but some disciplines are in peripheral. They have been really ignored, especially in social science, humanities, for example. They're really, but humanities is a very critical area for understanding some of the issues we're talking about, human beings, social problems.
Oh, I'm told the online people need to hear, and they are part of this team. So my suggestion then, because I don't want to stand and say anything again, my suggestion is, since we are here and we are from different disciplines, could we say, could we make an effort of trying to create that from here, the multidisciplinarity engagement from here, so that once we move, maybe we can be the melting pot of the multidisciplinarity in Kenya. Thank you very much.
No idea, and I think you are not here the other day. I challenged people how to network, right? I challenged people how to network. I hope, and I sincerely hope, out of this 1 week, you have gotten a friend. Not me, but anyone else. Because I'm sure everyone would want to be a friend with me, for sure, because I can teach, right? But have you managed to have someone you can talk to? Have you asked somebody's number? Those online, have you engaged? Because that's what needed. And that takes someone taking them. I said last time, if you don't make the effort, nothing happens. I know some of you have written already with ideas. Some of you have asked, texted. I get phone calls. Well, it's good, but don't be too aggressive, text well. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing because we need to find ways of how we come together as individuals and collectively as a body of knowledge. Very important. Africa, I say this, Africa's problems will be solved by Africans. No one solved German problems after the World War II. They solved it themselves. They've constituted ports of how they could come together and address their challenges. So yes, tell me by the end of today we are winding up this training, how many people have you connected with? How many people do you think you can follow up and have a conversation? And don't look down. Great ideas start with small things. Great invention could start in this room. That's the truth. But sometimes we are myopic and think that, oh, maybe, if you go to Harvard, no, my friend, here. It can start here. This whole week, it could be a week that someone could discover something. Someone could do a path-breaking research that could transform not only Kenya, the continent. It could start here. From where I sit, that's what makes me work in the morning, wake up in the morning. But to see the hungry minds that are keen on learning and pushing themselves to the next frontier. That's, for me, I am happy. Here I'm heaven right now. This is what I do when I want to relax. I said it, right? I do for fun. I do teaching because I enjoy teaching, but I also like to impart that knowledge because it is overflowing in my head, and sometimes you get nightmares. Random assignment. I start doing random assignment in my sleep. I want it out. That's why I do this. But what I sincerely hope is that out of this, those who are online, those who are here, first is to connect you, to bring you, all of you together. That's number one. As an organization, PASGA, we have succeeded to bring all of you together. But out of this, you have got a knowledge, nice food, you're going to get certificate, you're going to get reading materials, but you should be able to forge relationships and discuss ideas. Remember I said our colleagues on the other side, they spend time to what? Think. So, okay, we can go to Milan and have good time, right? But tomorrow, what next? Oh, Java, I need dawa. Life goes back to normal. You never grow. Right? It's a fact. So I'm challenging you. Now I'm challenging you. Hold a hand of someone, get contact of someone by the end of today, someone that you can have conversation. And I plead to those who are in position of helping, help. There are a lot of young people who are very imaginative, who are very daring. They're not given opportunities. If you can help, why not? You're losing nothing by helping. Sometimes we are very selfish. And I'll become a pastor or a sheikh, start giving a pastoral service now. We become very what? Selfish. We are self-centered. Share knowledge. One thing, knowledge, there's one characteristic of knowledge is what? I forgot. In public policy, in public economics. I will remember. The problem of reading too much, I remember. You don't lose. If you open a door for one person, you have opened a door for a village. Why can't we help each other? But if a Muzungu comes here, we will all be centering around here. Can I help you? Even if they don't ask. Can I help you? And so where are you from? You think that they'll take you in their carrier and take you to their countries. Oh. So if you're in a position to help in small ways, please do. Because that's how that small effort measured in aggregate will transform Kenya, will transform Tanzania, will transform Africa. It takes us. It starts with us. If you have an opportunity for field work, you know someone, someone who is capable, but you won't give them because they are not related to you. How do you expect to develop? Is it nepotism? Is it someone who has the right skills and talent that needs to be helped and supported? Are we together? So if there's an opportunity, I share opportunities. There's so many that come my way. I just forward. I forward it to many groups that I'm in. Those who are in the same groups with me, sometimes I say, hey, there's this, apply. Do you need what the application? I can write you a reference letter. Apply. You get it, well, I'm happy. You don't get it, fine, try another day. We keep trying until we get it right? Americans, they have fake it until you make it. Are we together? So it takes us. Sometimes I talk to young people across countries, travel extensively. You talk to policymakers, there's a huge disconnect. What is killing Africa is within us, it's not outside. I said the other day, I don't care whether you're a Kenyan, as long as you have a black skin, that's what matters for me. You're coming from Ethiopia. But sometimes we look at, I'm a Tanzanian, you're a Kenyan, where? Watch your lane. But 70 years ago, there was no boundaries. There was no Kenya and Tanzania. Right? People used to live in peace 100 years ago. Why now? So if we can't help hold each other's hand when can we do it? And from what I know, helping one person, you're opening doors in many other areas. So let's just have that heart of helping, sharing, and giving. Because there's so much receiving and sharing and what? In giving. Can we do that? Connect each other. Imagine you're hearing this from a Tanzanian. Now I'll throw the East African pan. I'm talking to Kenyans and Tanzanians teaching you how to connect. It should be a Kenyan telling you how to connect. And for those who are online, my Tanzanian colleague offer opportunities, because if I didn't do this out of passion, you wouldn't be learning what you're learning. Think if I was that selfish and I'm not paid to do this. No one is paying me. But I said, I'll spend my 1 week to give for free. And out of this, you have been transformed, aren't you? So can you go and do it to someone else? And someone else? Unconditional. Don't expect anything in return. That you're building, that you're adding value to other people's life should give you gratification. You don't have to have money to be happy. Doing the right things that impact lives, that's something that you should be happy with. That's how I drive happiness, my definition of happiness. And I'll go today, I'll drink my whiskey. and having good time. I've finished my job. If God calls me today, what did you, God, those ones, that one is mine, that one. That one is mine. I did that one, I changed a little bit, right? And that, okay, we have different definition of happiness, right? But while I plead to all of you, those in the position of power, those who are connect each other in small ways, and that's how the impact can be achieved. Yes.
Thank you. Maybe I should stand as a sign of respect. Now, I think what we are getting is something that we should take to our organizations. And I'm thinking back to the ministry now. I'm going to tell them how to do things and maybe get the right attitude, because we've been doing research, but I think now we should get better. But I was thinking, because we need to learn. I have engaged you, ED, on the possibility of uploading this content into the LMS. I know Pascal has a very effective LMS, so that we can spend about another 1 week interacting with this content. So that you don't even give us a certificate now. Give us a certificate after some time. I think it will be more meaningful, because it will even make it more blended. The online community, us, we shall be able to get to know each other well, interact with the content well. I know it's some kind of an investment from your side, but I think this one would go a long way into creating more impact of this course. Thank you.
Thank you. We are thinking of accrediting this course. We are going to do accreditation. So when you finish, it can be part of a degree, it can be part, we're working on that. And we do have a lot of content. NIERA has a lot of content, syllabuses, materials to read online. I like the idea that maybe we should think about putting it in the LSMS setup. I can facilitate, but there are quite a lot of people who can facilitate from NIERA who can actually do the same good job. So it's an idea that we'll discuss and see what needs to be done, but it's something that I am personally very patient, very, what do I say, passionate to making sure it is done. That's the reason why I founded with my colleague, we founded NIERA, because I was lucky to get a scholarship to spend 6 months in the US to be trained on these things, fully funded. And I could make tons of money advising countries, doing consultants, but then we asked ourselves as individuals, and that's how NIERA was born. It was born when we were drinking beer. You know, there's, in heaven there is no beer. You know that song? You'll sing later today. It was, I love that song, in heaven there is no beer. That Professor Moto, the Churchill show. I watch these things. Yeah, I don't think I'm just a bookworm. I watch these things. We were drinking and we asked. I posed this question with my friends. I said, "Okay, guys, World Bank has brought us. We are doing some training for UNICEF global employees. That was 2014 in Kigali. I said, but if they're paying us $600-700 a day, how much money do they receive for themselves?" It started like that. With the beer in our heads, right? And then I said, why don't we set up something? Because we are skilled, we have the skills. No one can take that away from you. Why should we not start something? And voila, 4 years down the line, we have NIERA. Jennifer can tell you. That's how institutions are formed. Ours was formed in a bar, drinking beer. And then we said, okay, where can we put it? Where is USIU? Amos, where are you? A professor colleague, co-founder. Amos hosted. Oh, Anton, who do you know in the US? I know Hewlett. I can call them. Hey, Hewlett, can you give us? We got small seed money. Oh, Jennifer, where are you? We will hire Jennifer. Jennifer came on board. Oh, hey, before you know, hire someone and say, oh, more money, $2 million. Before you know, you are 40 people. It's an institution. But it started as an idea. And this is an idea. So we will do our part, yes, as an institution. And that's why I say this needs to be, because I know its importance. We know the gap in sub-Saharan African capacity, and especially in public policy. And I think after finishing this training, you appreciate that this is truly phenomenal in the way it now changes the way you think about policy, the way you think about how to go about to do credible policy research. So yes, take the challenge and we will see what we can do. Okay, all right. Now, lunchtime, all these questions.
There are two earlier requests. I think one to share your do file in starter formats or something. And then somebody asked if you could share your data on spatial inequality. But Clementine has a question on how do you navigate the aspect of getting the same answers resulting from the same location or experiences or even undue influence?
How do you navigate? So you're going to do field work and you're in the same area, you get the same answers. Was he there during, or we are talking of clustering? Okay, so if you were there yesterday, we were talking of clustering, that's exactly the problem, right? Yeah? If you have the same cluster, people are, what term did I use? Intra-cluster correlation. Eh? If it's too high, that means people are similar, they're alike. What do? Do you have to go and talk to everyone? The answer is no. What you need to do is to increase the number of clusters, okay? So in that case, maybe think of another area. But if you're in the same area and you are getting the same answer, that means you're not getting any additional information. Are we together? So don't waste your time there. Start thinking differently. That's how I would think about navigating. So now, let's see how many slides do we have? We are half. We are half. Okay, we are half. It's very nice. And now I want to go more into the field. And I want, okay, I can skip some because this is based on the work we did in Kajiado. So what do you want? Do it land? Because I was planning to finish by 2, so I release you. And we have cases to discuss. So I can run through quickly field work so you understand. We do lunch, we come back, I do cases, maybe 1 or 2 more. And then we say goodbye. Of course, there's closure. I think the certificate, they will tell whether they're going to send e-certificate, but they have to assess whether you've attended at least what? 80%. If you did not attend 80%, thank you. It was nice seeing you. Okay, it's important. We put this criteria to make sure there's commitment. Because imagine the level of effort that has gone into doing this. We can't just hand you over. I cannot just sign your certificate just like that. Okay? But at least if you didn't get the certificate, you got the knowledge. So you're not necessarily worse off. Fieldwork organization. How do you do fieldwork? Now I'm going to use our example of a study we did in Kajiado. So you need to think about reporting hierarchy in the field. Who reports to who? Who is the supervisor? Who is the enumerator? You need to think about field team organization. Sometimes you have multiple teams going in different directions. You need to think about that. You need to think, okay, in this case, sampling and sample size, this was because of this study. So you can, and we have talked of sampling and sampling size. You need to think about interview structures. Who is doing what? Who is asking what questions, which module within the interview questionnaire? Who does what? Interviewing the respondents. And know, for example, in this case, it was the school. Know the schools where survey will be what? Will be done. Mobilization. You have a list, a sample, this school, that school, know where they are, know their location. And that's why pre-planning is very, very important. So this is the objective the objectives that I want you guys to capture by the end of this. So in this case, in this study, we had a PI, which I was a PI. I had a co-PI, and then we had a team leader. Because I don't have to deal with all the granular things, you delegate. That's how I work. Okay? Okay. Others, they're micromanagers, they want to see everything. Me, I don't like that. And how do I build capacity? Build capacity by delegate. So I was there as a PI, a co-PI, and then we had a team leader, and then we had the quality assurance leader. PC was what? Project coordinator. And then we had a lead field supervisor who supervised the entire field. Look at this as multiple fields. And then we had 3 teams. We had field team number 1, number 2, and number 3. And each team had 2 research assistants. Okay? Okay? I hope it's not COVID, God forbid. So these are the field teams. So I'm going to zoom in into the field teams. One was called the Lion team. So you see, we were very closely. We were very, very creative, making sure that people relate. Another one, because we're in the Maasai land anyway. So one we call Lion team, another one Tiger team, and then another one Buffalo. But Tiger can eat buffalo, Lion can eat buffalo, Tiger cannot eat lion. No, just a joke. Okay. So, and this is the team. This is how in each team there was a supervisor, and then there was research assistant. Okay. Now, what does it mean in terms of responsibilities? Field team supervisor. Here you are talking of supervisor. What are your responsibilities? And this was specific for this study, but maybe a few can resonate with your study. One is you perform all preparation, including developing fieldwork plans and organizing the development of team members, including coordinating with AMREF. This was funded by AMREF. Field team in mobilizing the prospective respondents ahead of fieldwork. So supervisor, they start coordinating and mobilizing teams on the ground, okay? You ensure that fieldwork protocols are adhered to, including carrying out thorough data quality maintenance activities to assure that high quality data is what? Is collected. Work closely with research assistants to ensure completion of tasks assigned to RAs and adherence to all standards and quality measurements, okay? So you for example, you can observe how researchers they are doing, enumerators they are doing interviews, you need to observe, so you're able to give feedback. This question you staggered, this question you struggled, this question you did this, you could do better this way. And we'll talk about how do you give feedback. If you're leading a team of 3, 4 enumerators, don't show biasness. Say, you seem to like that one. And these ones, they're like, you don't know that one. You did well. The other thing, you say, he's supervisor. He's supervisor, you want to supervise more. Are we together? I'm talking to supervisors. And it goes both ways. It could be men, it could be for the sense, for the maintenance of team spirit. The moment you start showing, when you're giving feedback, suppose enumerators have done mistake, don't rebuke them. Hey, you don't know. Hey, I said you should have done it. You don't listen. I don't know what is wrong with you. It doesn't work like that. They'll shut off. And that's why we do debriefing. Debriefing you do as a group, and then later you call them aside. On this question, when I was observing you doing it, I think you could have done better, right? You say don't. Don't is too negative. I feel you could have asked it differently to achieve the same results. You understand? Supervising is like a manager. Organize field teams, field team meetings in the morning before fieldwork starts and the evening after fieldwork is done for the day, during which observe the frequent errors, issues are pointed out for discussion and correction to avoid what? The repetitions. Check and ensure the completeness and consistency of completed start by verifying and approving, rejecting or reject the completed questionnaires done by RIS. So this is, if it's coded, it's submitted to you for approval before it goes out. And observing the highest ethical standards of data collection to ensure scientifically credible, reliable, and high quality data is collected. And finally, assure the security and well-being of the team members, including fostering collegial and collaborative work environment during the entire field work. You're going to spend 3 months in the remote area. You become a family. You look out for one another. You support each other. Supervisor, that's your primary role. So if you've ever been a supervisor and you've never done that, go back to the mirror and say, have I ever been a supervisor really? Okay. And I'm giving a very typical scenario of field work where you are away for months. Right. These things happen. Very important. What about research assistant, enumerators? Thoroughly read the field manual to understand what is expected of them. Okay. So in this case, we had a field manual. Field manual dictates protocols, reporting, in case of grievance mechanism, in case of sexual harassment, it talks security, if you're going in fragile areas, what do you do in case of incidences, who reports what, who does what, everything needs to be what? Documented. Completing all required interviews, observations and assessment tests, including checking completed study forms to ensure that all questions were asked and all responses recorded. This should be done at the end of the interview to enable the enumerator to ask any questions that were inadvertently skipped or for which responses were recorded illegibly. Immediate reporting to field supervisors of any issues challenging arising during fieldwork. There's something, maybe you're abused by the respondent, report, unless you're also interested. That one don't report, okay? That one kanyagia. You have observed something is off maybe with the question, the way people report. You cannot change. The decision to change in this case, it was only my decision and my core team. So the questions, when they were sent to the field, you couldn't change unless it came from the top. Because changing would mean thinking about the protocol, the approval that we got, because all those questions have already been approved. So if you are to change, it needs to be documented for reporting. Are we together? Immediate reporting to field supervisor of any issues, challenges arising during fieldwork, that one I've talked about. Strictly adhering to the data collection protocols described in this field manual, that field manual. No deviation to protocol be allowed unless approved by the team leader and quality assurance leader, qualitative leader, and communicated as such. You don't just decide to ask your own questions. There has to be a very strict what? Protocol. Observing the highest ethical standard of data collection to ensure scientifically credible, reliable, and high quality data is collected. Do any other data related duty assigned by your supervisor. So this is how it was. In-depth interviews, key informant interviews, the target population we are targeting, parents, adolescent girls, young women, morans, parents, men for female, AMREF staff, grandparents, cultural leaders, cultural elders, the TBA, the traditional cutters, religious leaders, CSOs, CBOs, head teachers, MCAs, children protection officers, chiefs. And then on the in-depth interview, we targeted the young ladies who were going through that, they went through that program. And we had deep conversations. The sample was about, I think this one was more than 50, if I remember correctly. It was 100 and something. And this is how we organized the team, interview structure. Day one, on interview, if it was in-depth interviews, who are the targets, how many interviews, and Lion team, who will be asking. So we went, by the time we were going to the field, we know who is asking who and what part of the questionnaire. Are we together? It was very precise and very clear. And then the next day, if you did this module today, the next day we give you another module. And I remember at some point, one of the research assistants fell sick. So it was not difficult for the others to take over, to cover for him or her. Are we together? You always have to hire. In fact, you hire, you train. If you want 10, train 15. If you want 10 for the field, have 5 as backup. In case something happens, you can call them to come and replace the team, okay? The same goes for KII. So it was very clear. Field, who asked, the allocation of tasks was very, very clear, very important. And who does what? Arrival and introductions was done by the supervisor. You read out consent. Consent was important before starting the survey. Very important. You have to read the consent. What is the objective of the study? What are the benefits? What is introduction? What the study is all about? What are the objectives of this study? What are the benefits of this study? What are the risks of this study? And in case of anything, who can they contact? And then you ask them and reminding them again. Feel free to stop me if you're uncomfortable with the line of questioning. Feel free to skip the question if you are not comfortable to answer. And feel free to stop me, to stop this interview if you want to stop. Can we continue? May I have your consent? Yes, please sign here. Tick, tick, tick. Poof. Thank you very much. We can begin. May I start with your name? How would you describe your mood today? They'll slap you on your face. Is that the question you're asking me? So which side of the bed did you wake up from, left or right? Huh? What has that got to do with this interview? Are we together? So you start softly and then they order the questions the way the questions are ordered matters. You don't start with big, difficult questions, you start slowly and then you sway them in. So it's very important when you think about designing the questionnaire. So in this case, it was easy. Who reads the consent? Who reads question in section A, section B, section C and D, and so on and so forth. And then here are the schools that we interviewed. Oloitoktok, these are schools that we went, and I drew a random sample from the database that Amref shared with me, okay? And then we talked to children. I don't know, I can't even pronounce some of these names, okay? Now, and then day 2, we talked of the instruments. I talked about the need to go through the instruments. I want to go through the instruments here. Are we together? But we went through each, and because each category had its own instrument. And it was important research assistant understand and master and own the instruments. Are we together? So we had to go through question by question for key informant interviews, for in-depth interviews, and so on. First, I described why do we do, what is the survey? This was a recap because it was in the morning. And then why are we asking in-depth interviews? Why is it that we are trying to get? So enumerators can understand. Are we together? We made sure that they are fully aware of what they are getting themselves into. And why? I don't have to go into that because it's more now specific to the study. Key informant interviews, the same. Why are we collecting key informant interviews? You all know key informant interviews is self-explanatory. So you're looking for key informant, you interview them. But why is it important in this context, in this study? Why not focus group discussion? Or why all of them? Are we together? So we had to explain why is it important to get information from specific individuals. Focus group discussion. Why do we need it? We wanted group perspectives, personal choices, shift, whatever from the group. Are we together? Very important to explain to your research team why you're doing a particular data collection approach and what's the rationale of it. So they understand before you delve into the tool itself. So these are the data instrument questionnaires, the way they are structured, section A, question on what, section B. You know, it's like we are making sure you understand everything from. Now, IDI, section B, part 1. What is it? What does it understanding the beliefs? You see, by the time I finish this training, you own the tool very well. You understand the rationale, why are we doing this? And then when we start going question by question, can you do this in 2 days? Eh? You hear data collection, I'm collecting my data, feel like I think 3 days I should be done. My friend, you're collecting garbage. I'm sorry to say, and we want to be very blunt, garbage. Good data requires preparation. And it's costly. Are we together? It's costly. Section B, we talked about knowledge. What is it? When this section is about knowledge, attitude, perception, don't assume, and sometimes I hear this flowered bandwagon fallacy, that because I've done this questionnaire, I've done data collection in many other studies, I can come here, get one day and they're good to go. No, you can have the skills on how to do interviews, but you really need to get context of the study. This can't be done in a day. This takes weeks to take you through, to prepare, and then to review the questions, to pilot, to role play. Remember role play. Are we together? Okay, then they started, I wasn't doing that day 3. So they spent the whole day going through the question after question to make sure everyone in the room understands. By the way, by the time they finished, we give them exam to see who would pass to continue. We test them. It is a serious. If you want to work for me, my friend, brace yourself. There's no shortcut. I'm gonna pay you, and I pay good, by the way. I'm not mean. I pay people very well. Because I also believe people who are paid well, they are focused. They have the morale to do it. They have no excuse. But before nikupatie hiyo pesa, utatoka jasho mpaka la jino. Are we together? You have to earn it. It doesn't come freely. You have to earn it. And so on. And then, of course, we did recap the usual, unpacking the tools, blah, blah, blah. Now, I want to talk about field manual and survey implementation.
the last part. So we had a field manual, and how do we implement survey? And I'll try to use example of this study, okay? And then we break for lunch. When we come back, we would do, about 10 slides. Yeah, we'll do the case studies and have conversation on different issues that you have. So at the end of this module, I want you to understand ethical considerations, some of which we have talked about, field etiquette, understand how to build rapport with respondents. Rapport is very important, right? Here you call rapport, but see Tanzania, we call rapport. Which one now? But message is gone. How do we build rapport with respondents? And what are the tips we need to consider when we are conducting interviews? How do we ask questions? Because it matters how you ask. How do we monitor performance, especially field supervisors? You're in the field with your team. How do you monitor performance? I talked about if you have a small team, don't give biased feedback, give balanced feedback. Team morale is very important. If the research assistant feel undermined, they are not moral, they become demoralized. They might do a bad job in collecting the data. Motivation in maintaining team morale, and what does what, who does what, interviewing respondents. We talked about that. So let me run quickly. Ethical consideration, do no harm. Don't forget that. And this now has become a norm. Do what? Do no harm. The example I gave in Mombasa, that young man, was that a do no harm? I'm not sure. I will not answer. Do no harm. That's very important. Don't go to the field, whether in the village you see the women, you think they are poor, they are weak, and then you mistreat them. Do no harm. Very important. Informed consent is very important. And I talked about it. Make sure you secure informed consent before you start surveying, okay? Confidentiality, make sure someone can trust you with information. Why do I have to give you the information if I can't trust you, okay? Are we together? Voluntary participation, make sure you secure voluntary participation. If they don't want to participate, informed consent says what? You should stop. Are we together? And research results should be used for the purpose of research. Now they would ask, so if I give you my answer, my research, don't lie and give them exaggerated responses. Oh, this one, we will give you $10. You're not gonna give them $10. Be honest, okay? And that's my last point. Be true, honest, and respectful. Very important. These are very important ethical considerations that we need to have when you're in the field. How field etiquette. How do you carry yourself in the field? Now you're in the field, you are collecting data. Things to keep in mind, positive approach. So don't go to the field in the morning with a chicken drum. Good morning. And someone is not even struggling to have breakfast. Or don't go there with your a very fancy big cup of coffee. And the woman is coming from a, yes, Baba. Good morning. My name is, you see my ID. My name is, seriously. First you kill their confidence. Who is this guy? Let me give you a story. One time I went to Meru. Sorry for those who are coming from Meru. So I had this VX with red plates. Yeah? The World Bank car and with a driver. We are going for field work in one of the hospitals in those Milima in Meru. And the moment the VX, brand new, the vijiji wananchi watu walikama, huyu mheshimiwa ametoka hapi. Apparently, and this is the thinking of common mwananchi in rural areas. So they came out. And then, you know, field work, I usually wear jeans and t-shirt and my kofia. And then they see this, who is this? You know, the hospital, in the villages, people are very sensitive. So in that facility, people are like, what is going on here? You see people coming and going, and they're like, they're observing.
And before you know, we called the villagers, we are talking. And then someone said, so are you vying for MP? Which village are you coming from? You get the point. Positive approach is very important, because if you want people to sit down and listen to you, you need to signal, you know, that you're a positive person. Confidence is very important. You are a research assistant. You're coming to Professor Jonyo's office to interview. Professor can scare you. So what do you want? Oh, sir, you know, what? Be confident. Yes, Prof, I'm here. How are you, sir? I'm here. Prof will look and say, oh, this one has confidence, right? Okay, sit down. Do you have tea? Can I serve you tea? Or can I get them cookies too? You are being served tea, you ask for cookies. Huh? Be observant and what? Sensitive, very important. Be very sensitive. Mood swings, things change. Somebody, you are doing an interview, a phone call enters, you excuse an interview for a minute. The moment they come back, you have to observe. Should we continue this interview or should we come tomorrow? Are we together? Are we together? But since you have a deadline of 10 interviews per day, you keep pushing, they'll give you answers that you didn't expect. Respect for one another. I don't have to say more about this. Very important. We need to respect yourself, respect the respondent. Even if you're interviewing somebody whom you think in your IQ is very low, respect them. You need information from them. Without them, you don't have any information. You're going to informal settings. Okay? You know, we have this mental predisposition. We have these inherent biases. You look at them like, so this one, but you need them. And when you're asking them, you're asking in a very condescending attitude. That's wrong and it's unethical. Do the right way. Okay? Dress code, right for the setting. So don't go there. You're going to interview Vice Chancellor here. You should look formal. Right? If you look too casual, look at you, young lady, young man, what is wrong? Because there's some norms, some expectations, right? But you go to the field where people wear shoes during Christmas, and you go there with high heels, you know, with your headset and iPhone, and hello, good morning. My name is XYZ. You scare the house. The woman will look at this. Hey, first they draw, quickly they start drawing a photo of you in their mental faculties. And they have so many biases to the extent by the time you're sitting down to talk, they won't be listening, or they'll be giving you fictitious answers. Okay? Courteous language. Courteous language is very important. How you say it. And that's what I was saying. There's so much into how investment you need into how you deliver, how you speak to people. Are we together? Because if you're blunt, too blunt and rude, people can see through you. They'll just respond the same way. They reciprocate. Trust is key. Very important to trust, to build trust. Very critical. And avoid laughing and talking too loudly or staring. Someone is you're asking someone, so how was the rape? Oh, this was, what? You scare them. They're telling you confidential information and you're judging them. Did you really? How did you do that? Sometimes you don't say, your eyes pop up. While you're looking at them, they're also looking at, they're seeing your reaction. Then they realize, did I say something wrong? You know, they're quick to adjust. And before you know, see the story is turning. While they were opening up, very important, okay? So, or they say something funny as they say, you start, really? Okay, sorry. Okay, please proceed. Disrespectful, okay? Timekeeping, very important. You said interview will be for 1 hour, keep time. And for you to keep time, you need to understand the questionnaire very well. You need to understand the content very well. If you don't know, you'll be flipping out left, right, and center. See, this is why I say training is what? Training and practice is very important. Identification, don't go there and introduce yourself. Give them the ID to look, who is this person? It signals confidence and trust. I am here, here is my ID. Because you know, these countries, anyone can be someone, eh? Right. Make appointments and always seek permissions. Okay? You want to do something? May I please, if you don't mind? Keep yourself safe and safe custody of the tools. In this case, in this study, we had tablets and whatnot. So sometimes you spend long days in the field, you need to keep them. And confidentiality of what? Information. Keep information what? Confidential. So you don't want to be in a case where after the field work, I was interviewing that lady. Gosh, Manze, hey, people go through experiences, my friend. That's wrong. That's what? Wrong. It's unethical. Don't do that. How do we build rapport? How do we connect? Right? Make good impression, but don't overdo it. So don't start winking, thinking that winking is making good what? Impression. Okay? Always have a positive approach. Don't be judgmental. We are naturally judgmental, right? Can you touch this? In the village, you're touching like this with your nails long. Here. Because you don't want to touch dirty, right? The interview, you look at you and say, you're coming to my house and you're sitting, you're looking before you sit. How now? Are we together? Stress confidentiality of responses. I can't keep on emphasizing this. Very important. For them to open and talk to you, they have to be absolutely sure that this information is what? Confidential. You do the same. Would you divulge information to someone that you know will not keep your information confidential? No. Answer all questions from the respondent frankly. So they ask you, so this study, once it is done, what is it going to do? Oh, this study is actually going to build a plane. Don't create false expectations. Be honest. If the study will not produce the plane, say it. Okay? Sometimes you create an impression to make sure that they are enticed. You're lying and it's wrong. Minimize distractions as much as what? It's possible. Not during the interviews, your phone is text, you're busy with WhatsApp. You know, continue, I'm listening. Unacceptable. It's disrespectful because they have given you their time to listen to you, to talk to you. You should accord them the same. Should you not? Are we together? Minimize interference with the day's work. That is standard, you know it. Okay? So if it's interview, you have plan it well so that you're focused. And how do you conduct interviews? Now you're doing the interviews. You're now face to face. Some of these things I've talked about. Be neutral throughout the interview. You're supposed to be what? This is for enumerators. You're the one who is asking questions. Be what? Be neutral. Remember biases we talked about. Avoid bias in the way you ask. Avoid bias in the way you say things. Both non-verbal and verbal biases. Never ever suggest answers to the respondents. Leading questions, unless maybe that's the purpose of the research, but don't suggest, let them be the one to speak. The moment you lead them, remember, if you are from Nairobi, you have gone to Ushago as a research assistant. First, they have that impression, hey, this is from Nairobi, they're exposed. So the moment you lead them, they will follow your lead and you miss to know what is it they can say on that particular topic. Do not change the wording or sequence of questions, but nothing changes. Follow instruction in the instruments carefully. Instrument says probe here, probe for this, probe. Probe here, probe. Ask here, ask. Handle hesitant respondents tactfully. Tactfully. There are those who don't want. Okay? You need to be tactful in terms of how you engage them to come. But if they don't want, don't what? Force them. Okay? Do not form expectations. Don't tell them that, if you finish this interview, I'll give you a job. Sometimes because you have a target, right? I send you airtime. Don't form what? Expectations. Do not hurry or prolong the interview. So sometimes you find people who talk, so you want to make it quick, right? So your example, no, move at their pace. Let them give you response at their convenient way of how they would want to, and be polite. Very important. Polite is priceless. Be what? Polite. Always remember, if you were on the receiving end, would you appreciate somebody who is not polite? Would you? So you would want somebody who is polite to treat in a polite way. Do the same when you're being the one who is interviewing. Now, how do you become a good interviewer? These last slides are very interesting. How do you become a good what? Interviewer, okay? What are the secrets? Have a good, adequate knowledge of the subject, which is why we need to train and train and train until we master the subject. A clear communicator. You communicate with clarity, okay? You are sensitive and you have good observation skills. Good observation skills. You can change the conversation without knowing someone you've changed it. Are we together? The art of being a good conversationalist. A sense of humor, but don't overdo it. Don't crack too much jokes. Some people are very sensitive. But you should be friendly. You get what I'm saying? You should be what? A good listener with a good memory. What did you say again? That means you're not listening. Are we together? You should be a good listener and with a good memory. Maintain eye contact. This one. Now, eye contact is a bit tricky. If you do too much of it, it can be misinterpreted. It can be harassment. If you do too little of it, you're too timid. Where somebody will misinterpret. You need to be in moderation. But when they are talking, don't do like that. You scare them, right? Because we said eye contact, so don't codolea them, okay? Be patient and a good timer. Some people are slow. Slow in the way they speak, slow in the way they respond. You have to learn to be what? Patient. But because you have a time to finish these 10 interviews, you want to rush them through. Wrong. Don't do that, okay? Probe to deepen discussions. Very important. Probe. Let people like to talk about themselves and what they've done and what they've experienced. Probe. Be neutral. Probe. Let them talk. Where kazi yako, you just record. Subtle over control over discussions or reactions. Let them. Don't want to be the one to dominate. Let them be the one to lead you. Are we together? Are we together? Very important. Very important. Asking questions. Ask questions exactly as it is written in the instrument. Don't ask your own questions. I've talked about this, and probing is allowed, but make sure it is neutral probing. So probing, you're formulating your own question again, and then you confuse respondents. Are we together? You're almost there. E-performance. This was more specific of this project where we had to check team leaders against project coordinator, field lead, field supervisor, and a field team supervisor because of the hierarchy. You have to check performance. Who is doing what? How many questionnaires? How many interviews have you done? Quality issues. How do you maintain team morale? This is supervisor and supervisee. Understand clearly what is expected of them. Make sure they are properly guided and supervised in their work. Supervisors, remember that. Receive recognition for good work. If they've done something good, recognize them, right? It increases morale. Make sure they are paid their wages on time. So you send them to the field, you don't give them money, they start begging. We have had such cases. Make sure they are stimulated to improve their work and they given the necessary support to do their tasks, training, facilities, so they don't use their own money. Work in tranquil and secure conditions, peaceful environment, teamwork, demonstrate punctuality, enthusiasm, dedication to demand, the same of the other teammates. So your supervisor, you want to come early, you come late.
I want you to be enthusiastic. You're not enthusiastic. You're not enthusiastic, and you are asking for enthusiasm from other people. How? Be the mirror so that your team can actually see through you. And all these other, rather than giving orders, try to gain voluntary compliance before demanding. So sometimes in the field, supervisors, they are demigods, they are mini gods. Wait, I need you to do this. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Without losing a sense of authority, try to involve the enumerators in making decisions, and at the same time, see to it that the decisions remain firm, okay? When pointing out an error, do so in private, in a tactful and a friendly manner, because people are sensitive to feedback. When the enumerators voice complaints, listen with patience and try to resolve them. Try to foster team spirit and group work, and under no circumstances show preference for one or another of the enumerators. Try to develop friendly and informal atmosphere. Demonstrate punctuality, enthusiasm, and dedication to demand of other team members. Are we together? So this was this project, the way we ran it, okay? And I think it applies in your setting. And the final tip is, what? Q cubic, right? And that's the end. Thank you. Questions? It has been a long journey. I had to rush through.
There's one online.
There are many.
No, it's just long.
Ooh, that means many.
It's just long. And from Ngida, sorry if I've misspelled. He or she's asking, how do you deal with research fatigue on the part of interviewees? For example, how to answer tough questions from interviewees on the immediate outcome of the study. The person is referring to a research they did on refugees in Isili and the refugee camp. So I'm imagining maybe
So
they're
it's a tough
over-researched.
question. Someone is struggling. Give them space. Do you need some water? Should we take a break so they can reflect? And if this question is too tough, please tell me. I'll be more than happy we move to the next question. You understand? So it's just that rapport, okay? It's a difficult question. They're uncomfortable. Give them option for break. Don't keep grilling them. You're grilling them with questions. They're tough. Huh? You keep pushing because you want to finish. It doesn't work like that. You have to be sensitive. Yes, this is sensitive and observant, right?
Could it also be the fact that some groups are really researched on, because it's talking about.
If you go to Busia, maybe. I think Busia, pretty much everyone, unless these new kids, pretty much everyone has been surveyed in one way or the other. Yes, Prof has a question.
Yeah, thank you very much for your performance. Mine is, how do you deal with the deceitful respondents? Where there's a time we did a research in the streets and we were asking street kids their experience, and they told us that there can never be a better place like the streets. Yet we knew quietly that this is not the best place. So how do you deal with the deceitful respondents? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's a so I'm going to answer in 3 ways. Have you watched Steve Harvey's on Netflix, The Mzansi in South Africa? Do you watch that? I would encourage you to go and watch Steve Harvey. What do you do for fun, you people? It seems I'm watching so many things you guys are not doing. Steve Harvey, the Mzansi, they go on the street, they ask questions, and then the family feud. Now, Prof, there are 2 ways to look at it. This is a classic example of the malaria rodent problem. Okay? So one way to look at it, the malaria, you go to the village, you think the problem is malaria, but the villagers say the problem is rodents eating their harvest. And they tell you, you know what, Prof? Thank you. We will help you solve your malaria problem. Help us solve our rodent problem. That's another side of the coin. But in a typical setting where you sense deceitful, how do you deal with that? Why do they lie in the first place? As a researcher, that's the first question you should wonder. Why are they not being truthful to you? Is it that they don't trust? Do you come across like government that today if you say you'll move them? So you really need to elicit confidence. And how do you approach them? Because that's very important.
They're not lying because they want to lie. They must be protecting something, maybe of their previous experiences they've had in the past. Now, as a researcher, your job is to understand. And when you do piloting, you do canvassing, mobilizing these kids for before interview, there are some things you'd learn. You should ask about the community. How are you comfortable? How is this? So you should do your own investigation. Because people refuse to release or share information for reasons. And it's your job to probe why. And if I suspect I'm not getting truthful information, how do I get the rightful information? Are we together? I would tend to think, there's no universal answer to this, Prof. I tend to think that would be more on the how you as a researcher approach, try to accommodate them and make it a conversation so they're open to speak. It's equally the same. It doesn't have to be on the street. Internet partner violence, IPV. A woman is beaten and then you know, your neighbor, you hear a voice, ah, he's killing me. The next morning, no, there was nothing. You know the truth, right? Are we together? And that's why people started whistleblowing. Because if I don't feel comfortable sharing, I will go and defend. No, he doesn't beat me. Surely, even if I record my phone, I play, you were crying, beaten, and you ran away. We recorded, we see you running away from your house. But yet, you don't want to divulge information. Why? And that's why when you're doing such surveys, because of their sensitive nature, you really have to have a psychosocial setup to prepare respondents to give answers. Okay? Any other? Any other? Online? No more?
Can I say that face-to-face data collection mode is the best way of collecting data?
Depends. Depends on your need. But yes, face-to-face is always good, but not necessarily the best. If I'm in America, would you fly to America and interview me face-to-face? So it's conditional, it's contextual. These days, technology has revolutionized things. Zoom. Of course, with Zoom, you can't necessarily read body language, right? And these days, oh, my camera is not working, right? Say, no, for some reason, my computer is not working. No, that is not, they don't want you to see their face, but they don't want to say that they're being polite, okay? So yes, in some instances, some studies, especially after COVID, we have learned that we don't have to be in the room together to do the interviews. There are some limits to that, of biases, telephone interviews, they have their own challenges, and one has to think about them if you are to consider such an approach. Yes.
The in-depth interviews, are they the same as the household interviews or are they different?
No, they're different. In-depth interviews, they're more deeper, trying to understand issues. So maybe you might have a few questions, but they are very detailed. It's more conversation to get to hear your experience. Why did you do this? What happened? Tell us more, you know. Whereas household interview questionnaires, they are, first of all, they are quantitative in nature. What's your age? But in-depth interviews is more for you to give out the narratives, to bring that, you know, inner you and the experiences that you had, so we can make sense out of that.
Like the life histories, or is it like the life history?
It can be part of the conversation, your history about life. Where were you born? What are your experiences? So what informed you? What changed your perspective? Why did you become who you became? At what point in time in your life there was a turnaround in your growth? What really contributed to this? No, at some point my uncle raped me. Oh, don't say oh now. So you're like, tell me more. You see, I'm sorry about that. Tell me more. So what happened? And what did you do? Okay. So did you go to the police? Surely. Did you go to the police? You're sparking anger in them. Like, oh, I should have gone to, yeah, I should have gone to the police in the first place. You have forgotten that there's an interview. You have become part of the conversation while you're supposed to listen. Yes.
So it's within the same level as household interviews, only that they are more detailed.
Yes. And naturally they are qualitative. Yes. Okay.
I was wondering whether Prof has, you've responded to him.
Oh, maybe you should respond back.
No. But on a Rido kind of, when you told him the issue of the rodent and the so Prof, I think Prof is not satisfied. Maybe.
Prof, someone is trying to put you on the spot. All right, good people. I think we have come to an end. I hope this was quite a rewarding week. I don't know, but at least for me, just stepping away from the craziness of office and folders and okay, emails I've been reading. It has been really, really wonderful to interact with. It's not the end. We are going to eat lunch. We have to do formal closure first, and then we are going to eat lunch, and then I'll come back and answer questions. We can discuss cases. I've changed my plan. I usually start weekend Friday early, but I can spare maybe after lunch two hours. I might not be able to answer everything, but at least we can discuss one or two ideas. Okay? All right. I think I've finished my job. Aya, over to you now.
Thank you, Anthony, for an engaging 5 days. We have really learned. So we will close the session now, and I'll call Professor Fred Jonyo, who is the chairman, Department of Political Science and Public Administration, to talk to us. Thank you. Then I'll give a vote of thanks.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mercy. When we began this on Monday, Anthony mentioned that it would be different. I initially didn't know what he meant, but I've observed the people that I saw here on Monday are very different. You look very fulfilled. And when I witnessed how Anthony was performing, this is how we teach in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. Very precise, concise, and extremely productive. So if you're not in that department, I don't know where you are, because these are the things we teach. So if you are here, you would be actually just revising. Others I know are getting them for the first time. Counterfactuals. As those are things that we have been knowing all along. So we just confirmed. But I want to thank Nera and Pasga for the wonderful work that you have done. I can tell you, even in normal class, you will not get as much details as you have received here. And these are very useful that now I'm sure you are very confident in terms of research. And there are things that he mentioned, like how you approach respondents. They are human beings with feelings. They can see you and they can know what kind of person you are. So I think there's need to develop some trust, confidence, let them believe you. Be them. You know, at some point, we are so sophisticated, you don't have time. You are shiny, your hair is well oiled, your nails are sharp. They can't even believe that you're a human being. When you speak, it's like your nose is speaking. Develop a sense of humility and get to know how to have an entry point. A researcher needs to melt. You need to blend. Because remember, at some point, they may not be like you. They may be humble. They may look problematic. No perfumes, no nothing. But they are the source of your information. So for the sake of that, you need to ensure that there's a level at which you appreciate each other. So when Anthony was performing here, the kind of rigor, precision is like a surgeon who prescribes and gives you actionable. You act on them. When he speaks and he presents, you may think he's a huge human being, 6 feet up, the chest measuring several centimeters, maybe wearing shoes number 13. But he's a construct, modest human being. So it's not the person, but it's the ideas. So once more, Anthony, we really appreciate you and Jennifer, the kind of support you have given. And we hope that this should be a regular exercise. Only that the time is short. I would have subjected your students to our tests so that we see how they perform. And we find out those who have not performed well, what is the issue? Then we have a makeup. So, so I would end there. I know your appetite is getting bothered. Let me not be the obstacle to your appetite. I've seen details outside here. So I wish you well, and may your appetite gravitate in terms of synergizing and cementing on scholarly performance here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm not sure I should be speaking after you've spoken, you and Anthony, but please allow me to express our gratitude to the University of Nairobi, especially your office, Prof, for allowing us to host this training in this great institution. I also want to be proud. I'm a two-time alumni of the University of Nairobi. Clap for me, please. It is a prestigious institution that most of us are proud of. So as I appreciate the institution, I also want to thank the guys who are in charge of the facility, Benjamin and his team, and the security team as well, and the University of Nairobi TV and Radio, under the leadership of Fred Ogutu. Thank you so much for coming and streaming our event. We really appreciate it. Then I also want to thank, because it's not normal that the institution would give us sound projection. I know it's because of the long-standing partnership that PASGA has with the University of Nairobi. We really appreciate it. Then I will go to our facilitator, our able facilitator. He's our executive director. I know he's too modest to say that out loud, but we really appreciate him and his years of experience that he's sharing with us. Thank you so much, Anthony. And then I'll go to Niera. Jennifer, thank you so much for collaborating with PASGA and to deliver this event. Thank you so much for your time and for your leadership. I also want to thank our PASGA team. They are at the back there, the comms team, Rachel, Martina, the IT, Jane and Elijah, who is behind the scenes, and Edwin also, who is behind the scene, and our powerful Joy Karueda. Without him, we cannot do anything. Thank you so much. Then finally, our participant. Thank you so much for 1 week. You've been very patient. The ones who've been here physically for us from morning to evening, being with us. We really appreciate you, our online participants. It's not a joke to have 70 to 80 participants online, and they're attentive all through for 5 days. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Then let me also mention and brag that PASGA is in collaboration with the University of Nairobi through a Masters of Research and Public Policy and Doctoral of Public Policy that Professor Jonyo and his department is hosting. We are so proud of it. Thank you so much. And then I would also want to mention to our participants that you'll get your the reading materials, the slides, and your e-certificate if you participated 80% through the training. So thank you so much. I would like us to clap for ourselves for being here for 5 days. Thank you so much. Now we may proceed to enjoy your lunch and then come after for Anthony to close for us. Thank you so much.
Okay. Let the others come in. And I know online there are people. Are you all here? Online people, I see there are still 28 people. That's amazing. I'm sure others. All right, good people. Good people. What, do you have cases or do I have questions, issues? Now I'm all yours. We have, let's do an hour so that you go and drink your drink. You can do you. It's time for you to do you, right? So now I'm open to, I think let's do questions. If we do cases, we'll get lost. Are there specific issues? If you are doing a project, online in particular, those who are online, if you're doing a project, tell us briefly about that project, what challenges you're facing in that project, and what is it that I might not be able to offer the answers, but some insights maybe, a little bit of what I think would help. Yes, so that others can also know.
My question is about how to conduct a regulatory impact assessment. So we happen to be working on a project whereby we are monitoring the impact, or rather the effect of a certain regulation, specifically the one around digital lending. So the central bank, you've been following what's been happening with the digital lenders. So many of them have been, yes. So quite a number of them have been blacklisted. And I think recently the president even went to the extent of forcing the, what do you call it? Where you send the information of the defaulters. So CRB, yes. So the president, so he made them remove this defaulters from that whatever. So essentially what I'm trying to find out is when you're doing a regulatory impact assessment, most of them, or a number of them are qualitative in nature. So in your view, if you're trying to assess the impact of the central bank regulations, how should you do it after 1 year? Or what period time frame would you recommend? And what kind of data would you suggest that you collect? Because the problem is sometimes the central bank may not want to share that information with you, especially in raw form. So what kind of, if you're a civil society group or if you're a think tank, what strategy would you use to do a regulatory impact assessment?
Another one. Regulatory impact assessment.
It's sort of a comment, but I think in a number of impact evaluation assignments that I've done, clients have always termed me as coming out as too academic. And the reason is because I want them to use an approach that can stand a test of time. And even when determining the sample sizes, when they determine what approach I need to go. And a case in point is when I was doing the RC project, the regional infrastructure project in Uganda. And they actually wanted the before and after. That's what they were looking as impact. Again, also with these international development partners, World Bank included, I adopted the OECD DAC approach. But World Bank, okay, whoever was my contact person at World Bank was telling me we have our own approach and we rarely get inclined to adopting other external approaches. In those cases, how do we mitigate or rationalize such concerns when client does not really understand what impact needs to, how it's supposed to be presented, and also the main sponsor has a different approach and they are not actually documented in the terms of references that you are given.
So let me start with yours because it's easy. First of all, World Bank Development Group, Independent Development Group, they have their own evaluation group. These approaches apply. If you read their reports, they apply the OECD DAC criteria, but they also apply impact evaluation, okay? So now you're better placed to speak the same language in many ways. Most of the World Bank evaluation, the DIME, the Department of Impact Evaluation, and the Independent Evaluation Group of the World Bank, they do these approaches, okay? Directly or indirectly. But now, how do you balance the interest of the donor, the client, and the donor? I think it also has to do with managing expectations, one, but understanding the terms of reference that they gave you. So that, and this is why you see for me, some of this work, I don't jump to saying yes until I fully have a full understanding that this project, it is possible to actually derive, to do what is expected. That's number one, because otherwise, as you said, as a consultant, you propose, client is confused, but donor is also doing something else. So client is torn between listening to the World Bank, listening to you, you understand? But I think what is also important, in my experience, working with clients who have they want you to do impact assessment, but they think they have a sense of impact assessment. And one thing that I did for one of the clients in Kenya is first, when they brought me on board, I did training to them. You understand? I just say, can I have 2 days to just give a rundown? What is impact? What is it that we expect to do out of this task? So that you're managing expectations from the very beginning. I found that very useful for many reasons. One, it creates alignment of expectations. Two, whatever I was doing going forward was not something that they have not heard before. And if they did, of course, I could advance a bit with some knowledge here and there, but the basics are there with them. And I would allow them to question, to interrogate whenever possible, so that you remove that doubt, okay? Once you're able to convince the client that this is the best approach that is available, for example, when you're doing the AMREF study, the FGMC, right? There are many approaches we could have done to analyze the study, but when I did the quantitative bit, it was very clear this approach is the most robust one. Right, before even I said, I told them, because, and when they asked me whether I can do the job, I said, let me first look at the data. I didn't commit, I didn't say yes. Until when I got the data, I toyed around with them and I said, yeah, this is doable. Because you also don't, I know you want money, but you don't want to commit to doing something, and then it also tarnishes your reputation. So when I tested the data and I was confident that the assumptions that difference in difference could hold, would apply, would work well, then I said, okay, sure. So then they came to interview, I do presentation, all those things, and then I got the contract afterwards. And what I said I will do, that's exactly what I went out there and do it. So it was easy that way. But again, nature, context are different, right? You meet people, you meet expectations. But if you are going to encounter a situation like that and you have a client like World Bank, now that you have gone through this, you're home. I can tell you for a fact, because these are the things that we used to talk when I was at the bank, and these are the frontier. One thing you guys don't appreciate, you are now on the frontier of knowledge globally. The things we've covered this week, go to any African universities, you never get them. And there are very few Africans who have been trained on these approaches. Very few. That's what NIERA does for East Africa. So you might not see it, but I can guarantee you the knowledge you have acquired this week, all the references you'll see, they're coming from the World Bank. Most of the reading books that I've put there, they're from the World Bank. So if you invest time in reading, there are so many links and books and papers and whatever that I've put together, Marcy will share. If you invest in yourself, you'll not go wrong, because this is a very lucrative field. But I want also to plead with you to be honest, consultants, don't overpromise. See, I told you my approach is, if I am to do an evaluation, now that I with all these tools, but I have to always make sure, can I use this approach? Can it work? I have to have some level of what? Certainty before I reply to an expression of interest or TOR altogether, so that you are able to also do something good within your reach. And if I know this, I need team composition. What kind of a team do I need to put together? Very important. And what do I contribute and what the other team members are bringing to the table? I'm not sure whether I've answered your question, but it's there's no universal answer to that. It's more of where you come from and where you are from this class. I can guarantee you, I can speak with absolute certainty, you are in good hands. Invest a little bit more time to master the materials. Trust me, you will be talking different language. This is the language that in any donor corridors now, this is the language they're talking about. So if you speak their language, you get a lot of work, okay? Now, how do we do regulatory impact assessment? So in this case, this is a very interesting research, and I'm sure people are doing financial inclusion like FSD, they are already probably on it. And FSD, they use these evaluation approaches. The randomization, special randomization, they do a lot of those behavioral studies. So there are several ways to look at this. One, you could look at the impact of the policy on behavior, okay? Because predatory lending was rampant in Kenya. What does it mean for the broader macroeconomic impact? Because access to credit, access to financial resources, and financial inclusion, these are issues that are very fundamental for development, right? At the same time, because of high cost of business operations, unregulated environment, that's why you have this predatory lending, right? Now, what you want is, with this new change of the policy, okay? What has happened? Do you know who were involved? Do you have a list of those people who were involved? If you have those who are involved in predatory lending, I think they have the list they published, okay? If you're able to engage them to share the data, if you're able to do a survey on who has been involved in predatory lending, both from the supply and the demand side, it's a very interesting study. I'm sure, KNBS on statistical data, when they compile economic surveys, these days they ask access to financial and digital platforms, right? And that's how they established. Taxing digital economy, taxing the platforms that are involved digital payments. Are we together? Now, in your case, if I'm to think of variables, most of these are behavioral, but you could also look at the economic variables that affect businesses, their turnover, turnover in the sense of how fast they learn, interest rates, what does that mean? Income for household, income for businesses. You look at their demographic profiles, the size of their businesses. Do they hire people? Because if I'm a predatory lender and I have 2-3 people and suddenly I'm stopped, maybe that affects the economy. I don't know. Are they hiring people? You're looking at that because I would suspect you want to look into whether stopping them also affect them and how much of that hurt the economy because they're part of the economy. So it's a chicken and egg question. It's a moral balance question. Do I allow you to continue to work and exploit other people because you're hiring other people? Or should I stop you? Because if I stop you at the same time, I'm hurting other people that you hire. So it's a very delicate question, but it's a very interesting policy question. But predatory lending is not good because it hurts the poor. It hurts the most vulnerable ones. And I think Ruto's decision to remove 2.5 million people from CRB, it was affecting because these people, they rely on credit. They couldn't. But at the same time, it needs to be thought through properly because why people go and borrow and they can't pay? That's another question to think about. Well, one would argue quickly, perhaps because the economy is hard, life is ngumu, so you need ways to survive. But how does the government, I think the fundamental policy question here, how does the government make the environment friendly for people to borrow? How do you make credit markets accessible to the most vulnerable? What are the ideal conditions for such credit markets to flourish so that they're able to save the most vulnerable in the society, particularly the poor, okay? But we also know financial institutions have also perpetuated, in some countries, they have also perpetrated poverty. Microfinance institutions have been, MFIs have been blamed for that, we know, especially for women. Why? Because they used to give women high interest rates and women could not afford. So instead of the loan being, it becomes a negative coping mechanism. Instead of a loan being useful to help somebody gravitate to the future, it pushes them back to poverty. Because if they can't afford predatory lending, high interest rates, and that's where the government steps in. Because people who they give you quick loans and they charge very high interest rates that are above within the law. And that's why you see central bank governs these things, because if you leave them open, there are people who would want, there are sharks who would want to take advantage of the most vulnerable. So that's number one. But number two, as I'm going back to my earlier point, how do we avail credit in the economy, liquidity in the economy to allow economic activities to continue and flourish? So there are broader macroeconomic issues to think through. There are broader financial issues to think through, macro financial issues to think through, but there are also behavioral issues to think through. What does it mean in terms of lending behavior, borrowing behavior on the part of consumers? What triggers it? And it has been studied, by the way. The MasterCard, the Visa, these guys, they'll spend time to study behavior. And why, when you have a credit card, they'll just give it to you because they know at some point you'll be hooked. It's a behavioral thing. So there's an opportunity to do a behavioral experiment there, to look into this lending behavior. There's an opportunity to do a study to understand the impact of the policy itself, before, after, with, without. It's possible, but you need to get the data, as you say. But I would start off by doing a baseline to understand the landscape. What has changed? What has gone off? You can get FSD, they do surveys, household survey on financial inclusion. Tanzania, they do the same, financial sector deepening trust fund, right? They have data on they study households that are representative on financial inclusion. So you might want to look, FSD Kenya, they do that. I know they have surveys on financial inclusion. Even KNBS, they have data. You would like to look at those data and see what is the behavior on the suppliers, the lenders, if any. What are the behaviors on consumers, households, and what then does financial inclusion mean for households? Okay, I'm not sure whether I've answered your question. Okay, someone, Michael says, I'm looking to explore the role of monitoring and evaluation in climate adaptation and planning in Kenya. How does one go about conceptualizing such a study, and what would you advise to be the key things to observe to make such a study? Because climate change is climate change adaptation. So you want to study how people can adapt to climate change. I wish I could talk about the evaluations that I've done recently, but my contract limits me to talk about them. I've just did about four or five studies, four studies, one in Kenya, here in Nairobi, another one in Tanzania, another one in Peru, another one in Kenya, Tanzania, Peru, Ghana, another one in Ghana. It's about heat adaptation. They have applied a fund, they've applied for funding, millions and billions of money to a funder. And I was asked to review, to help the funder make assessment whether this project should be given money or should not. And one of the, I don't want to mention the funder, I don't want to mention the study because confidentiality, right? Confidentiality. But what he's asking, if I want to answer broadly, is how does one design a study on heat adaptation? There are several mechanisms for heat adaptation. There are so many approaches for heat adaptation. Let's say, for example, you want to do a study on heat adaptation by planting trees. Okay, there was one very interesting study that was done in a country, I won't mention a country, where they were trying to do exactly that in agricultural setting. You know, okay, let me talk the one in Peru or Chile, I can't remember. You know, in sugarcane plantations, it's open space, okay? It's open space, and then it's under the heat. Laborers, these casual laborers who work, they're exposed to extreme heat, right? And because of that, the problems with kidney, CDK, chronic kidney disease, CDK, chronic kidney diseases, CKD, right? And then there are issues to do with oversweating, to do what, there are some biological issues, but the problem is largely is kidney because you're exposed excessively, you're sweating, there's not enough water, blah, 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 blah. So they wanted to do an adaptation project where they would plant trees, shading trees, where for workers to take break during farming. And the idea was, how then do we go about evaluating the impact of shading on CKD, for chronic kidney disease, for that matter, in this case, as an example. It was a very innovative study where one is, okay, I had reservations with respect to the design itself, but I like the innovation because they were able to think through about, for example, what happens when they're not in the farm, you know, during night, you understand? You know, and how then do they account for the fact that there could be other factors that could affect somebody's blood metabolism, for example. Now, what they did was so the idea was to look at the impact of tree planting on reducing potential CDK and overall heat-related diseases that one who is prone to excessive heat exposure would actually face. So they went about to design a way of how they would do it. They plant trees, they have control group, treated group. They would make sure people have some very fancy things to monitor their heart rates. They would do blood, to do testing regularly after 24 hours or 3. They really had a very thought through process in terms of designing. So that is how they were trying to measure the adaptation bit, okay? Others have done setups in different ways. I think the idea here is it needs to be in a particular setting. Climate change in itself is very broad. If it's heat waves affect almost everyone. So it might be tricky to argue control treated group, but you need to be creative in terms of what kind of intervention do you want to introduce, number one. And how are you going to think about who is treated, who is controlled, who is exposed, who is not exposed, and how are you going to measure that? That's very important, in my opinion. We have studied the different approaches to think about doing impact evaluation, right? I think in that study, they also infused some element of qualitative, working with communities, training community workers to understand how do you do heat adaptation. In another study, they built houses, special houses that can control room temperature within the house. So they built model houses, like about 4 or 5 model houses. And then those model houses, they had some thermometers to measure the temperature. No one was living in the first place to regulate, and what kind of material are needed to build the house such that even if it's hot outside, when you're in, you are cushioned. Your board temperature can be comfortable, so to speak, especially during nights and so on and so forth. So they did build those houses, and then for some time they monitored temperature. And they were able to come up with a conclusion to say, okay, this is it. So the question was, as a scale up, can we build these houses? Can we recommend to the local community that the type of houses that need to be built in this neighborhood should be of this caliber, okay? And then how do we go about evaluating? So yes, heat adaptation is an area that is an area that has lucrative, it has lots of money, but you also need to be inventive in terms of how you can go about measuring its impact, okay? I don't want to talk of the study in Kenya. Maybe someone is in the room and I don't want to say it was you who evaluated, no. But the study in Kenya that was being done was also very, very, very innovative in its own setting, in urban slums. Okay, I hope Michael, I've tried to answer your question. And I've given some pointers. There are quite a lot of literature to read around these issues. Okay, I want to evaluate the impact of Kenya informal. Peter, please allow me not to comment on this. This is the project I was referring to, the KISIP, impact of informal settlement improvement program on socioeconomic well-being. Well, you can go before and after the program if you have the data, maybe just to comment on the last comment and last question. Before and after, before KISIP was set up, after KISIP was set up, you go in a particular setting, let's say informal setting in Mathare. If you can get data before the program and the data after the program, that would be another way to think about it. But if you have a good sample and good data, you can think even applying regression discontinuity, you know, depending on where the location is, depending on who you're targeting. So what I want to say is, I can't give you, this is how you can do it. You also need to first contextualize and understand what is it that you want to do. And then you can start thinking, read around it a lot. You need to spend time to read and then apply yourself into how then can I go about measuring the impact. What you have now is an arsenal of tools that you can use to help you answer difficult questions, okay? Any other question?
Yes, in the Q&A from Clementine, we are looking into undertaking research on impact of mining on community livelihoods. The key focus is post-enactment of the Mining Act 2016. Could you give some pointers on how we can conceptualize the study?
Yeah, this is easy. I'm doing a similar study in Tanzania on mining. So this is a simple difference because you are studying the impact of police on mining. Do you have areas where there's mining, areas where there's no mining? If you do household surveys, for example, you identify what are the sectors these people are employed, but where are they? Are they living close to the mine? So that one way to think about this is, and this is very easy, geographical discontinuity. What kind of mining? You know, mining is over there in Westlands. People living close to the mine would be treated, let me say it that way, right? And then maybe those a little bit far away from the mining will be what? Control. There are a lot of studies that have used geographical discontinuity that I know of in Ghana, in Mali, in Tanzania, using household surveys and demographic health surveys to try to study the impact of mining on socioeconomic outcomes, education, health, and so on and so forth. So I would comment, I would look into these quasi-experimental approaches. Doing an RCT might be tricky because of contamination. So what is the name? Clementine? Yes, I would look into those, and you might want to Google literatures on the impact of mining on small artisanal miners, socioeconomic outcomes. People have studied the impact of mining on health outcomes, educational outcomes, and also revenue outcomes for governments. Okay, I know there are studies that have been done. I can't remember right now from my head, but I know there are quite a number of studies that have been done. When I was finishing my doctorate, I remember in Oxford, when I went to present one of my paper, what is her name? There's this Swedish lady, she's in Colombia now. She's done quite a lot of work. What is her name? What is her name? Martina, is it Martina? Oh gosh, there's a lady who has did her thesis at Gothenburg. She's teaching at Columbia. What is her name? Oh God, I forgot. She's a very good friend. Let me Google her for you before I forget. It was mining and health in Africa, I think, if I remember. What is her name? Yeah, is it her? So if you go on Google Scholar, don't just Google, go on Google Scholar. I just want to see her name, and I want to point you towards that direction, not her, not him, because I know she has done quite a lot of good work there. Let's see, Gothenburg. I want to get the name of that young lady. And you can read, she has done some good work. I'm just trying to get the name. It has been a while. This is a sign somebody's getting old. What was that photo? Very interesting. Is it Hannah or market together? I think I'm getting it. This is it. Chuan Pole. Andrew Dibalema. Andrew is the chief economist of the World Bank now. Who else? Anya Tolone. This lady. Her name is Anya. I got her. Oh, it's not there. Her name is Anya Tolone. She's Swedish. She's a very good friend. She teaches Anya Alice Ano. Alice Ano now is So I think in Mali, Poonam, I think she retired. Andrew Dabalen is the chief economist of World Bank Africa. Anya Tolonen. I don't know if she, Clementine, who asked the question. Okay, the second one, I want to conduct a study on the impact of AGOA, African Growth Opportunity Act, started in 2001 on local development in Africa. I wonder if this could be done by applying difference in difference treated group will be countries that trade under AGOA. Yes, you can, but make sure the pre-trained assumption holds. Which are these countries? At what level? What about country interactions? Because what if these countries were trading even without AGOA? Those are the things. So you need to have to think about fixed effects issues, country interactions, Yeboah. I know countries like Kenya, Rwanda, Lesotho. What are you looking at in terms of the key variables? Exports, probably. Export, especially of textiles for Lesotho, for Kenya, Rwanda. So you need to look at similar sectors that control and treated countries would have, and whether these countries are not trading with each other. Because if they are, it might dilute your impact that you're looking. But most importantly, whatever it is, if it's exports of textiles, export of whatever, you need to make sure pre-trained assumptions hold and you can actually demonstrate it as such. So it's a possibility, but it will be very interesting to look at specific sectors. And here you can use World Bank data on enterprises. World Bank collect data on enterprises across countries in the world. And there are very many, so even including AGOA and non-AGOA countries. So this is, I would look at these micro data, SFEM level data, to try to start this would be very rich. I know World Bank enterprise data, I've used them in the past. So if you check, for example, I think Rwanda, they have 3-4 waves, Kenya, they have wave until 2018. This will be very useful data to look into. And first, play around them to see at the firm level in a particular country, whether a country is a non-AGOA or non-AGOA country. Would be interesting to understand what are the impacts on specific variables. Okay, I think that's done, Jennifer. Okay, are still people online? Oh, they're tired. Okay, so I've answered that. Let's come back in here. Hand there, and then there.
So mine is, I don't know how to frame it, but maybe you'll help me. I was just wondering, so in the different analysis or evaluation that we've talked about, we're looking at specific policy and tying to what you've been saying around, we could be evaluating a certain policy, but then we're looking at malaria and maybe it's rodents, for example. But then I'm looking at in the context of Kenya, and especially in the employment sector, we have policies, as in we have too many policies in the employment sector, about 25 over. And I'm just wondering, how would you evaluate to either, would you evaluate all the policies, or is it a policy practice that you would evaluate, or in a way that you can actually influence so that you can actually have a solution to it? Because we keep coming up with policies and maybe those policies are addressing malaria and not the rodent. So I think, I don't know how to phrase this, but I hope you understand.
So it's first you have a problem of multiplicity of policies. You're not sure which policy to evaluate and which one not to evaluate. That's number one. That's a different conversation. And whatever policy you choose to pick, because there are multiple, there are many, whatever policy you choose to pick, I think the fundamental question is, what impact has that policy had on specific set of outcomes that you're interested? What was the policy designed for, to address a particular issue? Let's say to regulate something like what he was saying, the regulatory reform, so it won't be far off from what he was asking. If there's a policy regulatory reforms, what should you do? I'll give an example of another approach, which is a replica of difference in difference. It's called event design. Okay, I did not talk about event design. Basically, event design follows difference in different setup. Only and you think of historically, under event design, you want the occurrence of this event, how much before and after the event, what happened, and what are the impact. Now, in your case, one, if policies are many, you have to understand which one is covering what. But I think being specific is be useful. Among all these different policies in employment, you said employment, right? Maybe narrow down to youth. The policy, because employment is very diverse. Employment in a particular sector would be one way to start. You can start different sectors, because if there are different policies to regulate different sectors, then each policy would warrant a different way of thinking and intervening in terms of assessing its impact, right? So I would say, for example, Kenya, one sector I know Kenya loves and very lucrative, agriculture, tea. You know, you export more tea to India and Pakistan. I know I wrote a piece on COVID, and I know there's one sector that was very resilient during COVID, even post-COVID, is tea exports, okay? So are there policies regulating the horticulture, so to speak, sector? Are there policies that are regulating employment in the tourism sector and what those policies mean? You understand? Are there core other policies that are feeding into that? So narrowing down to a particular policy and particular sector would be an easy way, because otherwise, if it's not too specific, if it's too global, then it becomes a challenge, because there could be a lot of confounding factors that you can't isolate. And what you need is to isolate and say what the impact of this policy on tourist employment, on creating jobs, for example, for young people in this sector, in agriculture. What do we observe with this policy in terms of firm behavior in Kenya? Has it affected firm behavior? When the government passed the COVID policy, for example, and restrictions, you see how some sectors contracted immediately, didn't take long to notice, right? And even now, recovery, now tourism is coming up. But when there was ban, no movement, nothing, the sector collapsed. You understand? And now recovered, now they've loosened a bit, they've uplifted restrictions, we are picking up back to normal, right? So you want to look at that, what is it, does that policy mean for a particular sector? I would zero in on sector, and within that sector, I'll look at the issue. Because even sectoral issues are many, they're multiple. So be as specific and as narrow as possible. We can't be all over the place. A good evaluation will be very specific, right? Targeted. How much of this policy has had an impact on here? But you need to start what are the issues around there. And then you start thinking of how can we design a study on the impact of this on this. When I did the ARP, it was a program. Think of it as a policy, the alternative rite of passage, right? But it was very specific on 4 dimensions: female genital mutilation, health, young children, marriage, something. There were 4 dimensions we are looking into. So we bring it home, we give it focus. Yes.
I want to find out whether the kind of proposal I'm writing on COVID-19 will involve a quantitative approach. And this is a proposal that intends to collect what I can call human interest narratives on survivors of COVID, those families that provided care for the survivors, as well as the guys who passed on because of COVID. I'm looking at policymakers. I'm looking at the private sector, healthcare givers, policy implementers like police officers, research organizations, and also individuals who are affected when they lost like breadwinners or family members. So these are human interest narratives around COVID-19. I'm just wondering whether such an approach will also take on board the quantitative approach.
Okay, possibilities are many. You know, in academia, in research, there's no limit to where you can think. Yes, it can be framed in a quantitative way if you are targeting particular households that were affected, because these are people, and effects could come in many shape and form. It would come in terms of income, it would come largely income, right? It could come in terms of schooling outcomes, it could come in terms of health outcomes, and all of these can be quantified, right? I'm not quite sure though, because COVID is a global phenomenon. It was not a local phenomenon. So to know who is in the control or in the treated group might be tricky, okay? But perhaps you might want to think of contribution tracing, the one we were discussing, or process tracing. The qualitative approaches would be, I would tend to think it would be more, because you have your humanitarian angle to it, you're targeting individual, you want to know to what extent COVID has affected them, you know, you want to know their narrative. So qualitative approaches, from where I sit, would be more ideal. Quantitatively, I find it might be challenged in many ways. One being, COVID is a global phenomenon. Everyone got affected by COVID. So finding a good counterfactual might be challenging to you, okay? So you'd want to use qualitative approaches that do not necessarily require counterfactual. And that's what we do: process tracing, outcome harvesting. Maybe this is, I don't know, it will not be outcome, it will be misery harvesting, I don't know. Misery harvesting, those who have gone through the miseries and trying to understand and make sense of their stories and narratives. Contribution tracing, to what extent COVID has contributed to the miseries that these people that you're targeting have gone through, and trying to make sense of the magnitude. So you can make sense of the magnitude in a correlational way, more descriptive statistics, this is the size, but the stories, the narrative, the human side, because you have the human side, would make it more appealing and contextual relevant, because then you'll also be not limiting yourself to the quantitative spectrums, you'll also be opening yourself to more conversation, in-depth interviews to get narratives of the people. Because it's not only the affected people losing job, people got the husband, women left. In some settings, husband left the families because they couldn't provide anymore. We know violence increased because husbands are home, they have no job. Women were complaining, let these guys go to work. They want sex all the time because they're home. So you could look it in many directions if you want to look into, and it can have multiple angles of interpretation depending on the focus of the study that you are doing. Okay, yes.
Okay, so my question is not about a specific case. I'm just wondering, for someone who's never really done impact evaluation, or for someone who's gone through a class like this, and you're new to it, typically, okay, we've gotten a lot of very amazing content, yeah. But now that's the theoretical perspective. Now getting into the practice of it, from your own experience, and maybe from working with people who are new to impact evaluation, how long typically would it take, or how many projects, for example, would it take for someone to be involved in to become confident in the skills that they've gained from such a class?
Well, so how long, how soon depends on the level of aptitude, your IQ, your level of productivity. Depends, you are eating good nutrients when you're in the tummy. You were listening the other day when I was talking about height, whether you're tall or short. So if you're short like me, I don't know, it might take longer. I'm sorry, that's the truth. But what is so I think the best way to learn, I will invoke some of economic philosophy, the AK model. Have you ever heard of the AK model? AK model, learning by doing model. It's called AK model. Knowledge and technology. What is AI? Now I've forgotten my models, gosh. But Google AK model. It's called AK modeling in economics. It's the what we call learning by doing. Okay. Now that we have gotten exposed to this is a good step. And I really say, if you are really keen into developing career of this is the right step in the right direction. PASGA and NIERA, we are doing these things. We are doing training. NIERA is actually more intensive on the impact evaluation. There's IPA, Institute of Innovation Poverty Action. There's JPAL. These guys are way, they have 20 years into these things. They are funding. For example, I know the Kenyan lady, the Kenyan professor who is at MIT. What is her name? Suvnit? Is it Suvnit? Forget. She does a lot of financial inclusion experiments on RCT in Africa, and they do offer a lot of scholarship for African scholars. But of course, they're a bit, okay, they have masters. There's a master's program MIT is running, microcredit in micro development, very powerful, taught by Abinaji Vit and Esther Duflo, the Nobel laureates. It's free on edX. If you didn't know, now you know. Of course, you do some modules, and then if you want to go to MIT for a couple of semesters, you have to pay, okay? But they offer for free. And you can, all these things I'm talking about and more, you will learn from there. The other organizations in the West, SIGA, they're doing a lot of that, impact evaluation, Busara Center, behavioral issues here. I think the best way is to hook yourself into that network, number one. If you're in that network, you get informed. Subscribe to World Bank Development blog. They talk of methods on impact evaluation every week. They talk about difference in difference. They talk about randomized, they talk about research papers that have used different, they have long discussions on methodological issues. If you really want to get into it, those are the platforms you need to be reading, not Tuko, so you what? There you are wasting your breath. But no, okay, you still have to have reality on what is happening on the ground. I'm sorry, I sometimes, I'm very blunt sometimes. Because you have very little time on earth. So what do you do with it? Reading Tuko, Nairobi, what? Nairobi, what is the Nairobian? The Nairobian. Surely, if you spend your time reading Nairobian, well, you have enough time on earth. Me, I don't have time to read Nairobian. I would rather read The Economist and follow where the world is, but that's my interest. But what I want to say, if you want to get plugged into that system, these are the platforms that you should go to. And they do offer, depending on how humble you are, they offer opportunities. They look for research assistants, sometimes in Africa. Apply. You know, it's a humble beginning. It's not easy, but it takes that humility and courage to try, right? Because when you do that, that's how you get hooked. Reach out. I used to reach out to professors before I got my Fulbright scholarship to the United States. I would write to a professor, say, hey, I'm XYZ. I'm looking to come and start my grad. And at that point, I was so hooked with America. Okay, because I needed to do my doctorate in the US. No, and I have to get Fulbright. So I tried the first time, I didn't get it. I tried the second time, I didn't get it. I tried the third time, we were 423 people and I was the only one who got it. So I kept trying. Are we together? And I kept writing essay, objective statement. I went to do aptitude test, the GRE test, the TOEFL test. And they said, this is not good enough, Anthony. I kept trying. But I was also in the same ecosystem, you know, because as the man thinketh, so is he. There's the way you think you are. There are three types of personalities. There's the way you think you are. There's the way you truly are that you might not know you are. And there's the way people see you, which you might think you are, but you might not be who you are. So who are you? Rediscover yourself and go for what you want. So if you feel this is a cycle, how fast, how soon, it depends on you now, the level of effort you put in. With the right mentorship, with the right people around you, you reading, exposing, the books are there. They're available. Buy those books, read them. You know, there are YouTube videos. Spend time, theoretical, and then start getting out and say, can I be a research assistant on this project? Can I help with analysis here? Volunteer. 1, 2, 3 years down the line, you have the skills, then you can start doing your thing. And you also get to go to these conferences. You know, sometimes we underestimate the power of conferences. Go in, that's where you get to meet the most powerful people that you read their books. And these are people you'll be shocked. Some of them are obnoxious and, pardon my French, but some of them are very easy to engage and they're very accommodating. The only way they would know, is just to reach out to them. Hey, I'm XYZ, I've read your work, I'm really interested. Would you mind taking me as your PhD student? First of all, most professors that you have read their work and you find you want to be a scholar in that area, they are thrilled, like, oh, I'm gonna produce another me. Are we together? You know, you have to toy with their ego. You need to know the tricks. Huh? So first they'll be willing to listen, and they'll say, you know, I have this proposal, I'm thinking of doing this, I'm thinking of doing that, can you help? You'll be shocked how accommodating they can be. You can even get a scholarship for your PhD, okay? Or your master's. But you can only know that if you do, you reach out. You have targeted a particular university. It's unfortunate that sometimes in African settings, our professors, they don't respond to students, they ignore. You'll be shocked in the West, they do. If you write to them, you give them your context, who you are, they will guide you through to apply, and when you go, they will mentor you. So options are many, but the question is, how daring are you? I'll leave at that, okay? I'm planning to conduct a study analyzing the impact of rural-urban youth migration on the welfare of originating remaining households. Household with a youth-urban migration will be treatment group because they're sending remittances, I know. I'm planning to use PSM and ESR. What is ESR? These acronyms, they can mean so many things. Emmanuel, what do you mean by ESR? Environmental, social, whatever, or what? For cross-sectional data, any advice on this study? So what he is interested is in rural-urban migration. Most young people are migrating from rural areas to urban areas. But you know, the trend has changed in sub-Saharan Africa. So Emmanuel, if you didn't know, the trend has changed in sub-Saharan Africa where young people are migrating from urban to rural areas, okay? They're going back. Recent data does seem to indicate that, but in any case, his problem is, his research is youth who are living home in rural areas coming to urban areas. What is the impact on households that are remaining? So if I have a son, I live in a rural area, that son migrates to an urban area, what is the impact on the household that are remaining? So meaning if my son goes to urban area, I'm a treated household. And if another household, the son has not gone to urban area, it's a control household. I suppose that's what you mean, Emmanuel, if I understand your question. Okay. So how again, these studies are not easy to impose a particular specification and say, oh, maybe here you can use difference in difference. Maybe here, first to be useful, one, to understand the context of the research and what is the gap, really. You might think this is the gap, but it might not necessarily be the gap. So my advice is first do literature on migration. There's a lot that has been done. The migration and labor markets, it's labor economics, basically. The impact of migration, climate-induced migration. There's a lot of work that has been done. Recently, PASCA is part of the, I sit in a secretariat, which is composed of the World Bank, African Union, and United Nations. And we were involved on an African-wide study. It's called ACME, Africa Climate Migration, ACME, ACI, Africa Climate-Induced something on migration, where they did a study on 4 cities, Lagos, Beira, Alexandria, which one? Lagos, Alexandria, Beira. Yeah, those 3 cities. And they were trying to understand the impact of migrating, you know, in these cities, whether you're migrating in or out, and the impact on those cities. So you might want to look into the literature around, because migration has been overstudied. And people have studied the impact of migration on brain drain, the impact of migration on remittances that are coming in, people out, diaspora remittances. There's a clip that has been circulating on social media, if you have watched, where the guy was saying, if we could, the remittances that are coming to Africa is only 5% of what people in diaspora are earning, right? If they could put, let's say, 20 or 30% to come to Africa and invest in productive sectors, you know, Africa would be far without those guys to come back home. So read about the issues to do with migration first before you jump to thinking of a methodology. So I don't want you guys, let me say this very clearly. I don't want you guys now, you think of a study, you start thinking of a methodology. No, methodology should be guided by theory. Are we together? Do proper literature review before you start thinking of methodology. Once you've done good literature review, you have understood the context of what you need to do, and then you can start thinking what will be the appropriate methodology that I will need to use, studying what others have done, what others have used, and what extension your contribution can make in that particular area. Okay? Are we together? Okay, any other question? Any other question? Hmm? Any other question? So very important, I'm saying, you know, and this is, I also want, allow me to say this, because most of the time, I don't have a topic to study. I'm looking for a topic to study. That's a very narrow and, pardon my French, very poor way of thinking. And but this is encouraged in our university. What's your topic? I need to find a topic to study, right? Every time somebody, I know I'm doing my PhD, I'm writing a proposal first, I'm okay. And this way I appreciate Western universities, because first they equip you with the tools. In my doctoral training as an economist, we spent 2 years of doing coursework, serious drilling. I did 3 exams. Each exam is 6 hours. Have you ever not finished an exam in 6 hours? You write until you feel the finger is bonyaring, yeah? In Auma, 6 hours and you don't finish. I did econometrics exam, 6 hours, microeconomics, 6 hours, macroeconomics, 6 hours. These are core courses before they say now you can go into to start your research, but they ground you with tools, skills. All these things, they were grounded, taught and over for 2 years. All the theories you can think of. You finish coursework, then you jump into your, it was grilling, it wasn't fun. I know my friends, some of my friends used to cry. One time I went to Chicago. I'm gonna tell a story. Graduate school, it's a very difficult time. It's like marriage. If you finish graduate school successfully, well, you can survive in marriage. Graduate school is those moments, self-doubts. You go up and down and like, do I really know? Am I stupid? Eh? Why did I even spend? Why did I come here? You know, that those moments you ask yourself, but it was those moments of self-discovery. If you want to know how resilient you are, go try, do PhD. Start the journey. Hey, there are people who don't finish, okay? And I remember I went to Chicago to do a presentation. It is normal to get grilled. The moment the title is on the screen, a question, that title is wrong. We've done that start before. So what new are you doing? You have not even started your presentation. Are we together? If you have been to America and the American way, Americans are very quickly. What do you mean by that? So you have to be smart how to manage questions, and so that you are able to continue with your, because it's fast-paced. You have 1 hour, and then you finish question and answer, people are moving on to something else. Europe is different. German, they wait for you to speak, you finish, and then they start asking you questions. They're polite, engaging. But there's some universities in the US, my friend, you learn to, that's why you see sometimes economists are very arrogant, because we are trained to be defensive, to defend ideas, to defend your, you get, it comes naturally. Sometimes it pops up in me and sometimes it disappears. I've learned to moderate it with time. But when you put me on the hotspot, you'll see my eyes plopping. Then my head is facing very fast. I'm looking for answers because I've been trained to defend myself, to defend the idea that I'm presenting. So what I want to say, the logic I'm saying this is, don't look for topic. look for an issue. What is the issue around me worth studying? If I look at my society, what is, research is fun if it drives you to something that you are close to. You can write your whole doctoral thesis and a topic on this and that, and it's way detached from the reality. What is it drives you? Research should be passionate. Why do you wake up in the morning? And not which topic is more attractive. Then if you don't know the topic, why are you going to school? Go home, go to the farm and farm. Maybe that's where your call is. You need to know why you're studying what you're studying, right? And you start looking into what problem am I trying to address? Remember program design? Needs assessment. I want to do a PhD in economics, but what area would I probe would be interesting? That's how I developed my thesis, my chapters. It was not because, can I start this topic? This is lucrative. Huh? Can I get data on this one? No, it was the issue. When I had the issue and I was convinced that this I think is very interesting, where can I get data on this? Do I need to collect primary data? Do I need to collect secondary data? You see, you're issue driven. And that's how you can solve problems. If you see what other universities are doing, they're spending time to think about problems and not topic. What is the problem now? In the course of the week, I said, hustler movement, youth unemployment, these are issues. These are policy issues that are affecting countries, right? You find a niche you want to study. Look into what others have done in that particular area. What contribution can you make? Where is the gap in that frontier? Put together. And not this topic, that topic. So I want to encourage Emily. Why do you want to study the impact of prior learning recognition on labor market outcomes in Tanzania? An interesting topic, but what drives you? So that's why you need to read a lot, because when you read research papers, they usually propose areas for further research, gaps, right? That can be, so those are the things that when you read, you realize, oh, this person has done up to this far. They have not explored this angle, right? This is an area that with the right data, maybe I might be able to answer this question. Are we together? So always be driven with policies, so the problems surrounding your community. Maybe you're walking every day, you see issues. For me, remember when I was saying the story about that young man, expressway, that's already an issue, and I framed it as unemployment for young people in Kenya. He has a master's and he's lining up there. And when I asked him, we started talking, I realized how brilliant he is, right? But he doesn't have opportunities. So you quickly hypothesize how deep this problem is in the economy and what we do to help people like him who are underutilized to be more productive and contribute meaningfully to the economy. That's the problem. Now, what kind of research can I design out of that? That's the next level now. Are we together? But our education system sometimes it's more output driven and not issue driven. Because you want a degree, I want a PhD on this. My topic on this, I studied this band. Me, I'm an expert of this. Okay? I'm not sure whether I'm making any sense. Okay. Any other comment, question? I think we've exhausted and it's 4:30. I promised to say I'll stop at 4:30. So please allow me to stop at this time so you can go home and drink your dawa. You can drink your whatever poison you have to drink. You can go and be you. You can go and do you. And you have really, this week has been very intense. So now it's time to rejuvenate, right? Thank you very much. And I wish you all the best. If we ever bump into each other, I forget you, don't mind me. Sometimes my memory faults. But if you see me and you feel like you can say hello, feel free. I don't have bodyguards. No one will stop you from coming to say hello. And let's connect. I will not promise to get back to you, but if I can, I will. That's at least I know. It might take longer. And there are many people. You don't have to reach out to me. There's Niera, there's Pascal. Reach out, ask. Always ask, knock door. You never know who will open. I might not be me, but someone else can. The only way you know that is when you knock. When you don't knock, you are isolated. When you knock, you know, this one has isolated me. Let me go to the next one. Which one will open? Okay? And let's support and help each other. Let's, and I'm not saying this for political reasons. I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing to see others succeed. If because you never know, maybe atakuja kufaa jamii yako kesho. You never know. So doing good to others and helping others grow, be themselves, achieve their dreams, I think is something that we'd all be happy. And if we do that, tutapunguza umaskini in Africa. We can't fight poverty if we still want to be the few of us on top and majority go chini. Go together. So I wish you all the best and enjoy your weekend and see you when you see me. Thank you.